So I believe we left off, we'll be starting with item number 5.
Yes.
Okay, will we start with the applicant?
Do you want to do
Yes,
disclosures
sorry.
first?
Let's do disclosures. Everyone for item number 5. Commissioner Marino?
Okay, disclosures would include meeting with Don Herring, Jean Ducharme, Peter Hofheinz, Caitlin Guerin, Dean Butters, Brian Seymour, Steve Sweeney, TJ Eve, Matt Gitkin, Susan Kennedy, Michael Howard, Amy Kite, Robert Hartzell. My staff attended multiple JFR and Calvary public meetings. Tons of written correspondence that's been filed with the clerk, and I have been to the site numerous times. Thank you.
Okay, I had verbal communications with Caitlin Dean, Peter Hofheinz, Matthew Gitkin, Amy Kite, Michael Howard, Mary Allen, Kevin Allen, Don Hearing, Jean Ducharme, Dean Butters, Caitlin Guerin, correspondence filed with the court, and I did do a site visit. Commissioner Powell, do you have your disclosures? Item number 5.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have too many emails to count that have been sent to the clerk. I've met with Matthew Gitkin, Michael Howard, Amy Knight, Terry Eve, Caitlin Guerin. Received written correspondence from 1,000 Friends of Florida through their attorney, emails from Jupiter Farms Residents Association, and have had 2 meetings with Don Herring and his team. And I'm not sure if there's any others. I think I met with Jean Ducharme as well.
Commissioner Flores?
So I've had written communication, which has been filed with the clerk. I've had verbal communications with Don Hearing, Jeannie Ducharme, Peter Hofheinz, Caitlin Guerin, and I'm realizing that I also met with a group of residents that I have not listed, so I'll get that updated. And I believe the CEO of the, what's the nonprofit?
Farms?
Bush Wildlife?
The wildlife, correct. But I'll update this, but I did meet with some residents, and I did not do a site visit.
On item number 5, Calvary Chapel's Christian School, I've had verbal communication with Don Herring, Adam Kerr, Caitlin Guerin, Peter Hofheinz, Sarah Ty, Matthew Gitkin, Jillian Semensky, and Amy Kite. And I've had email correspondence that's been filed with the clerk.
Okay, with regard to number 5, Calvary Chapel Christian School, correspondence has been, the emails have been filed with the clerk. Verbal, I've had in-person meeting with Don Herring, Brian Seymour, Jillian Semensky, Matt Gritkin, Amy Knight, and Jennifer Reelitz. Thank you very much.
And lastly, I have written emails that have been filed with the clerk. I have verbal communications with Don Herring, Brian Seymour, Brian Terry, Jillian Semensky, Matt Gitkin, Amy Knight, Jennifer Reelitz, Bonnie Miskell, and no site visit. That should conclude disclosures.
Bonnie Miskell.
We will do presentation from the applicant first, and then we will take comment cards.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. For the record, Donaldson Hearing with Kotler and Hearing here today on behalf of Calvary Church and Calvary Christian School. Before I start into my presentation, Pastor TJ Eve with Calvary Church will say a few words. Pastor Eve knows education very well. He's passionate about it. He had, as an educator, he had the opportunity to educate my 3 daughters, and I can tell you that he left an indelible mark on their lives because of the education that he provided. He was an educator, he was a mentor, and he's an advisor. And if my daughters were here today, and they're not, they would tell you the exact same thing. So TJ, come on up.
Good morning, or afternoon, excuse me.
afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is TJ Eve.
See?
Good afternoon. My name is TJ Eve, and I serve as the executive pastor at Calvary Church, where I've been on staff for the last 17 years. Before we begin discussing the site plan, I want to take a few moments to talk about the people behind this application and why we're here today. Calvary Church has been a part of the community for nearly 30 years. We were founded in 1997, purchased our church property in Jupiter Farms in 2001, and opened our current campus there in 2008. Throughout that time, our mission has extended far beyond Sunday mornings. We have invested in our community through outreach, benevolence, and service. We have partnered long-term with organizations like the Edna Runner Tutorial Center because we believe deeply in the power of education to change lives. We've helped families in our community who were struggling by providing meals, paying bills, keeping a roof over their head, and simply walking alongside them during the good times and the difficult times. Sharing the gospel and caring for people has always been at the heart of what we do. Jupiter Farms is also a community that's been deeply rooted in my family's history. My grandparents purchased their home in Jupiter Farms in 1975 and lived there for over 40 years. My parents bought a home in Jupiter Farms in 2000 and spent the next 17 years of their lives there. I was born and raised in the Jupiter area my entire life, and my wife and I lived in Jupiter Farms for the first 6 years of our marriage, welcoming our first 2 of 4 kids while living there. For more than 5 decades, Jupiter Farms has been a part of my family's story, and I'm grateful to now serve in the community I grew up in. For these reasons, I understand why people care so deeply about this community. I understand the passion that exists on both sides of the discussion, and I respect that passion because we all understand what makes Jupiter Farms so special. Over the past several years, our church has been repeatedly approached by members of our congregation and the community asking us to consider opening a school. Parents have told us they want another educational option close to home, one that emphasizes not only academic excellence, but also character and leadership development, practical life skills, career preparation, and faith. As a parent and former educator myself, I understand that not every child will follow the same path. Some will pursue college, others will pursue skilled trades, technical careers, entrepreneurship, or public service. We believe all of those paths are valuable, and we want to help prepare young people to become productive, responsible members of the workforce and our community. When the opportunity arose to acquire property just 1 mile from our church campus, we recognized it as an opportunity to answer that call. As for the property itself, I feel it's important to know its history. For approximately 30 years, this land was owned by the Archdiocese of Palm Beach County. Throughout that time, it was understood that the potential use of this land was for religious or institutional use. Whether it ultimately became a church, a school, or another faith-based use, this has been the long-term vision for this property. Our proposal is not introducing a new concept for the site, it is simply fulfilling a vision that's existed for decades. I recognize that some members of the community oppose this project, and I certainly respect their right to express their opinions. Throughout this process, we have met with many of these residents, listened to their concerns, and taken measures to help address those concerns. And while some members of the community oppose this project, there are also many members of the community who support it. They believe it will be an asset to Jupiter Farms by providing a meaningful education opportunity for local families, and they believe Calvary's earned the opportunity to continue serving this community in this way. I'm grateful for the time each one of you has devoted to reviewing our proposal so far, and I appreciate the consideration you'll give it today. I would now like to turn it back over to our land planner, Don Hearing, who will walk you through the details of the project. Thank you all very much.
Well, thank you very much, TJ. I appreciate those words. And Commissioners, we recognize that there's a lot of people on different sides of the aisle, and that this is a subject that many people are passionate. Some of my best friends are opposed to the project, and some of my best friends are very, very supportive of the project. So we understand that, and we'll try to be as respectful as possible as we go through and discuss the merits of the request. With me today is our team members. We have Mr. Adam Kerr here from the firm of Kimley Horn, if there's any discussions on traffic. Mr. Seymour, Brian Seymour with Gunster was here. He had to leave. Maybe that's good. No, just kidding. But Caitlin Dean is here from the Gunster firm. And from our office, we have Mr. Pete Hoffhines and Jeannie Descharme, senior planners with Kotler and Hearing. So The request before you today is on behalf of Calvary Church and Calvary Christian School. This is for a Class A conditional use. This is a use that's allowed by your comprehensive plan. Institutional uses and schools are expressly permitted within this tier and within this land use, so you'll hear me discuss that as we go through this presentation. In terms of looking at the landscape, this particular slide gives you the general area. The site is an 18.8 acre site located on the south side of Indiantown Road. And you'll note in looking at this aerial, it's the only undeveloped site located on Indiantown Road within the area. The other lands to the north are public lands. They are not developable properties of record. There are two signalized intersections, one to the east, which is Jupiter Farms Road, probably a road you're familiar with, and to the west is Alexander Run. That's important. Each of those signals are about 1 mile from the site, and so those are important because they do provide signal timing for our traffic movement on Indiantown Road. But a couple of the other key features are, first is Jupiter Farms Shopping Center. It's about 45 acres inside, located at the corner. When this came in, well, it wasn't there in 1990. It wasn't here when the Jupiter area plan, when the Jupiter Farms area plan was created, but it was highly contested. Now it's highly supported. It's a good use. It's a commercial use. It's not what we are. We're an institutional use. We'll try to provide that differentiation for you as we go through this review. This use that we're proposing is a school. It's not a commercial center. It's not related to commercial low land use. Within the Jupiter Farm Center, it's 192,000 square feet, is the existing home of Calvary Chapel. As TJ pointed out, they've been here for well over 2 decades, serving this area. They're a part of Jupiter Farms. They are Jupiter Farms, and that's why they're looking at Jupiter Farms to provide and to build a K through 12 school. To the immediate west of that, so you understand the different uses on the corridor, are uses that are generally agricultural as well as other church uses. Bushel shop, which is almost more in commercial in nature than even an agricultural use. Also to the immediate north of us, and I'm going to focus on this again, is not residential. Basically, it's a motor coach facility where it brings tourists in and out of the community from all over the state or perhaps all over the country. It acts as a multi-family type of a development or a resort. To the west of us is Bush Wildlife, wonderful center, but again, it's not a residential use. To the south of us is a wonderful nursery. It's one of the most acclaimed nurseries in the northern part of Jupiter. Most of the Jupiter nursery and landscape folks come to this to get supplies and landscape materials, so it's very busy, but it's not a single residential use. There are other institutional uses. They include Beacon Baptist Church, who supports this request. There's a letter in the file, as well as the Jupiter Farms Elementary School, which we'll talk about as we talk about school capacity. But just zooming into this again, because this is important. I'll hit back to it when we talk about the criteria or the conditional use criteria and the development pattern surrounding the site. So this is what exists, was our site, which is 18 acres, and what we're proposing with a K through 12 school. And then to the immediate north is the motor coach. Again, it acts as a multifamily or resort type of a development. And then immediately to the south is the nursery use. So this is an orderly, logical course of development. This is not vacant land. This is not haphazard in the way that it has been brought forth. And of course, in front of us, or to the east of us, there are 7 single-family homes that are there that we try to be very, very sensitive to, and you'll see that as we present the design and look where the landscape buffers are and the increased setbacks to those 7 homes. And the site design has been very intentional, where we've moved the development as far to the west as possible and tried to be very considerate of our neighbors to the east and our neighbors to the south. Indiantown Road. This is the most significant transportation arterial road in northern Palm Beach County. It extends from the Atlantic Ocean all the way out to the Beeline Highway. It is a very, very large corridor. Why is it important? It is important because your comprehensive plan very specifically directs this type of development as we're proposing institutional uses toward a major arterial, and that's exactly where we are located. I'll go through our access shortly here and walk you through that. But in looking at some of the facts, we're looking at 980 students. That's a reduction. I'll talk about the reduction from where we started. 110,000 square foot main school, a gymnasium, a little bit over 15,673, for a total of 25,592 square feet. But it's very important to point out, it won't be the last time I say it, our floor area ratio is substantially below what is defined in your comprehensive plan to define intensity, the metrics of your plan. We're below that. We're below the metrics of your plan as it deals with lot coverage. And our open space is 68% of the site. I brought a lot of projects in front of this board over the many years that I've been here. And whenever there was 68% of the sites, we typically would receive great accolades. 68% of the site is pervious area and lakes and water. And I'll talk about that because staff talks about development area, and I need to be real clear that you understand exactly what that is. But to kind of walking you through the plan, I'm going to walk you through access-wise as we begin to come into the site. We have our accesses off of Indiantown Road onto Rocky Pines Road. Land development basically direct us to utilize that road as opposed to a new access onto Indiantown Road. It's the right location because it's at an intersection. There is an existing left turn lane on the westbound on Indiantown Road. It's highlighted in the yellow. We are extending that by about 220 feet as a part of our roadway traffic improvements. I know it might be difficult to see through the text, but we're extending that. And in addition to that, we are actually building a right turn lane. A right turn lane, 100% within the right-of-way of Indiantown Road. It's not warranted by our traffic. It's a safety reason that we've agreed to it because Indiantown Road is so far below capacity that people ride at a higher rate of speed. And so we're doing that. We've agreed to do that, even though it's not 100% warranted. We have two access points that go directly into the site. There's an access point opposite the main entrance to Bush Wildlife Center. And then, if you can see on the screen, the little yellow line, we're improving Rocky Pines Road. We're adding a median not a median, but a third lane, a turn lane in Rocky Pines Road. And that is intended, it's been reviewed and opined on by your engineering and traffic department to ensure that there's a free flow of traffic on Rocky Pines. We're also providing a turn lane at the intersection of Indiantown Road to ensure a free flow of traffic on Rocky Pines to respect our neighbors and the agricultural traffic that exists to the south of it. So that has been incorporated into our overall plan. And our main entrance for students, I have a larger picture that I'll go to in a moment, comes in from that southern entrance. But again, looking at this aerial, because this is important, and it's important when we talk about compatibility and measurements to avoid and to minimize and to be compatible. Look at the amount of green, pervious area that's located on the east side of the site adjacent to the 7 residential homes. 68% of this site is green. Very, very important fact to bring forth. Would like to talk a little bit about Rocky Pines Road. And I know that there's a representative here from the Water Control District who certainly could speak at any other great length than your staff, but it is a 60-foot road right-of-way. So it is a right-of-way. The right-of-way is owned by the South Indian River Water Control District. We are proposing to improve that road to Palm Beach County standards. We are proposing to maintain that road consistent with the condition of approval that's been added to this particular site plan. And there's not one part of the construction of that road that will impact anybody outside of the 60 feet of right-of-way that currently exists. There'll be absolutely no impacts to the other areas. Up on the screen is a cross-section of that road. We are proposing actually 3 12-foot lanes. We originally had proposed a 12-foot turn lane, and the other lanes were going to be smaller. We did speak with land development earlier this week. Our engineers have determined that we can completely make 3 12-foot lanes work in there. We are committed to doing that, so that's a substantial improvement of what we're looking at doing on site. Walking you through some of the features on the site, we have a multi-purpose field. We've agreed to use limitations on this field. I'll talk about that shortly. There There are no lights. There's no amplified sound that are allowed on that area. We've got small playground areas for our different age groups, for our elementary kids and our pre-K students, for playground areas as well. We have our access will come in off of Rocky Pines, and I have another queuing exhibit that I will show you because I know that that's been of some interest to many of you. But our access will come in off of the turn lane. It's a free flow of traffic that will come into the site. They'll rotate along the yellow line. They'll drop off where the arrow is. Then they will leave, and they will go on out to Indiantown Road to leave. And at Indiantown Road, as we stated previously, we are adding a turn lane. It's not a through lane. It's a dedicated turn lane for someone to make a left turn. So there's free flow for a right turn, a left turn, and those traffic lights that are only a mile apart in each direction with limited driveways will ensure the gaps that are needed to ensure safety. Phasing-wise, what I've just highlighted on the screen would be built in a second phase. We propose to build what's not highlighted in the first phase of development. That would include K through 5. About 450 students. We'd hope to be complete and open in 2028. That means that's the balance of those schools. We'll add one grade every single year till we get to 12th grade. Does not occur till 3035. 3035 is when this would have the potential to be at full capacity. That gives us a lot of time to look at the operational efficiencies and to work with the county and our neighbors to ensure that we are the best neighbor that we can be. As far as queuing is something that is important, something that we have worked with your staff on. The county has adopted a relatively new, I think within the last few years, queuing standard in terms of what that standard is. These are based on national standards as well as local standards. We actually are providing 1.7 times what is required. We have a staggered start time. I've been telling you, commissioners, in the past that it's 1.5 times, but really the math is 1.7 times what is required. And the green arrows that just came in on the screen are actually areas where we could even expand that even further if that was needed. So Mr. Kerr is here. He's looked at other private schools throughout the decades. Their firm are experts at it, and their numbers corroborate what the county has established as a standard. So he would be happy to talk about that if there's more interest. Building design. We had a very, very beautiful building. And why is that important? It's critically important because your comprehensive plans require that there be rule design standards created for the rule tier. Rule design standards intended to create compatibility, which your staff say that we fully comply with. Those include porches and different types of architectural features to break down the scale, break down the mass, and to ensure compatibility and to ensure the character of a development is consistent with the tier. Staff fully agrees that we meet that criteria 100%. That criteria is mandated by your comprehensive plan, defined by the implementing measure, which is the ULDC. It's not subjective, it's objective, and we meet the standard. Here's another view from Indiantown Road. And again, our floor area ratio is less, our lot coverage is less. This is a view from Indiantown Road, but in reality, we're set back 200 feet from our property boundary, which is about 300 feet from the right-of-way or the edge of pavement of Indiantown Road. Two times the standard with a huge buffer, so you likely will never even see this. I do want to walk through the setbacks, because the setbacks are very important because, again, they go towards compatibility. They go toward the efforts that the applicant has made to make changes to ensure that we meet and exceed the requirements of your code. The construct of your comprehensive plan for institutional uses suggests that conditions of approval, mitigation measures are your route to addressing institutional uses and their impact. We meet that. This is a K through 12 school. So we have a setback of about 88 feet at our closest point, at one point to our nearest boundary. We were closer, we modified that. We have a 50-foot buffer in that location. At our next building, which is the gymnasium, it's 125 feet. That's basically 2.5 times the standard. Along the rear, we have 500 feet, 493 feet. That's 4.9 times the standard within the code. And along Indiantown Road, we have 200 feet, which is 2 times the standards. That's about 295 feet to the actual edge of pavement on Indiantown Road. I'll go through these buffer sections quickly, but just to show you they are well done. They're substantial buffers intended to not only ensure compatibility, but to provide buffering to our neighbors along every single property boundary. This is the eastern boundary. That's at one single point at 88. As you move down further, it's 125 feet. And again, across a upland preserve that we're proposing. Our upland preserve along our south boundary is close to 150 feet. It's 144 feet. And our setback is 493 feet. So we've been respectful. We've done the things that you should do as a part of site design, that this commission has seen projects year after year, day after day come due. We've done it, and we've done it well, and we've met the criteria. We've also made several concessions. You know, it's not really identified within your staff report, but as we went through the process, we met with each of you individually. We received your feedback. We met with the neighbors. We met with, we've had some community meetings at the church. We've had at least 3 meetings with the Jupiter Farms Residents Association Board. We had a public meeting with the board. We sent letters to all the surrounding property owners, and we did get some feedback. And so we made a lot of changes. The first one was a reduction in intensity. Our initial plan was for 1,200 students. We're now at 980, and that's codified in use condition number 1. That's a 20% reduction. We've increased our setbacks and increased our buffers. That's a direct result of communication that we received from the public and from the board. We've agreed to staggered start times. We've agreed to limitations on the multi-purpose field use. That's site design condition number 1. We've agreed to approve and assume maintenance responsibility on Rocky Pines Road. That's engineering condition 10. We've agreed to traffic improvements on Indiantown Road, dark sky lighting, no lighting on our field, and no amplified sound. So we've done a lot to be there. There's been also a lot of talk about the Jupiter Farms area plan, and we certainly respect the plan. We think it's a good plan, but there's been a lot of change in 32 years since this plan has been adopted. And you all who have been up to this area know that there's been a lot of change. I'll go through that. It's extensive change. You saw it in some of the aerials that I showed you earlier. But we comply with the intent of the Jupiter Farms plan. Our use is an appropriate use. It's located where it should be, consistent with the county's comprehensive plan, adjacent to an arterial street. Schools, a high school, and a middle school have always been contemplated for the very first day of the Jupiter Farms plan. We're proposing to deliver it. 32 years later, it's not occurred. We're proposing to deliver it, albeit it's a private school. So we believe that we've been respectful, and there's absolutely nothing in the county's comprehensive plan, in the county zoning code, or in the Jupiter Farm neighborhood plan that suggests that some folks from outside the planning area come into the planning area. The quote in the neighborhood plan is that the sole driver of a project should not rely on use from outside the planning area. And that's exactly what we're proposing. The sole use of this does not rely on outside the planning area. And you will hear that. It's delivered by the data that I'm going to go through in just a minute, but you will also hear that from the folks that will tell you why they want their children to come to this school. But when we get into the data, which is really, really important to understand, 62% of the public school students leave Jupiter Farms every single day of the school year. 62%, 991 students, only 600 stay. Add that into the 300 public or private school students, that's 1,291 students that have the potential to go to this school that are leaving every single day. There's also homeschoolers that are that would be great potential candidates for the school that we're proposing to do. 6 out of every 10, it's actually more than 6 out of every 10, leave Jupiter Farms every day. Some go by bus. Good number of them go by car. There's over 500 plus high school students that go to Jupiter High School. This graphic that's in front of you right now shows the amount of penetration of those 991 students leaving every single day, suggesting that there's always been an interaction between Jupiter Farms and the outside area. You can see it right here, all the way down to Palm Beach Gardens. Important to note that, Watson B. Duncan and Dwyer, as well as Independence Middle School, didn't even exist when the Jupiter Farms plan was adopted in 1994. So this is a significant issue. 100% every high schooler, 100% of every middle schooler. There's been some assertions that the schools within this area are not over capacity. Total false. It's a false narrative. They are over capacity. Dwyer High School is at like 97, 98%. Jupiter High School, one of the largest in all of Palm Beach County, 3,500 students, more portables on Jupiter High School campus than any campus in all of Palm Beach County. These are at maximum capacity. Duncan, which is in Palm Beach Gardens, is a little bit less. Jupiter Farms Elementary School is at 86% capacity. That's actually a pretty high capacity. It would be over capacity if the 104 elementary students that live east of Jupiter Farms were not bused out to Jupiter schools. It would be over capacity. So this narrative that Jupiter Farms Elementary School is not over capacity is really not something that we should rely on in the staff report that you have. Our use is not regional. I think everybody agrees on that. I don't think that there's any understanding, but it is important to understand that a school, by its very nature, is a local use. We do believe that we conform with the intent of the Jupiter Farms plan. Again, we don't solely rely on the outside area. This concept of crossing boundaries has existed forever. We've got, we think that we're not serving the entire northern regional area. We're serving a local area, the Jupiter area, the Jupiter Farms area. And it's also important to point out, and I will show you in a slide later, the 33478 zip code includes a large area that's in Martin County that has to go through Palm Beach County to get out, Ranch Colony and that, and also the whole area that's been built west of I-95. About 2,000 people live west of I-95 that really are part of that 33478 zip code. You've got lots of letters of support on both sides of this equation, so we certainly understand that. I know that we have documented at least 682 individual people have sent in recommendations. Over 120 of those we know live in Jupiter Farms. The Business Development Board has sent a letter. Beacon Baptist has sent a letter. Family Church has sent a letter. These are other churches, in addition to Calvary, that say that there's a need in the area and they want to be able to support our facility. Now I'd like to run through the conditional use criteria, and this is really important because your staff has suggested in the staff report, which we will demonstrate where we clearly meet the criteria, that 5 of the 8 criteria are not met. They are. They're relying on subjective information and statements that are not quantifiable and not identifiable as they are in your Unified Land Development Code and in your comprehensive plan. So I'd like to walk through those. The first one is that the overall. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure I have it. The first standards is consistency with a comprehensive plan. We meet the rule design standards, but staff states, but the scale and the massing and the intensity are out of character and may draw from students outside the area. We respectfully disagree. The comprehensive plan clearly measures scale. What is FAR? It deals with massing. What is lot coverage? It deals with scale and intensity. Your comprehensive plan and your concurrency standards deal with those. The rule design criteria, which is basically promulgated by your comprehensive plan into the ULDC, also addresses it. And I've demonstrated that with the architectural design standards that we provided to you. Then when you look at the metrics that are measurable, not just subjective, we feel we're below on lot coverage, we're below on floor area ratio, which measures bulk and mass. Our building height meets the minimum requirement. Our setbacks, every single setback exceeds the minimum criteria of the code. So we believe that we are fully consistent, not only with the Land Development Code, but with those provisions that were within your comprehensive plan. The second thing that's a mischaracterization is that a school is not a shopping center. staff suggests that we're inconsistent with the comprehensive plan because our use, which is a school, which is intended to be located on a major arterial, is more alike a low commercial designation. And they reference it to Jupiter Farms. You can't do that. Jupiter Farms is 192,000 square feet. It has fast food, it has gas sales, it has retail. It's open 360 days a year, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. A school, open 180 days. We're below all of the criteria of the code, and we're local by nature. This is absolutely an apples and orange comparison. Shouldn't have been included within the staff report. The next item that we would like to talk about is the compatibility, which is criterion B. We meet criterion C. We meet criterion B. The project staff states that the project is compatible and generally consistent. However, the overall intensity, again, the same argument, intensity, bulk, mass, operational standards proposed do not demonstrate compatibility. We disagree. Why? Well, first of all, intensity, bulk, and operational standards are not subjective. They're objective. They're defined within your plan, clearly defined in your plan. They deal with intensity, it deals with floor area ratio, building lot coverage, bulk, floor area ratio, building height, setbacks, the community design standards, operational demands, dealing with the concurrency and other performance standards, queuing standards. We meet every single one. It is measurable, it should be measured, and it shouldn't be subjective. It should be quantifiable as we've defined it. The next item is criterion D. Criterion D means design minimizes adverse impact. I think that you could see from the site plan that we provided and the concessions that we've made that we have minimized adverse impact. Your comprehensive plan again goes to say conditions of approval and other things are the way that you address institutional uses and non-residential uses within the rule tier, and we have satisfied that. It's suggested that 80% of our site is developed. Well, your Unified Land Development Code says that a buffer is development, a lake is development. Anything other than a preserve is development. And so if you look at it in that context, yes, but it's not a standard. It's not a standard for this school, and it results in a mischaracterization because 68% of our site is open space, and the applicant has prioritized the natural environment, and we are consistent with every single measurement that is out there, including the conditions of approval. Moving on from a traffic standpoint, which is something that you all certainly are interested in, the school use at this location, it reduces that cross-traffic, cross-boundary migration. It doesn't add to it. It relieves the overcapacity schools within the town of Jupiter High School, Dwyer, and others. It contains local trips, and it also creates sustainability and self-sufficiency within the Jupiter Farms area. So we meet criterion D. Criterion F. Criterion F is development pattern. And there's no question that we fully satisfy the criteria for this particular conditional use measure. Staff report says the Jupiter Farms Elementary School has not reached maximum capacity, and the proposed intensity is more comparable to commercial low office. We've already addressed it. This has nothing to do with commercial low office. We actually have our buffer. If you go back to the commercial shopping center, the shopping center abuts residential lands to the south, residential homes. They have a very small buffer. We have huge buffers adjacent to the residential homes to the east. Yet that's consistent with the comprehensive plan. And if that's consistent with the comprehensive plan, what we're proposing has to be as well. And we pointed out earlier that Jupiter Farms is not, elementary is not under capacity. It's probably at a proper operational capacity, and it would be over capacity if it was if the 104 students east of Jupiter Farms Road would go there. So there's also been a suggestion that there's not been any change in the development pattern in here since 1990 or 1994. You know that not to be true. The motor coach didn't exist in 1994. Bush Wildlife didn't exist in 1994. The nursery to the south of us didn't exist in 1994. And the shopping center for Jupiter Farms Road didn't exist in 1994. So there has been significant change in the development pattern, and the development pattern that we propose is logical, orderly, and a timely pattern of development. And it's been clearly demonstrated with what we've just presented to you today. And again, just bringing you back to this picture, you can see that. You don't see a bunch of undeveloped land surrounding this. This is an orderly and logical plan of development which has been put in front of you today. Lastly, getting into, we're close to last H, getting into change conditions. Staff suggests that there's no change in circumstance. Change in circumstance, there's huge changes in circumstances that exist here. The first is school choice. School choice wasn't even on the horizon in 1994. It wasn't even on the horizon probably when you drafted the comprehensive plan. It wasn't there. This is a 2003 ordinance. That is a significant change in circumstance. It provides for the ability of these folks within the area to be able to have a choice of where they go. The private school deficit. The BDB and others have been in front of this board many, many times and have indicated the need for private schools to support the needed economic development in this county. There's at least 15 nationally recognized reports that are out there that specifically talk about private education and the need for private education in Palm Beach County to support the economic development that's there. And then lastly, since that time period in 1994, the 33478 zip code is largely built out. It's largely built out. We're now close to build out of that area. There's been 32 years. There's been a change of circumstance. There's been no private school built. No private school has been built within that time period. And we know the students that are leaving. 1,291 students leave. And actually, the increase in population growth within the Jupiter Farms CDP is actually 51%. So my slide up there is wrong. It's a 51% increase. But if you look at the 33478 zip code, which goes all the way to I-95 and includes Martin County, that's a 78% increase in population, and I'll show you that in a slide here in a moment. So 55% increase in new homes in Jupiter Farms within the CDP. Of course, there's no middle school, school choice, clearly a change in condition, unrefutable change in condition. And if you don't want to believe that, look at the aerial photography. I mean, this doesn't lie. This is the aerial photography in 1990. You can see large areas west of I-95, east of 995, Palm Beach Gardens, all those, nothing's built. Alton, Abacoa didn't exist. All the areas north of Indiantown Road, up Island Way, didn't exist. There's been a lot of change in condition that has occurred. So this is what the condition looks like in 2026. Basically, from the Atlantic Ocean all the way out to the farms is one development pattern that exists. So we contend that we fully meet the requirements of change in condition and circumstance. These are the populations. These don't lie. These are unrefuted numbers. Within Jupiter Farms, about a 51% increase since the plan was adopted, and in total, up to 15,500 population in the 33477 or 78 zip code. That's what we know of as of 2026, the best information that we have. So that's a big increase. So as I bring this to conclusion, Madam Mayor, we are fully consistent with all of the 8 criteria. And if you have a question about any of those 8 criteria, please give us the opportunity to respond, because we will. And we will conclude your approval of this request will prepare future generations for great success. And so thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and just would ask the opportunity to respond to any questions.
Well, please don't go too far. I'm sure we'll have questions. But for now, we are going to start with public comment. Or staff.
Okay. I'll turn it over to Matthew Boyd, along with Travis, that will assist in presenting our staff report.
Good afternoon, Matthew Boyd with the Zoning Division. Keep it brief, skip over some of the basic information regarding the zoning district and stuff. I do want to clarify one thing in regarding the development phases. The applicant is proposing 4 phases, starting in 2028 and ending in 2037. This application was first heard at the Zoning Commission in the Zoning Commission in June, where it was recommended for denial by the Zoning Commission. At that Zoning Commission, there were a few concerns brought up to the public for support. It was for focused, thoughtful development of private Christian-focused schooling. However, there were concerns citing for traffic safety, circulation, water availability and access, emergency access, and backup onto Rocky Pines Road. In regards to the standards, staff is recommending denial and is focusing on 5 of the standards. The first one being compatibility with the comprehensive plan. I will defer to planning in regards to discussing that. Next one is, let's give me 1 second. Next one is compatibility with surrounding uses. As it was stated, institutional uses are generally compatible. However, coupled with the site's immediate proximity to low-density, 1-story single-family homes, the overall intensity and bulk proposed fails to demonstrate compatibility with the surrounding uses.
Excuse me 1 second. That was brought up. Do we have an aerial of the elementary school that's near there?
No.
Are there no single-family homes around that elementary school?
Yeah.
Please be quiet, I promise. I can ask the questions.
There are, but based on the size of that elementary school is significantly smaller than what is being proposed today.
But you said it wasn't compatible because of the location of how close residential was. And does a school not meet, or wouldn't a school be required to service families in a residential area?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Moving on to the third standard, design minimizes adverse impact. Again, we feel that the applicant fails to provide design that does minimize the adverse impact. As stated, there is concerns about converting approximately 80% of the 18.58 acre property.
Was the applicant correct in that we're considering trees part of developed land? The buffer?
That is correct. That is part of a development area, yes. So
And the same with a lake?
Yes.
yes.
Please proceed.
And as such, there is only 20% of upland preserve provided on that site. Development patterns is the fourth concern. This site does not result in a logical development pattern, while institutional uses, again, are consistent with the established development pattern. The proposed development does not align with the expectations of the rural tier.
Does the other school align with the rural tier?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Finally, change conditions and circumstances. The applicant did indicate that there is continued growth as well as the overcapacity of many of the surrounding schools. However, staff does not agree with the applicants' demonstrated in their analysis. The last subdivisions within Jupiter Farms community was around 2014, which created 30 additional single-family homes. No further subdivisions were approved at that time in the past 10 years. In addition, growth has been created within the incorporated areas. The applicant's percentages indicate that none of the schools serving the Jupiter Farms area are at maximum capacity, and each institution retains the ability to accommodate additional enrollment. At the time of this publication, there have been over, as you guys are aware, there has been over 1,000 for and against for this. So that is also located at the end, towards the end of the
Excuse me,
staff
sir.
report.
Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
I'll let
You
him
want to
finish.
please finish?
You can
Okay.
finish, Matthew.
You please proceed.
pretty much-
Okay, you're finished?
Yes.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Quick question, with regard to consistency with the comprehensive plan, that was your first, the first criteria that you indicated was not met?
Correct.
And that's, you kind of were broad in terms of what that is. And here in the backup, it's proposed use or amendment is not consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan. And then I see here policy 1.4A. You talked a little bit about the rural tier. However, the applicant believed that they were consistent with the comp plan. Did you all have an opportunity to meet and discuss that, and were you able to come to a conclusion in terms of why staff indicated, or staff came up with the idea that it's not consistent with the comp plan?
I'll defer that to Travis and Jeff again regarding the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Matthew.
Good afternoon, if I may, Commissioner Powell. Planning staff does have a brief summary and analysis we'd like to provide for the board's consideration as well that may help answer some of the questions that the board still has.
Thank you. Can Jeff provide that for us?
Please.
Or Travis? Or both?
Pass the microphone to Travis.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. So Travis Goodson with the Planning Division. So as Matthew indicated, one of the standards in a zoning application is consistency with the comp plan. So that's the only one I'm going to be talking about. And the published staff report contains staff's policy analysis. The focus is this site is located in the rural tier, and the comp plan recognizes that the tier is experiencing continued development pressures and contains policies aimed at protecting and maintaining the characteristics and qualities of the rural tier. And one of those big hitting policies is 1.4, which states that facilities and services should be consistent with the character of the area and ensure development is compatible with the scale, mass, intensity of use, height, character of the rural community. The applicant had stated in their justification statement that over the past decade, Jupiter Farms has experienced continued residential growth, and that the school will not only serve Calvary's existing congregation, but also address the growing demand for private education in northern Palm Beach County. However, the data indicates there has been really limited residential growth in the Jupiter Farms area over the last 15 years, which calls into question the need for a school as intense as what's currently proposed. And that points back to the policy that the proposed use really is not providing a service use that is consistent with the character of that area or the needs of that area. The applicant, we feel, was unable to demonstrate in their application materials that the proposal is providing that consistent with the rural tier. The other piece to that is, yes, the Jupiter Farms neighborhood plan does contain several recommendations about non-residential uses and how these should be consistent with the character of the area. The neighborhood plan also contains several recommendations about schools within the area, how they should be designed, how they should function, things of that nature. So that'll conclude the highlights for staff.
And if I may add one more talking point as well. The The agent's presentation was definitely comprehensive, and they took great detail and time to indicate why they felt it was consistent. I think one of the the visual aspects that was provided, the aerial image, which I thought was a really interesting image to share for the board's consideration. So keep in mind that would be various jurisdictions are part of that aerial image that showed the progression of development throughout the years. But I think what it demonstrated was that the county, their planning process was effective as far as the managed growth tier system. We talk about the ag reserve often. It's frequently discussed. We don't really talk about the rural tier as frequently. However, there's specific components of each tier that were considered by the board years ago. And when you look at the aerial from, I don't have the specific year, but the progression throughout those years, you can see that the area that we're reviewing now has been consistent, and the development pattern has been consistent for the most part, with just de minimis change, I would say. So I thought that was an interesting aerial to share with everyone. I think that closes planning's comments.
Thank you. Jeff and Travis, with regard to, you indicated the development in the rural tier, how close is that to the urban tier? How far outside of this, do you know off the top of your head? And then the other question, I see in here on page 8, you show the decennial census, total population 11,994 in 2010, and then 2020, it showed the population of 12,572. Then you show 2024 ACS, which will be, of course, the American Community Survey, 12,945. This particular area in population, is that only the Jupiter Farms area where this sits, or is it a census tract within that area?
So to answer your first question, Commissioner, the rural tier boundary is about between 2.5 and 3 miles to the east of the site along Indiantown Road. And to your second question, this was utilizing the census designated place known as Jupiter Farms.
Okay. There's no limited urban service area anywhere close to that either?
No, none that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wanted to go into the traffic portion of this. I know, and I've had several meetings with the applicant, with staff, with others, and I'd like some clarity right now on the Sir Wicked, what does that stand for? South
Indian River Water Control Management District.
All right, that, what you said. That they own the road now, and there's been some discrepancy back and forth on who, if this were to move forward, do we then have to own this road? Or I'd like a little clarity. Who has to take over this road?
All right. Good afternoon, Scott Cantor, Director of Land Development. Yes. So the most recent discussion was that South Indian River Water Control District said they will continue to own and maintain the road, but they do not have the ability to enforce traffic control. So a local governmental agency who has jurisdiction, whether it's Palm Beach County or Florida Department of Transportation, which in this case it would probably be us, we would have to enter in some sort of interlocal agreement with them to take over control of the traffic control.
Does that mean just like stripes, painting, or what does that entail?
Yeah. So, I mean, whoever has traffic control authority or jurisdiction has the ability to post and, alternate speed limits. They can do school zones, signage, striping. Yeah, so it's all encompassing traffic control related objects.
Okay, and then just a little more clarification on, in the discussions that I had as far as where it's going to be adding, I think, a third lane, middle, and then the applicant is going to pay for the construction of this. I had a little discrepancy in how much does this go into the neighboring property, the Bush Wildlife property. I understand there's an easement, but there is also a fence there right now. Does that have to be moved? Like what happens with that? There is a right of way.
Yeah, so South Indian River actually owns a 60-foot right-of-way. And Mr. Herring mentioned that he had sent land development some engineering plans earlier in the week, which they did, but, we didn't get to do a full engineering, review of this concept, because at this point, it's really just a concept. But it is anticipated that that separate left-right turn lane and the southbound lane, so the 3 12-foot lanes, would be within the limits of that 60-foot right-of-way. So I wouldn't anticipate, unless their engineer has seen something different, I wouldn't anticipate affecting the Bush Wildlife property or any of the adjacent properties.
Okay.
It should be fully within the limits of the 60-foot right-of-way.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you. So the site's located in the rural tier. It's got an RR10 future land use designation and currently an AR zoning.
Yes.
And so comprehensive plan flu objective 1.4, policy 1.4 require the county to protect and maintain the rural residential, equestrian, and agricultural areas by ensuring development is compatible with the scale, mass, intensity of use, height, and character of the rural community. And that's where we're having this discussion, or the two sides not agreeing on this. I'd like to ask staff, because there was an allusion, or I don't want to say allusion. There was a comment that there were things in the staff report that we could not rely on. I think and it might have had to do with population in specific, but the fact that the staff report was called into question, I'd like you to address that.
Well, I'll start for planning's piece. Planning's piece with the population data was pulled from the publicly available U.S. Census Bureau data, utilizing the Jupiter Farms census designated place. So that's where those numbers came from. I think I briefly also talked about school utilization, and that came directly from Palm Beach County School District's webpage and their enrollment reports that they issue quarterly. That's where that information came from. And then one more thing to add to the square footages that I mentioned in the site plan, talking about the square footage for Jupiter Farms Elementary School, that came from the property appraiser data. The school board processes their own site plans. And then the square footage referenced for the Jupiter Farm Shopping Center came from the latest zoning approved site plan that's available online as well.
Okay. And so policy 2.2.1-M limits institutional uses in residential future land use designations, which this is one, correct?
Yes.
Yep. To those that serve the residential area and are appropriate in size and scale of that character. So staff's of what you're then, just to boil it down, you're saying that this goes beyond serving that residential. Is that residential area? Is that what it boils down to?
That's correct. That's what it boils down to.
Okay. All right. And as well as because of your assertion that this goes beyond the residential area, then the size, scale, and character of what's being proposed because of that doesn't comply.
It also exceeds the needs of the area.
It exceeds. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. If this was a public school, would we be here today? No. So it's only because it's a private school that it comes before this board. Do public schools have to meet this same criteria that we're holding this school to?
No.
So did the state preempt us in our ability to tell a public school where they can and can't go?
Yeah, a state in the interlocal agreement with the school board.
Why do you think they did that?
Likely because the education is a service that the government provides.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to ask. Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you. I actually forgot to ask my question about the students. The Capacity numbers were mentioned. Do we happen to know how that compares with countywide numbers for students? And what is the actual desirable capacity for public schools? Because we hear a lot about, they're losing funding because enrollment is down. I'm just wondering, do they have a sweet spot number that they aim for? Do we happen to know?
I'm not, no.
I'm not aware, no.
All right, well, that would have been helpful information. And as far as the movement of students, even our public schools, do we have a lot of areas where elementary schools are a little more closer to communities, and then maybe they have to travel to a feeder middle school that goes to another high school? Is that typically how this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The same question, well, not the same question, but a question with regard to the schools. The applicant indicated and showed in their presentation the public schools that they said were crowded or overcrowded, and this would help alleviate that. The challenge, and I thought about it, but I have a partial response, but is that, and this might be a question for Don Herring, and it's something that we talked about, the comparison of public schools and the provision of this school, or the creation or development of this school, is there a nexus to that? Because the schools that you had shown in your presentation obviously would be public, which means that for the most part anyone could go to those schools. This would in essence be a private school, which means individuals would have to be accepted, or they would obviously have to still be accepted, but they could get a voucher, but there's probably criteria to even get a voucher, and then there's still a charge. What is the cost of attendance of the proposed school?
I don't have a number on the actual cost of attendance. I do know that the intent and what has been represented to me is to be well below what the existing private schools are charging, where it basically creates a barrier. So anybody is eligible for a voucher. So you're eligible for a voucher if you're a student, whether public or private, you're available. And that school voucher, the school choice that was adopted in 2023, really has changed that dynamic. And as it relates to those schools that are overcrowded, we do think it will have a benefit of decompressing them some, because we know that there's a lot of kids that go out. There's 991 middle, 800 plus, 991 minus 104 middle and high school students that leave. And we think that a number of those would be good candidates to attend this school. And with school choice and with the benefit of the voucher, they're far more in reach to do that. And I know that that's the mission of the church.
Well, let me, to piggyback off of that, Don, as well, of course, I was in the Senate when that passed. Even if you get a voucher for some of these schools, the voucher is for, it moves up every year, maybe $8,000. There's schools here in Palm Beach County, and I'm not saying this is going to be for Calvary, but there's a number of schools here in Palm Beach County that even if a number of people, especially some of the people in the district that I represent, were able to get a voucher, they still wouldn't be able to afford to be able to go to these schools. That's the reason I asked that question with regard to Mount Calvary and comparison and the nexus between that school and the schools that you showed in the presentation. I know that with or without a voucher, many kids will be able to attend Jupiter or Independence Middle, but without or with a voucher, some kids, I'm not going to name any schools, but you can imagine here in Palm Beach County, with that voucher, there's a number of schools that I can tell you that children would not be able to attend because they can't afford it. Plus transportation.
Well, I'll let Melanie or perhaps TJ answer whatever I can't. But what I do know, I served on the Jupiter Christian Board for well over a decade. And there we had a very significant population that were fully subsidized. This was prior to the voucher program in 2023, because my term had expired. And I would expect that same level of care and commitment to the community, and to reach out for those that are privileged and those that are underprivileged, and to make sure that providing a service would be something that they are committed to. But
Mr. Herring,
okay. Yes.
don't most private schools provide a financial hardship form that then would allow them not to have to pay the full tuition?
Certainly my experience on the board at Jupiter Christian, that was the case, and it was a significant number. It was not just 3 people. It was 20% or more.
Thank you. Were you finished, Commissioner?
I'm finished with that portion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Flores, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to piggyback on a little bit of the comments made by Commissioner Powell. You know, when we do, because I think the comparison of public versus private school was brought up. When you compare the two are not equal. I think Commissioner Powell sort of touched on that a little bit. So I did a little chat GPT while you were speaking, Commissioner Powell, and I looked at the median household income in Jupiter Farms to see what that was, and according to chat GPT, it says $138,000. I also pulled up comparisons of prices of private schools in the area, and by the way, they have some great reputation, like 5 stars. So I can't speak anything bad about these schools because I think they're top tier. But the least expensive, and it kind of goes up, it's tiered. So as you're starting like in kindergarten all the way to K-12, they sort of gradually go up. But it ranges between $25,000 to about $41,000.
That's not accurate.
I'm just kind of telling you what is said here according to ChatGPT. I even gave you the source. Actually, Oxbridge is at 45.6. So I'm just putting that out there for the record because to say that a private school based on 138,000 median average is going to be a local school, I don't know that is actually true. So I just wanted to clear the record. I think that and I heard Mr. Oh my God, I'm blanking out right now. Yeah, Don Herring, that you're going to keep the prices, or that the intention is to keep the prices reasonable. I just wanted to put the comparison of public versus private out there. Thank you. And by the way, I think school vouchers only gives about $7,500 to $8,000 per year.
I'm going to save the rest of my comments for after public comment. So if we would like to begin those, let's proceed, please.
All right, we are going to start with the Vista Center first. So if I can have our public affairs team dial us in here. And then while I call those people up, I'm also going to try to get some people to come up from the first floor. So I'm going to call a handful here from the first floor. Please make your way up. I got Juan Alvarez, Kimar Bownick, Matthew Hurst, Victor Legg, Jennifer Relitz, Kathy Moore, Jamie and Kyle Gilliland, and Kevin Walsh. So those are people on the first floor. Repeat it again, Juan Alvarez, Kimar Bownick, Matthew Hirsch, Victor Legg, Jennifer Relitz, Kathy Moore, Jamie and Kyle Gilliland, and Kevin Walsh. If you can make up your, come up to the chambers. And then are we patched into the Vista Center? And while we confirm that, I'll call some people from the chambers.
John is giving us a thumbs up that they're patched.
Oh, we're good? Yes, okay. So Vista Center folks, I got Michael Clerk, Jamie Clerk, Ron White, Teresa Marchant, Christopher Losada, Dewey Worth, Dana Stevens, and Ellen Muir, I think. If you're there, please, you'll have 60 seconds. Start by stating your name.
Get their address too.
And if you can state your name and address. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Sir, we're going to start with Business Center first, if you don't mind.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michael Clark. I'm a 9-year resident of Jupiter Farms. I live in the extreme southwest corner of the farms. It takes me about 9 to 10 minutes to get to Publix and 13 to get to 95 of the Turnpike, and that's with no traffic or morning rush hour traffic backed up to or beyond Sierra Square. I'm glad the lead pastor brought up the diocese ownership for 30 years prior to the purchase, as I was previously unaware of this fact. Personally, I have nothing against the Calvary Church, as I'm a Christian myself. I would not have a problem with the church. I would not consider increased traffic on Sundays or 2 additional annual holidays an imposition. However, twice a day school traffic, 5 days a week, does not conform, abide, or fit with the neighborhood plan. I respectfully request you deny the application with prejudice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name... Absolutely, I thought he did.
Sir, there's multiple people that are going to speak from Vista, so.
Yes, if we can have IT, please turn up the volume so we can hear the people better in Vista. Ma'am, you may proceed. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jamie Clark. I'm a resident of Jupiter Farms. I live at 13476 150th Court North. I do want to mention, since they keep going back to Jupiter Elementary School, if you've ever driven down Haney, this is the road where Jupiter Elementary is, the traffic is so bad at drop-off and pickup times that even the school buses exiting the school have to drive in the oncoming lane of traffic to get around the people that are waiting to pick up or drop off their children. So it is a big deal. And if you travel down Indian Town Road, the traffic travels at 55 to 65 miles per hour. There are numerous accidents within a mile of this location, and the additional traffic would be definitely a detriment. So we would ask that you follow the staff's recommendation and deny this request and to dismiss the proposal with prejudice. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners, for letting me speak today. According to the University of Florida and Palm Beach County Water Utilities Department, water usage in Palm Beach County averages between 85 and 128 gallons per day per person. For a typical family of 4, this comes to approximately 10 to 15,000 gallons per month. The numbers we have been able to estimate the usage of Calvary's proposed school vary between 15 and 20,000 gallons per day. I live on Bridle Lane. Bridle Lane and Bridle Court, there are currently 64 residences. We are 1 and 2 blocks east of the proposed school. We have no idea what impact the school will have on our aquifer. And Calvary has provided 0 information on potential water consumption. This alarm raises not only how it will impact the wells that feed our homes, but also how it will impact the Loxahatchee River, which is federally recognized and protected under the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. I would like to ask the Board of Commissioners to deny Calvary's application, as this is just one of many reasons why this is not remotely a good fit for our community. Too many red flags have been raised. And again, I respectfully ask that this application be denied with prejudice. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, sir. Next up.
My name is Peyton White. I live on Bridle Lane, which is 2 streets from the proposed school. I ask that you deny this application for several reasons. First, the County Zoning Commission unanimously voted for denial, citing that the proposal doesn't meet 5 out of 8 required standards. Second, Rocky Pines Road is a dead-end rural road. A nearly 1,000 student school is fundamentally incompatible with the infrastructure and character of the neighborhood. Third, the school does not serve the Jupiter Farms community. As seen in the applicant's report, the majority of students are expected to come from outside the zip code. This is a private business seeking to build a large, disruptive, and unnecessary development because the property is convenient. This project will consume community resources without generating any property tax revenue to offset these costs. This proposal will burden the community, not serve it.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up.
Hello, my name is Ron White. I'm a 34-year resident from 17742 Bridal Lane. So I have serious concerns about the public safety implications of this proposal. This proposal would place nearly at least 1,000 students plus faculty, parents, visitors on the dead-end rural road with a single point of entry and exit only. At that same time, that road must be used and continues to serve the residents, the farmers, the local businesses, delivery vehicles, emergency responders who already rely on that road every day. No matter how well traffic is managed during normal conditions, emergencies are different. They're unpredictable. A serious crash, a disabled vehicle, or emergency at the school itself would quickly create congestion and delay for emergency responders where every second counts. It's simply incompatible with the area. I do not believe Rocky Pines Road is an appropriate location for this development of size. And as of someone who's lived in Jupiter for over 30 years, I respectfully request that you deny this application.
Thank you, sir. How many more do we have in Vista? 4. Next.
Hey there, my name is Teresa Marchant. I live on Bryan Way, and I've been there since 2002. A Christian school? Okay, that's great. It's just the location I really hate. And the aquifer draw? Now that's a shame. When nearby neighbors lose their water, the school will be the blame. And the traffic? They haven't a clue. That road can't handle it. It doesn't even go all the way through. And the wildlife that lives there, they really have no choice. It's up to y'all to give them a voice. A great recommendation has already been made. Now I'm praying y'all agree and the farms ruled here can be saved. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please, next.
My name is Ellen Moore, and I live at 17732 118th Trail North in Jupiter Farms. I come here today to respectfully but thoroughly urge you to say no to this private school application in Jupiter Farms. My first point is that Jupiter Farms is one of the last vestiges of peaceful, quiet living in all of South Florida. Those of us who chose to live here did so because we enjoy the sounds of nature, the dark skies at night, and everything else this community offers us. That brings me to my next point. I'm deeply concerned with the traffic and accompanying safety issues associated with the school or any large development that were to come to the farms. We also know that it's expected to consume large amounts of our water, negatively affecting our supply. The majority of residents in Jupiter Farms won't even be served by this school for at least one reason, but likely for several reasons. According to the 2020 census, only about 1/3 of households in Jupiter Farms have school-age children. All of those children already have schools that they can attend. The bottom line is that this property is not zoned for anything like this. I'm not opposed to schools or religious schools.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
My name is Dana Stevens. I live at 15801 95th Avenue North, Jupiter Farms. I was born in West Palm Beach, 1951. I'm 74 years old. I brought my property back in 1980, raised a family of 4 kids, all grown, with 7 grandkids. I moved to Jupiter Farms when there were no paved roads, no public shopping center, only one gas station. And it was all dirt roads, only a few homes. And I guess you could say I'm a native pioneer of Jupiter Farms. My grandkids would be able to go to this school. They currently have to go to Baptist school down in West Palm Beach. It's a bit of a drive. Given the chaos and the violence which we watch in the world today, we desperately need every ounce of a shining city on a hill, an institution of righteousness and truth to help give those who come up after us courage to stand for what is right and good in our country. I strongly support the school as it will be a valuable asset to sustainable moral character of the citizens of Jupiter
Sir.
Farms community.
Sir,
Sir.
your time's up.
I apologize, but your time is up. Thank you. Next up at Vista.
My name was called, so I was supposed to, okay.
Please proceed, sir.
My name is Dewey Worth. I live at 17689 Bridle Lane. I'm within 5 feet of the school, proposed school. The proposed school is neither consistent with the rural land use overlay for Jupiter Farms, nor is it needed by the local community. In fact, the majority of the students will not come from Jupiter Farms community. Aside from not having demonstrated a true need for this school, there are numerous other potential conflicts that have not been addressed, such as the traffic congestion, how the church would require necessary rights-of-way for the required road improvements, and impacts on groundwater resources resulting from proposed wells to meet the water needs of the school. Residents of Jupiter Farms rely on shallow wells drawing from a shallow groundwater aquifer. There's nothing in the proposed plan explaining how our local wells would be protected from a high concentrated use of water and the high volume withdrawals for the school.
Sir, thank you so much. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Was that the last one?
Yes, that's a lot speaker here.
Thank you so much. We will proceed in person. Commissioner Flores.
All right, I'm going to recall these individuals. If you are now in the chambers, please come forward, line up at the podium. I have Juan Alvarez, Kamar Bonick, Matthew Hurst, Victor Legg, Jennifer Relitz, Kathy Moore, Jamie and Kyle Gilliland, and Kevin Walsh. And if I mispronounce your name, I apologize in advance.
1 second. We do have 2 podiums, so if you do notice there's a line at one, please wait at the other one, and we'll move more officially. I apologize. Oh, 1 second. Sir, I just wanted to apologize and say thank you for standing there and being so patient.
One name you've been calling is Victor Legg. That is my husband. So he's not speaking, but Janet Legg, would like to speak.
Thank you for letting us know. We will just call Miss Janet Lang then.
Okay,
Thank you. Please proceed, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Juan Alvarez. I live at 17888 123rd Terrace North. I used to work at the University of Miami. Love the place. When people move near the university, they used to say the kids make a lot of noise. What the heck's going on? The baseball stadium at night, the football stadium, what they bring in, and then they complain. We moved to Jupiter Farms for the area. It's one of the largest horse countries in the country, in the county. And the animals live there. And Bush is right next door. This will affect us. I work at a school now. 980 students is about $8 million alone in vouchers. This is a business decision. I ask that you please not accept this. The traffic that this brings would be tremendous to this area that we love. We live there for a reason. Please don't bring Jupiter to us. We live in Jupiter Farms. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Matt Hirsch, and I live in Jupiter Farms, about halfway between Calvary and the proposed school. My wife and I are Christians who value Christian education. We were both educators, and we attended Calvary Church for 5 years before leaving last year. 7 years ago, we moved here from West Palm Beach for quieter roads and room to breathe. A 900-plus student campus plus staff on a dead-end road in a rural tier doesn't fit that. It raises real traffic and water concerns, which is why planning staff recommended denial and the Zoning Commission unanimously rejected it. But my greatest concern isn't traffic, it's trust. Calvary lost 5 of 8 pastors last year. Former pastors have publicly shared concerns about their leadership and pattern of decision-making. When I personally raised questions about finances and asked for transparency, which is standard in most Christian churches, I was told to trust leadership or leave. Schools don't just educate, they shape character, beliefs, and the future. This isn't simply a vote on a building, it's a vote on leadership. For those reasons, I respectfully ask you to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Janet Legg, and I am speaking to express my wholehearted support for the approval of Calvary Christian School. I devoted 36 years of my life to teaching elementary students. I spent 18 years in a Christian school and another 18 years in a public school. I loved children and I loved teaching. Since then, we've retired down here to Florida. We're from New Jersey, and I keep busy in our church with the kids. Throughout my career in both Christian and public education, I learned that every child is unique and every family deserves the opportunity to choose the educational environment that best meets their child's needs. Great schools come in many forms, and strong communities are built when parents have meaningful options. I believe Calvary Christian School will be a wonderful school choice, and no one would be disappointed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Kamar Bonick, or I go by KB for those that may know me. It's going to be really short. I'm in favor of the school. I do not live in Jupiter Farms. I do not live in Palm Beach County. I live in Port St. Lucie County. Me and my wife has 4 kids. We have access to really good churches up there. There are really nice churches up there, but they love this church down here in Jupiter Farms. Now, if kids can love a church that much, how much more will they love a school? Right? So I want you guys to think about it. For those of you sitting on the board, ask yourself a question. If you had to pick an intern, where would you pick them from? What kind of school would you pick them from? Where's your moral compass? What would that look like? I'm in favor of the school. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's nobody waiting.
All right, I'll call this last few again. Jennifer Relitz, Kathy Moore, Jamie and Kyle Gilliland.
Jennifer had to leave.
Okay, and then Kevin Walsh. Okay, it's okay. If they don't come up, we'll just keep going. William Herwig, downstairs. I got Jason Bansoff, Elizabeth Legary, Felicia La Silva, Ricky Briskman, Jessica Dunstan, Janet DeTesso, Elizabeth Holmes, Stephanie DiTomaso, During Shaver. These people are downstairs. If you can please make your way up to the chambers and move into individuals here in chambers. We'll go with Robert Hartzell, Mark Smith, Matthew Gitkin, former County Commissioner Karen Marcus, Carl Gay, and that one we'll leave for later. Please, we got 2 podiums lined up. State your name and address for the record. Thank you.
My name is Mark Smith. My address is 15166 136 Terrace North, Jupiter Farms. Been out in Jupiter Farms for 38 years. I don't know how many of y'all have been sitting on the board for that long, but when we moved in there, I had a 5-year-old daughter. They said they'd have an elementary school. We got it. They said by the time she gets over to middle school, we'd have a middle school. We don't have it. By the time she went through middle school, they were supposed to have a high school. We didn't get it. Where'd the tax dollars go when y'all bought Burt Reynolds Ranch and then sold it to developers where the schools were supposed to be? What I don't understand is All these people in Jupiter Farms worry about all the things that have been going on, but we have to worry about what our kids are going through. So I'm not here to change y'all's minds. I'm here to change your hearts, because you have a Calvary Church that wants to take and teach kids a curriculum that's above and beyond what public schools are given. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Robert Hartzell, Hartzell is Erie, PA. It's good to see you this afternoon. Staff has given you 5 great reasons to deny this. Each one on its own is a basis in which you can deny it. I'm going to concentrate on the comprehensive plan violations. I think Commissioner Weiss hit it on the dot with objective 1.4. This is the scale, the mass, the intensity, and the character of the Royal community. If you look at those pictures, you look at the bubble prints of this school, it's way bigger than anything that's out there. The Jupiter Farm School that's already out there, the elementary school, it's 1 story. This is 2 stories, way beyond what that elementary school is. Second, also Commissioner Weiss hit on, is policy 2.2.1, where the institutional use has to serve, it's to serve the people of the community. The analysis that staff, oh, there we go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please deny this.
Hello, my name is Carl Gay. I live in Jupiter Farms, have for the last 27 years. What I was going to say pretty much was said just before about the Reynolds Ranch that was for the high school that got sold. But the idea of here is we need room for public schools, not private schools. I don't think more schools having an extra school or a Christian school or a commercial school will be allowed. And I oppose it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On that note, real quick, Attorney Darren, or maybe Commissioner Marino was going to ask? I'll defer.
What I was just going to say was the county, the property that these folks are referring to was not county property, correct? That was school district property?
I'm not familiar.
Correct.
So it wasn't the county that sold the property, it was the school district?
School district, that was identified for middle school, as I recall.
Thank you.
Was it designated for?
It was identified for it and obviously didn't come to fruition. They sold it 15 to 20 years ago.
Okay. Please proceed.
Hi, I'm going to go fast. My name is Matthew Gitkin. I appear today on behalf of the over 800 people who emailed you. 97 students. Using Florida State and Palm Beach County statistics, only 97 students K through 12 in Jupiter Farms attend a private Christian education. This is not a vote against education or a vote against a private school in the abstract. It's a vote whether this Class A conditional use meets our needs. The applicant tried to dismiss a bit of Jupiter Farms neighborhood plan on the grounds that it was written in '94. The argument actually proves the opposite. The plan was prepared in anticipation of approximately 5,100 parcels in Jupiter Farms. We have 5,139. It missed by 39. A difference of only 39. A build out. The plan anticipated a population of over 16,000 people. We're actually 3,000 below that. And the area is 99.9% built out. In other words, it has stood up remarkably well and it remains relevant. By the way, it also brings me to the idea that the diocese had held this land. It hasn't. Look at your own staff report. Can I prove those for evidence, for competent evidence? It was never explored as either a church or a school.
Thank you, sir.
Nursery, that's about it.
If you were downstairs and you were called up, please line up behind the podiums. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcus.
Good afternoon. Karen Marcus, the former county commissioner for District 1, and I was there when we created this neighborhood plan, and this is the very reason we did, because everybody wanted to come to Jupiter Farms. The land was available, it was inexpensive, and you could put bigger stuff out there. The shopping center was really the impetus to deciding to do a neighborhood plan. This is a community that cares about each other. Nothing against the church, nothing against private schools, but definitely this is the reason why there is a neighborhood plan. So there's this property, this land is the farms, and there's rural neighborhoods around it. You've got Calusa, you've got Palm Beach Country Estates. It's not the urban look that was made to be seen. So it's very, very rural in that area, surrounded by 32,000 acres of preserve. So I would respectfully request that you not support this church. I'm sure they'll find a place somewhere that they can build, similar to what Jupiter Christian is doing down the street. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you're waiting, come to the podium. I got William Herwig, Jason Bansoff, Elizabeth Legari, Felicia La Cerva, Ricky Briskman.
Okay. My name's Elizabeth Legree. I've lived out in the farms for about 38 years. There is so much traffic now, not only, and nobody's bringing this up, but with all the construction that's going on in Beeline, there's all the people that will build and buy in town, and all that is going to go on Indian Town Road. It's just not the school, it's all the traffic combined. We can't take any more traffic. And I definitely do not want the church there. I'm very opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, people here in the chamber, John Kavalaskis, Susan Kennedy, Timothy Pernsteiner, Michael Howard, Amy Knight, sorry, Amy, that I mispronounced your name and title earlier, Jeremy Adam, Charles Smith, David Brown, Christine Guagalenti Taylor. Sorry.
Please proceed. Please state your name for the record. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. John Kavalauskas, Vice President, Florida Horsemen's Club. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Article 2 of the Palm Beach County Land Development Code governs conditional use approvals. The conditional use application must satisfy all the approval standards. Failure to satisfy any one of them is grounds for denial. Planning commissioners have rightfully denied the application. Preserving the rural residential and equestrian character of Jupiter Farms is the objective of county plans. The scale of the proposed school is larger than the average Home Depot, and it's got more customers in it. It also resembles a large military barracks with some architect's watercolor. Not only are events and activities incompatible with low density and equestrian character of Jupiter Farms, the school is the antithesis of rural life. Calvary would have to compete with 155 private schools in Palm Beach County for students. There clearly is no need for this project or for a regional destination in Jupiter of any kind.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Adam. I'm a resident of Jupiter Farms on 150th Court North with my wife and daughter. I respectfully ask for you to deny the Calvary Church private school application. County zoning staff has already concluded the application does not meet the standards of conditional use approval, and the zoning commission unanimously agreed denial. Those findings should serve as significant weight for denial. I would like to address Calvary's claimed local demand. Calvary relies on 150 public school students as evidence of community need, but population is not demand. Using direct competitor private school tuition, Florida Step-Up scholarship assistance, average family size, and Palm Beach County household income data, the financial capacity to afford this type of education is generally concentrated within the top 10% of households. Applying that to Calvary's own market numbers, that suggests fewer than 150 local students have the financial capacity to attend before accounting for school preference. Population does not... Sorry. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Kite. I'm a Jupiter Farms resident and the CEO of Bush Wildlife Sanctuary, which is located directly across from the proposed site. We are a nonprofit wildlife rehabilitation and environmental education center, serving our county for 35 years. We care for over 5,000 animals annually and provide free public access 7 days a week. This proposed school would significantly impact our operations. The widening of Rocky Pines to county's commercial standards would pressure our frontage, affecting our parking, circulation, and access. We depend on safe, reliable access for visitors, those dropping off animals, and our educational programs. Increased congestion would directly interfere. Bus access is of particular concern, with over 18,000 school children coming to us, many from Title I schools. Our concerns are compatibility, safety, and our obligation to protect a property entrusted to us for conservation and education. We respectfully urge you to consider these impacts, along with the Zoning Commission's denial in your staff report, and ask that you deny this project with prejudice.
Please proceed, sir.
Hello, my name is Charles Smith, and I'm a resident of Jupiter Farms, as are my son, his family, my 4 grandchildren, who all attend elementary, middle, and high school in Palm Beach County. I'm here speaking for them. Everybody acts like it's no big deal to go to a bus stop and get shipped to Palm Beach Gardens or wherever. The area where we live is 25 square miles. The buses, if you're the first one to get on the bus or the last one to get off the bus, you're hating life as a kid. You might as well drop them off in Fort Lauderdale. It takes them 20 to 40 minutes just to get to 95, never mind where you go from there. They're worn out by this. We need a school in the community. Everybody's talking about traffic. I have a vision of my grandkids riding their bike to school. That doesn't create any traffic. There'll be fewer buses. It'll be much safer for the kids there. And, schools and churches are the heart of a community. We're missing part of our heart. We need a school.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Christine Guargeni Taylor. I live on Bridal Lane for 25 years now. I'm also a member of the Jupiter Farms Church on Indiantown Road, and I serve as a volunteer teacher in the children's ministry, and most of the children at our church are homeschooled. I also live within half a mile, and I depend on a private well. The staff report does not analyze the impact of the 20 gallons of water usage based on their own proposal. Small changes in the groundwater level can cause wells to fail or become contaminated with brackish waters. This is fundamentally incompatible with the intent of a conditional use approval. For that reason alone, this application should be denied with prejudice. However, resident safety on Rocky Pines and the impact to our local businesses during peak traffic hours is not acceptable. Thank you for voting to maintain our rural environmental atmosphere.
Thank you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. Susan Kennedy. I live on Jupiter Farms Road. I've lived in the Jupiter Farms area since 1969. I'm also one of your commissioners on the Zoning Commission. 2 quick things, and I have some documents that I'll be entering into the record. The first is on the development patterns. The applicant has said that, in fact, Jupiter Farms Elementary School cannot accommodate the community students, resulting in many families being reassigned to Jerry Thomas. That is a factually incorrect statement. As per the controlled open enrollment of 2016, our district does allow students to attend at any school as long as they're below the capacity number, and that capacity is about 90%. The second thing is the changed conditions or circumstances. Over the past decade, the Jupiter Farms community has experienced continued residential growth. I'm sorry, and I have 2 copies to pass to the board and 1 for the record of the 1989 comprehensive plan map and the current comprehensive plan map. If you take a flip through them, you'll notice that all of the lots that were going to be developed around Jupiter Farms are now conservation land. So our population has actually decreased.
Thank you.
File and receive?
Susan?
Yeah.
And you sit on the zoning commission now.
I do.
You were on the recent zoning commission
I
when
was.
this came before you?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have a question?
No, it just seems you're invested. Okay, that's all.
I am an at-large member on the Zoning Commission, and I have lived in Jupiter Farms since 1969, as I've said. And so, yeah, I'm invested in my community as a community advocate. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Brown. I live in Jupiter Farms on Bridal Lane, about a half a mile from the proposed site, and I am asking you to deny this application. You've already heard from your own people. Your zoning staff recommends denial. Your zoning commission voted 7-0 to recommend denial. This is a Class A conditional use. Article 2B 7B.2 gives you 8 standards, and an application that fails to meet any of them, and I'm quoting the code, shall be deemed adverse to the public interest and shall not be approved. Not most of them, any one of them. Your staff found several. So I would ask you on those grounds to deny this application. One other point from living there, every access point for this application is on Rocky Pines Road, including the emergency access. Rocky Pines is a rural dead-end road. So even if you widen the front of it, it's still a dead-end road. There's only one way in and one way out. So there's no condition that fixes that, only a denial. I urge you to affirm your zoning commission and deny this application. Thank you.
Sir, what was your name again?
David Brown.
Thank you. Please proceed.
My name is Timothy Pernsteiner, and I reside at 1030 159th Court North, Jupiter Farms, Florida. And I'm a member of Calvary, and I oppose the proposed private school facility and respectfully ask that you uphold the recommendations of your professional planning staff and unanimous recommendations of the Zoning Commission by denying with prejudice this application. This hearing is not a referendum on private schools or religious education. The only question before the board is whether this proposed development complies with Palm Beach County's comprehensive plan, the Unified Land Development Code, and the adopted planning policies that protect the rural tier and the Jupiter Farms community. Residents purchased property in Jupiter Farms because Palm Beach County promised to preserve its rural lifestyle. Every decision made by the board either strengthens or weakens that promise. Once rural character is lost, it cannot easily be restored. I'd like to close with the words that have become more meaningful with time. Songwriter Joni Mitchell wrote, "Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Don't allow this to happen in Jupiter Farms."
Thank you, sir. Next.
Hi, my name is Michael Howard. I live in Jupiter Farms, and I ask that you deny this project with prejudice. By square footage per acre, the proposed school development would be 25% more dense than our commercially zoned shopping center, but placed on land zoned AR. There are numerous properties along Indiantown Road corridor zoned AR where a commercial project could be well below the density of this proposed project. If this project is allowed, the precedent would leave little argument for protecting our community from commercial development along the Indiantown Road corridor. As you are aware, our community has worked for decades to protect our little slice of South Florida from this type of development. Approving this project would open the gate to undoing all of that work. I am asking you to help us keep our special place by denying this project. Doing so with prejudice will extend our protection and save the county future costs as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Flores.
Was that Michael Howard? Thank you. All right, I'm going to call one more time this group downstairs. I don't think there's anybody downstairs, but if you can hear me, Jessica Dunstan, Janet DeTesso, Elizabeth Holmes, Stephanie DiTomaso, Dorinda Shaver, Jennifer Relitz, Kathy Moore, Jamie and Kathy Gilliland, and Kevin Walsh. All right, moving on to people outside in the atrium. Christopher Decker, Meredith Tower, Angelina Luck, Pamela Hare. And then some people in the chambers. I got Jeffrey Sturmthal, Sarah, man, you guys made it hard today. Trustneck, Don Anderson, that's easy. Kristen Mason, Vivian Oliveira.
Good afternoon. Please proceed.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Chris Decker. I live at Jupiter Country Club, which abuts Riverbend Park and by extension Jupiter Farms. I come to you today as a real estate developer asking you to approve the school. I've been in commercial real estate for over 20 years and recently completed a multi-year PUD application with the St. Lucie County Board of County Commissioners that builds 1,700 residential development units just north of Orange. I know how complex, time-consuming, and honestly exhausting these projects can be. They require countless hours of planning, engineering, revisions, meetings, and collaboration. I think we can all agree no one gets it right on the first try, and that projects are refined over time through the public process. To that end, I've followed Calvary's application and witnessed their willingness to listen to you all, listen to county staff, listen to their consultants, and listening to neighboring residents. They've reduced the size of the project, they've increased the landscape buffers, they've preserved open spaces, eliminated stadium lighting, eliminated outdoor public address systems, and worked to reduce traffic concerns. In my opinion, these aren't the actions of an applicant trying to force a development on a community. These are the actions of an applicant working in good faith to be a good neighbor. We could all use a few good neighbors.
Thank you, sir. Next up.
My name is Pamela Pere. I live at 17116 122nd Drive North in Jupiter Farms. We moved from Houston, Texas to Jupiter Farms 5 years ago. In Houston, we lived in an apartment on the edge of the very busy inner loop of downtown. As a former city dweller, now turned Jupiter farmer, I don't want growth or development that doesn't fit with our rural residential neighborhood. Everything we've learned about the scope and scale of the proposed private school proves that it will urbanize our community. One part of the urbanization is that it directly affects our family, and all our neighbors living west of Rocky Pine Road will be an increase of traffic. The proposed school will be a commuter school, whether the students come from inside or outside our neighborhood. Even with the suggested stagger times and expanded turn lanes, the intensity of traffic will ripple long after school has begun or ended. We moved to Jupiter Farms to get away from traffic jams. The Calvary Christian School is an awkward place and is too big for its land. It will not be a comfortable fit for our neighborhood and will bring an urbanist, which we moved here to avoid. Please vote to deny the application.
Thank you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Sarah Trousnick.
I'm sorry, one second. Ma'am, what was your name again?
Pamela Pere.
Pamela Pere. Thank you. Please proceed.
My name is Sarah Trousnick. There's a misconception that the farms are strictly agricultural, rural residences that must be protected from encroaching commerce. However, according to sunbiz.org, there is record of 8,673 registered businesses in the 33478 zip code. There are some awesome registered and additional unregistered farms-based businesses such as equestrian lessons, sourdough deliveries, and traveling medical concierges. So why is the traffic by commerce such as these accepted and absorbed into the daily rhythm of the farms without objection? Much of this commerce is located deep within residential streets in the hearts of the farms. These businesses offer important and wonderful lessons such as dog training, life skill training, and nature schools. They grow by inviting quote-unquote outsiders who bring traffic into the farms where it seems traffic is not wanted. Yet, just like these services, the goal of education and service to the community is what Calvary Christian School will achieve. Only they're located on the fringe of the farms, not deep in the heart.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please say yes.
Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Dawn Anderson, and I've lived in Jupiter Farms for 14 years. You've already heard the facts. Instead, I want to talk about what Jupiter Farms means to the people that live there. We chose Jupiter Farms because it's different. It's one of the few remaining rural communities in Palm Beach County. We've accepted longer drives and fewer conveniences because we value open space, dark skies, wildlife, and the roads that still feel like country roads. We understand that preserving a rural community requires restraint and thoughtful planning. This decision is about more than one school. It's about whether the protections promised to our community still matter. If this project is approved, it sends a message that the policies protecting Jupiter Farms can be set aside whenever a large enough proposal comes forward. Once a rural community loses its character, it cannot be restored. The widened roads, increased traffic, and development pressures that follow don't go away. They become the new normal. The Planning Commission carefully reviewed this application and recommended denial because it does not fit. We ask that you please follow that decision.
Thank you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Stormthal, and I am a resident of Jupiter Farms, 10087 Trailwood Circle. I have lived in the Trailwood community just 2 streets from the proposed school site for the past 24 years. I'm a 28-year Lieutenant Colonel, F-16 pilot, and combat veteran, and I share that background simply so that you know that I believe in service and community and in making decisions based on facts and not assumptions. The public conversation created today leaves the impression that Jupiter Farms is united in its opposition to this project. That is simply not my experience. No single civic organization, Facebook page, newsletter, or small vocal group can accurately claim to speak for every resident of a community as large and as diverse as Jupiter Farms. I serve on the board of directors of the Trailwood Homeowners Association, the only active residential homeowners association in the farms. I'm speaking for only myself today, but we are located just 2 streets from the proposed school project, and JFR has never once canvassed our homeowners association or the board of directors for.
Sir, your time is up, but are you for or are you opposed or support?
I completely support.
Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Hi, I'm Kristen Mason. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Bush Wildlife Sanctuary.
If you could try to talk
I'm too
into
far away.
Perfect.
Chief Operating Officer at the Bush Wildlife Sanctuary, and I'm concerned about the traffic that this project is going to create for our facility, from everything from public being able to drop off injured wildlife to school children and the general public being able to access educational programming, which is one of the cornerstones of our mission. Additionally, our staff and volunteers work inherently dangerous jobs. We work long hours. They're very physical jobs, and at this time of year, feels like temperatures can exceed 110 degrees. The ability of paramedics to quickly access our parking lot in a situation that seconds can mean the difference between life and death. Traffic associated with this project is a grave concern to me, so I respectfully ask that you deny this project.
Thank you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Oliveira, and I am a resident of Jupiter Farms. I wanted to begin by saying that Jupiter Farms residents group do not represent my own views. Families who live in the east side of Jupiter Farms Road already have to drive outside our community to take children to Jerry Thomas Elementary. And I was intrigued by Ms. Susan Kennedy's comment because I do have a 6- and an 8-year-old, and I cannot register them at the elementary in Jupiter Farms community. So I would like to learn more about her comment on that. I am here today to support Calvary Christian School. My husband and I are raising excuse me, 2 children in the farms, and Calvary has been our home church since 2018. I have served as a staff as well since 2021. I have been firsthand seeing the positive impact the leadership of our church has done to our community. Every week, Calvary serves hundreds of children and students, many from families who do not attend our church, but their children are still attending our community church. Thank you for your time. I support the school.
Please proceed.
Hi, I'm Angelina Luck, a junior at Jupiter High School, and I can attest to the need for a Calvary Christian School. I know many students at Jupiter High who live in Jupiter Farms and would love a Christian school to go to. I can also attest to the drive time it takes to go to Jupiter High School. After school events can be tiring for parents, as it takes 30 minutes to come and 30 minutes to go back. That's an hour of driving. Not to mention the buses, especially if there's traffic, it can be like 45 minutes before we get home. Additionally, I know that there are many people that would benefit from the kind of education Calvary Christian School would provide. Students today face tremendous pressure. We're growing up in a world riddled with anxiety, confusion, division, and constant distractions. Now more than ever, young people need strong mentors, positive role models, educational environments that help them develop character, purpose, and faith alongside academics. I support Calvary Christian School, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please call the next names.
Mayor Baxter, you asked earlier to look at a satellite image of the elementary school that is already built out there. I recommend you do so. That's on 59 acres. I would say at least 2/3 of that is green space, and at least half of that is preserve.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more cards?
All right, I was given another little stack. I got Bryce Hip, Stephen Eakins, Amanda Pike, Wesley Pike, John Caruso, I call that one already, Kelly Reel, Angela Debris, Sarah McCarthy, Olivia Rothberg, and Jeremiah Ramos.
And please, we have 2 podiums, if you would line up. Sir, please proceed.
Good afternoon, evening, I guess. My name is Bryce Hip. I live at 17967 Bridal Court. If you look at that map, that's my backyard. And one of the things that nobody seems to really care about is what do I tell my 4 kids when my well runs dry because they're trying to run a school off of a bunch of wells. My well is 100 feet from there. What happens when my property floods because of the new water runoff from that? There's not a blue shirt here seems to care whether my property value tanks and I lose hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that affects me for life. I'm asking you guys not to do this. You know, the reality is the right thing in the wrong place is still the wrong thing. I applaud the merit of the school. I really do. I'm a Christian man. I applaud the merit, but it's in the wrong place. The right thing in the wrong place is still wrong. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Wesley Pike. It's really disconcerting seeing myself on that TV. Let me start off with this. Even as a 10-year-old, I do not support the building of a school behind our homes. This would make the peace and tranquility vanish in many ways. But not only peace and tranquility, it might also affect our spending bills. Everybody knows that. Let me first start off with the least important matter. If the school continues to be built, it will not only clog up our roads, as I said, but it will in fact produce light pollution, which would make it so that residents cannot see the stars. Building a school behind our homes will also clog the streets, which will make it harder for people actually going to the school to get there. Plus, if you're building a school, why don't you just look at places a few miles away? There's Treetop, there's Jupiter Farms Elementary, and several other schools in the vicinity. Why do you have to build another one behind residents' homes? Not only will it create light pollution and make our drinking systems more expensive and make our roads a nightmare to navigate, it will also decrease wildlife populations in the area, or at least make sightings of them less common.
You definitely get the most adorable Speaker of the Day award. Because they're together, you mind if I let her go first, please?
Please.
Ma'am, please proceed.
My name is Amanda Pike. I'm a homeschooling mom, and I live on Bridal Court, so this is immediately going to be behind our home. We depend on our private well for our water, and our property is a USDA-recognized farm that has received a conservation grant, so we do our best to live in line with the rural agricultural lifestyle of the area. Primarily for safety and the well-being of the immediate residents who live there every single day, including the concerns about the private wells and the emergency vehicle access, I respectfully ask that you deny this application as proposed, because there's a better path. Calvary could partner with Bush Wildlife Sanctuary to create something that our community does need, truly needs, a Christian place where children can learn to find God through conservation. Throughout Scripture, from Eden to resurrection, creation is a place where people encounter God. In the Gospel of John, chapter 20, verse 15, Jesus Christ was mistaken for a gardener. Here in Jupiter Farms, children can encounter God not only inside a classroom, but also by being stewards of nature. As Solomon teaches in 1 Kings chapter 3, verses 16 through 28, true wisdom protects what is most precious. I respectfully ask you to protect the Jupiter Farms community, its children, and the natural resources that God has entrusted to our care. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners. My name is Steve Akins. My family and I live at 17472 Rocky Pines Road. The scale, mass, intensity, and character are not compatible with the established rural Jupiter Farms community, especially Rocky Pines Road. Undisputedly, the most rural, dead-end street in Jupiter Farms. The school threatens our water resources, our daily commute, and our quiet way of life. The character of Rocky Pines, broken down into numbers, it's a mile-long road, 230 acres, 24 parcels, 16 owners, 13 residents. That's more like an R20 than an R10. The number of horses, goats, and cows are twice the number of people on that street. I respectfully ask that you protect the rural tier and deny the application.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
My name is Jeremiah Ramos. I live in Port St. Lucie, and I just want to say thank you to everyone who is supporting this project. I think this project will help children grow not only physically, but also spiritually. It will teach them important values like hard work, determination, faith, and love for God. I believe these lessons will help kids do better in school and make good choices in life. We have everything we need to accept your support. So I hope you will help make this project possible. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Caruso. My wife and I have lived in Jupiter for almost 12 years now. We've seen a lot of change in the area, a lot of it, most of it, for the good. And we are in total favor of this school project. We feel the major need of choice for our children's future around this community. I'd also like to thank the commissioners for your time and leadership and your vote to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I think that wraps it up. We also have, I don't know, like 50 cards. I know 15 are opposed to the project. They were submitted to the record, and 28 in favor.
Thank you, Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
I didn't have my light on, but Miss Annie, you didn't speak. No. Could you please come up here? I don't want to embarrass you, but it's important. Miss Annie is Edna Runner's sister. And, God, I'm going to get through this without crying. Miss Edna of the Edna Runner Tutorial Center was a person of faith, went to Calvary. We spoke about this often. We spoke about education for the kids. We spoke about it being local. And Andy, I know sorry. We lost Edna a little while back. The tutorial center is in fact expanding and bringing in kindergarten through first grade. But the center does support this going forward. And Miss Annie, I want you to fill out a card when you're done, but could you please give Miss Annie a minute and let her speak? And
Miss Annie, we're not going to start a timer. We're going to trust that you'll just keep it brief, okay?
Sure.
Please.
My name is Annie Conway. I'm Edna Runner, baby sister. It was 8 of us, but I really, in my heart, and I know she do, we want this church. We want this Christian school. Because why? Because we need it. These kids are going to grow up. There's our youth. They're going to be our doctors, our lawyers, our policemen. They're going to be what some of you all are doing. But first of all, they need Jesus Christ in their life. Amen. And that's the important thing. We need a Christian school out in Jupiter Farm. No, I do not live in Jupiter Farm, but we still need a Christian school in Jupiter Farm. I know if my sister was here, she would be up here, and she would be talking. But I'm just asking every one of you all, please vote for the Christian school for Calvary. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I know it might seem out of order for me to do that, but Edna Runner was one of my dearest friends, a mentor, and a woman who has run a tutorial center for 120 at-risk kids. We just celebrated our 40th anniversary. So if anyone knows what needs to be to make our kids better and to keep our kids safer and to break the cycle, it would have been Edna, and she would have been up here talking. And as a commissioner, I have to weigh everything and everyone's voices. But I also have to weigh those voices that I know have made a difference in hundreds of kids' lives. So I'm just going to put that out there. Secondly, I'm going to ask Caitlin to come up for a second. And Don, you come up. Because no matter what decision we make today, we're going to make lots of people happy and we're going to make lots of people sad. So one is I need to make sure that if this does move forward, you all are going to work with Sir Wicket for whatever it is that they ask of you for the roadway.
Yes, ma'am, without doubt.
the water, because in the staff presentation, water wasn't a main issue. So actually, staff, can you address that?
The existing water line stops at the Jupiter Farms Shopping Center, and that's provided by the town of Jupiter. So for this particular use, they will be on well, and that would be permitted through the health department and South Florida Water Management District. I have a email I thought I had readily available, but the health department says that in order for them to have this use, they will also have to have a licensed water plant manager that would be required to visit the site multiple times during the week to make sure that the water is treated and available for the students. So that is a different process that would still have to happen. They would also have to ensure that they meet all of the fire requirements, which is a different than human consumption. But that might look like tanks above ground or below ground. That is another fire flow requirement that they still have to meet and hasn't been finalized yet. So.
And why wasn't a condition that they bring water from Jupiter Farms Road, the intersection which the water is supplied to the shopping center?
The minimum level of service in the comprehensive plan for in the rural tier is well. So we could put a condition on there for them to pay for the line from Jupiter Shopping Center all the way down.
But how does that affect all the residents along the way?
It would ultimately be in the right-of-way, right, or adjacent to the right-of-way of Indian Town Road, and then turn down Rocky Pines Road. So that would impact the property owners along Indian Town Road, and then, no?
Well, there's a canal on the south side. There aren't any abutting
Okay.
property owners on Indian Town Road.
Okay, so yeah, then it would, Bush Wildlife? Yeah.
Right.
Would be the only property owner, so, yeah.
So today, it sounds like the applicant, if they get a yes today going forward, they've got to get permitting approved by Sir Wicket, the Health Department, and South Florida Water Management District. And we don't know if any of those things will occur in the future.
Correct.
But none of that can go forward unless they get a decision here one way or the other. Okay.
And our fire department as well. to make
And
sure.
code,
Yeah,
of course. We can, fire and code, of course. I'm sure I'll have more questions after the rest of my commissioners.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you. First off, I just to the public that has been here today, I have to tell you just how great it was to see you all speaking and getting engaged, but how well you treated each other, even though you were maybe on different sides of this issue. And I think you set an example for so many others because it's not uncommon that we see a different way where people are interact with each other, even though they're neighbors and they, but you guys have set the bar very high, so thank you. I have some questions, and I want to go back to water. So you said who measures the capacity to, and I'm assuming, if you have 1,000 students and with staff and so forth, how do you determine the capacity of what's needed and what's available? I mean, I heard a number of 20 gallons a day per person. That's 20,000 gallons a day. But who figures out whether that area can support that amount of water draw?
I can answer it. Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Timothy Haynes, Environmental Manager, Resource Protection. So generally, there's a threshold for permitting with South Florida Water Management District projects, and that threshold is about 100,000 gallons per day, 50 gallons per minute. But this area is within the the Northwest Loxahatchee River water basin. So there could be some other limitations, but through the water use, the water consumption use permit process, they're going to determine any of those calculations, which include like the well schematics, the hydrogeologic studies, and the water use calculations. So that has to go through the South Florida Water Management District process for them to make those determinations.
So in the beginning of your presentation, Dawn, you showed us an image of the site and the cars stacking. My question though is how do people who don't want to stack get in and get their cars parked while you have cars stacking?
Typically those would be teachers, and they would be coming in at a different time. So the teachers are going to arrive much earlier than the cars coming in. But there's two entrance points, so if there was a designated, they'd be designated and they'd be directed with staff directing traffic into the other location.
So what
have
about
no
a
impact.
parent that wanted to was dropping off their kid, but also wanted to go into the school?
They'd continue through the car line. They just simply would wave because there's attendants in the car line getting kids out of the doors. They simply would tell the attendee, I'm going to park and I'm going to walk in. They just drive another 100 feet, park and walk in.
So I noticed you had an area in there for school buses. In the center, there was a turn.
Yes, well, we've always said and stated to staff, in addition to the traffic studies that we would entertain a shuttle system for, say that there was somebody coming east of Indiantown Road or I-95, that the shuttle could pick somebody up at one of the local shopping centers, the Duffy's location that's there, and pick up 10 students, bring them out, as opposed to having 10 cars come out. And so that would be the intent of that drop-off area.
In our previous conversations, and we've talked about how many trips are going to get generated. Staff, what is your, if this application is approved, what was your number of trips at peak morning?
Good afternoon. This is Quasi from the Traffic Division. In the morning, there will be 774 trips.
774 trips?
774 trips in the morning.
Total.
Peak hour.
And so that would be coming in and going back out?
That's correct. Yeah.
In plus out.
And you said you're going to have staggered start times. So what would be the staggered start times?
Did we talk about the actual times?
Yeah.
The times would have to be staggered by at least a half hour between the start and
We
between
know
each.
what they are?
Between 8 and 9 a.m. So it could be 8:30 and 9, could
When
be
you say
8 and
staggered,
8:30.
774 cars is a lot of cars.
So Adam Kerr with Kimley Horn and Associates, it would be staggered roughly half of the grades at each interval.
So roughly 400 cars.
Roughly 400 cars at, say, 8 o'clock, and then the next 400 at 8:30, 8:40, something like that.
So I haven't done the math, maybe you guys have. If you have 400 cars and if your unloading time is, I don't know, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, what does that work out to? Have you guys done this? Have you modeled this?
So that's what is in the queuing calculations that are part of the traffic report. And so the county actually has a standard for this based off of observations of lots of schools around the county. And that determines what the queue length would need to be. And it's 0.166 vehicles per student. And so what that comes out to the amount of length that you need to be able to provide.
Right, I'm wondering though whether or not if you're calculating, you're going to have 400 students coming, so you'll have 400 cars arriving at one time. And you're going to have to unload and load students. And I saw also you have two you're going to have 2 lines.
Right.
So the people on the outside are going to have to cross in front of the people on the inside.
And that would all be managed by staff to help
But
assist
it
with
is going to
that.
slow down the process.
Right. And that's all taken into account, for
But
sure.
you haven't modeled what that would be yet?
Yeah, and so that's what goes into to that queuing calculation.
Okay, I guess maybe I'm asking the wrong question, so let me try it. I'll ask it a different way. So if you have 400 cars, and maybe you guys can do the math, if you have 400 cars and it takes you 15 to 20 seconds to either load or unload them, how long will it take you to process those 400 cars?
I think we're missing a piece here. How many cars can unload at the same time?
Right.
How long is that queue?
And so, right, so if it's 400 cars, that's 200, it's essentially, the 400 cars is essentially 200 cars in, 200 cars out. That's the way we calculate.
No, I'm talking about the time.
Right.
Not.
Yeah, and I think, to your point, I think 15 seconds or so per student
Dropping
stopped.
off makes sense. On the pickup side, it's going to be a little bit longer.
On the pickup side, it's a little bit longer. Once
But
the
let's just talk about the drop-off.
Right. So the drop off, if it's roughly 15 seconds, we have 2 lines. So that's 15 seconds. That's about 4 cars a minute, 2 cars.
I'm doing the math myself. Hang on, I'll have to do the math. So it's going to be.
How many cars are going to be able to unload at the same time?
2, but they can't. Because you're only going to unload, you can't unload behind you.
But they bring them all.
You're going to unload them into kit.
They bring them all up to a stop.
They have to come up.
Do you want me to?
Will you bring up the
go
site?
ahead. Here,
Yeah.
we can go.
80 cars a minute.
I want the math.
Yeah.
Maybe if you step back and you go and do the math for me, so I can ask the rest of my questions.
Yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll show you how the stacking goes. Because basically, what you'll do is you'll come in, then all of a sudden, all the cars in the front of the school, they all pull up. Everybody loads, they all leave.
Okay. Understood.
Commissioner
All right.
Rice.
On.
22 cars.
So who would be responsible, as we heard from Chad about, and I hate to call it Sir Wicked because that's not their real name, but for Sir Wicked, who will assign the governmental control for this area? Can we assign that?
So just to clarify, are you saying?
Well, he was talking about, they're not allowed to set speed limits, stop signs, striping.
Traffic.
Traffic control, it is,
A school zone, they have no authority for any of that. So it has to go to another governmental authority.
Correct.
So how does that happen?
So they would enter into an interlocal agreement with either us or DOT, and they would transfer, or it would give us the rights to, oversee and gives us the authority to maintain the traffic control.
Don't you think that should be one of the conditions if this were to be approved? That somebody has this authority? Because otherwise, if nobody has this authority, there is nothing in setting up a school zone or ensuring there's crosswalks where they need to be?
Yeah, I would, and we could do it that way, or, through direction to staff to work with South Indian River.
But if
Because it's
they
not-
say no,
Oh, to establish the traffic control, or to, full discussions with Sir Wicked, I guess the condition would be more like the traffic control jurisdiction would have to be established prior to, a CO or some event with the development of the school.
all right,
Yeah.
okay. So, question back for the applicant. Have you guys done any calculations of how many of the kids, percent of the kids are going to come from the local community?
we think, there is not an exact amount. I mean, you heard from those who spoke in the audience today that they're, very, very diverse backgrounds, a lot of homeschools. We know that there's 1,291 students leaving every day right now. We also know that there's at least 300 homeschoolers that are left. We have churches that have expressed interest, as well as our church. So we think we'll have a good number. That number could approach greater than 50%. But we don't have an exact number, sir.
But, I mean, isn't that part of what's required for in the comp plan?
No, the obligation of, we're serving the local area. If we're trying to say it has to be all within the CDP of Jupiter Farms, that's not what the comp plan says. It says it's got to be serving the community. This is serving the community. And the plan, the Jupiter Farms plan, says that it should not solely rely on coming outside of the area, and this does not solely rely on that.
So you're telling me that it would be okay if only one student?
No, I'm not saying it would be okay if there's only one student, but we know, and you heard today, that there was a lot more than just one student that's living in Jupiter Farms.
So, Mr. Herring, I'm just trying to get to where's that threshold?
Well, I think these are complex questions, just like what you struggle with in the Ag Reserve. But so I understand, but it's one community, and if there was a high school that was built there, or if there was a middle school that was get there, the plan clearly contemplated and stated that it would serve not only Jupiter Farms, but the outside community. So the plan clearly states that in the plan itself. And a high school would be 2,500 students, probably average. Middle school, 1,200 students, we're 980.
Okay. One of the speakers in support of the school, in fact, maybe was it you, Jupiter Christian? You were talking about your kids went to Jupiter Christian?
I did, absolutely.
And didn't you say that something like 20% of them were receiving some sort of?
Yeah, a very large number. They do Step Up. There was all different types of programs through Step Up, as well as other grants and.
Is there anything to support the children from the local community to be able to attend this school?
Certainly when the scholarships are given out, and I know others might be involved with private schools, when scholarships are given out, you're looking at the need, where people are living. All of that is taken into consideration, and I'm certain that we would take that into consideration here as well.
Okay, I guess, and I'm running out of my questions, but I think we need to hear more from the motor coach park as to because he was only able to give us 60 seconds on the potential impact, and I think there's what that will do. But at the end of the day, I think this is really about the intensity of the use. I would be much more comfortable if this were a fraction of the size that's being proposed, and I think probably most of the people in the community would also probably feel that it was much more at the scale. But and that's for the board. But I am concerned about the overall massing and how that relates, and what the rural tier is supposed to be about. This is bigger. This is bigger than Jupiter Farms Elementary, which is about 70,000 square feet. It's bigger than the Calvary Church, which is about 34,000 square feet. The Beacon Baptist Church, which is 33,000 square feet. Bush Wildlife Sanctuary is 20,000 square feet. And so this is significantly bigger than anything else around them. And how do you ensure and can keep the character of the rural tier? So, I mean, that's where I'm at. And
I understand. I think that we achieved it. I think that the standards that you have within your comprehensive plan, those numerical standards that specifically state what the requirements are, and the design standards, help you achieve that. And we think that we've done that, and it's going to be something that would ramp up over time. So it's not going to happen
Yeah, but
day
at the
one.
end of the day, what we're approving here is 980 students. That's what's in front of us. And I understand it's going to take time, but ultimately, when this is built out, it's 980 students. Did you get the numbers for me? How long is that going to take?
Yeah, so we can process 20 cars at one time in the queue line, people getting in and out. And so roughly 15 seconds, but let's say double that to 30 seconds per car. The throughput rate is about 1,200 cars an hour through that line, and we would be much less than that.
So 400 would be a third of an hour,
Exactly.
20 minutes.
Right, which would be less than the half hour that we're proposing.
Everyone, please be respectful.
They did their math. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized. Dawn, I believe I wouldn't sit down if I were you.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And I know we've had a couple of meetings on this, but I'm really struggling with this application. I think it's a good idea. I think it's the wrong location. I did do a site visit. I went out there, looked at it. And the road, it doesn't make sense to me. And I live between a middle school and a high school. But I have 2 ways out of my immediate neighborhood, 4 ways out of like the adjoining part. I have multiple ways out. If I only had one way to get past just one of those schools, I would not be happy. I wouldn't live there. And, I certainly wouldn't want to move somewhere where that became my reality. So I think that alone is a big problem for me on this. And even with the stacking and the extending of the roads, I forget, 13 or so residents that go past that. But one of those is a business that has trucks that come in and out, and all throughout the morning and stuff. They're going to be interacting with the car line. And I even questioned the staggered timing. I've seen it both ways, and I know that there's pros and cons to both, but in my opinion, it's just an opinion, but the staggered start time just kind of prolongs the misery sometimes. And with everything that I've seen, we've had several meetings and talking about this, and even having students that do have to go outside of it, a lot of that's kind of a rural thing that happens. You do get an elementary school that's close to you, or you might be lucky enough to have the middle school that you live close to, but rural kids from some other place are coming there. Even further when it's high school. That's where I grew up, actually. I had to drive pretty far to get to my high school. But it's just, I think, I hope that you guys find a good location, and I don't know what the rest of the board's going to do on this, but I'm sorry, I can't support this. Thank you.
Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, Don, and thank you for meeting with me a couple times with regard to this project. I heard you say earlier, number one, Adam, good to see you. As a person who has a kid and dropping them off, I just want to challenge that 15 seconds to get a kid out of the car. I don't know.
Please.
All right, back to where we are. Don, you indicated the regional draw, that this wouldn't be a regional draw. A couple things stick out. The 109,000 square feet, 109,925, and then the 15,673 square foot gymnasium, 268 parking spaces. When you said it wouldn't be a regional draw and it would focus more on local, one of the questions I have and one of the concerns I have is a few of the people who came up and spoke were coming from Port St. Lucie. And that would make it more so seem like it would be a regional draw. There was a kid who came, and the kid was in support of the school because he goes to the church, I think. But he was from Port St. Lucie, but there was a kid who also came up that was not in support, that was from the neighborhood. So I'm weighing those things.
I could answer that because we've done scatter diagrams and we've looked at I've looked at in my recent days of lots of private schools and where their draw was from. And a school, as I stated several times, by its very nature is local. And so the vast majority of everybody are going to be coming from basically the Jupiter, the Tequesta, the 33478 Jupiter Farms, and that area. That's not to say that there's not an outlier. There will be a few outliers. And in the same way, there's lots of people from Jupiter Farms now that are driving their kids all the way down to King's Academy or Berean or some further location. So it's there, but it's not a regional draw. It doesn't meet that definition. It clearly is local. All studies show that. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. You and I talked about some type of bus service where the bus kids would be, instead of parents having to drive all the way into the school, kids would be dropped off at a location.
Yes, sir.
And then, where was that? And is that a part of this application, or is that?
Well, we have offered it. So if it needed to be a condition of approval, we would accept it. We basically stated that we would provide a shuttle service so that we're not bringing, if I'm driving, and it's an easy thing to operate. If I live in Jupiter and I'm driving west to get on I-95 because I work at Gunster, I work at Palm Beach County, I have to get on 95. I'm in the right-hand lane. I can pull into the adjacent shopping center. There'll be an arrangement with the shopping center owner, client of mine, and you would drop your child off. There's a shuttle there. Shuttle bus would fill up. It would go on all the way over and be one trip out to the school. And that is certainly something that we're willing to commit to do. And that further reduces traffic, and none of that is actually built into, any of the models and the stacking that we've talked about. It's just an ancillary benefit.
Thank you for that. The last thing I think I wanted to touch on, and not everyone, but quite a few people discussed the water issue. There was a gentleman who got up earlier and indicated that he was concerned that perhaps his well would run dry because the individuals in that particular area are on well. Now, this would be a very large facility in total to be on well, and it's still in the rural tier. And I know we had talked about connecting what this property would have to do to connect to water and go through, I guess, connect a line. I don't know how long that would take, what it would take, and how much it will cost. The challenge with that, Don, is, and it says on page 2 of the staff report that it would be worked out with the health department.
Well, there's two agencies, so it's not that complicated. First, there's the Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan, which basically regulates all surface water withdrawals for the lower East Coast of Florida. And that's regulated by South Florida Water Management District. The aquifer that we're drawing out of is the exact same aquifer. The exact aquifer that's in Jupiter Farms extends all the way to the east. It's what Jupiter draws its water out for its potable wells. So, as Tim pointed out, we'll likely draw about 20,000 gallons a day is probably on the high side. That's actually at the lower end of the scale for general permits, which go up to 100,000 gallons. And so, from everything that our professional team who knows what they're doing has told us is that the withdrawal that we would have is going to have an undiscernible amount of withdrawal. We place the well so it's away from where property lines are. We locate the other wells, and so we can be sure that the well is located far enough away that there's no drop. I mean, we're talking about the 1/10 of an inch is basically what is projected. But we are required to do as a part of the permitting, and there's a condition of approval in this application that if we don't get these permits, we can't move forward, and we're okay with that. But we have to do extensive modeling as a part of the South Florida Water Management District permit. The health department is really not looking at the withdrawals and the drawdown. They're looking at basically making sure that there's not bacteria in the water. They're looking at different criteria that South Florida looks at.
Thank you for that. And I'm looking at the colored architectural site plan. It shows a lot of trees. It looks like there's quite a few buffers. And I'm not sure if an official site plan has been submitted yet. And balancing and weighing what I see against what staff has indicated in its staff report, and 5 conditions that staff has indicated have not been met. And I know you had done a pretty extensive presentation on your own to kind of rebut some of those. It's a lot to weigh. But I do see it's a well-intentioned plan. I do see that. And I do still see other challenges. So I'll continue to listen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
You can sit down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Done a great job.
Thank you, ma'am.
I appreciate it. I want to thank everybody. You've been so respectful of each other, and I can see that it shows how proud you are of your neighborhood, how proud you are of your faith, and how proud you are of the county. And I thank you. I'm not from your area, but now I know that we have an area here in Palm Beach County where the people are really good. Thank you very much for that. It seems like we're trying too hard here. We're trying so hard. We got a water issue. I've been on well water for 40 years. It's not easy to go. That Biscayne aquifer that we all pull our water from is shallow, and there's a lot of water issues when you're on well water. And then to go to county water is extremely expensive, extremely expensive. So again, we're trying to put it's like, trying to put a round peg into a square here. It's just, we're trying so hard. The issue with the road, that road there is not meant for a large school or a lot of activity. It's probably built so that we don't have a lot of activity on that road, and the people support it. Everybody who lives there pays money for that road. And I think that if you pay for it, you own it. And if you own it, you should tell us what you want to have on the road, because it's your road. It's not my road. It's not the state's road. It's the landowner's road who support it. And I think that's something that we're trying, again, too hard on. Staggered start times and end times for kids, my God. I used to drop 5 kids off 5 different schools, I tell you. And as somebody once said, and I had a big mommy van, I just next, and if I would drop a kid off at a mall to pick up a shuttle, she'd be shopping at the mall. I would be going to school. So it's just, we're trying so hard to make this happen. I understand that you want to make it happen. As someone said, it's the right thing, it's just the wrong place. It's just the wrong place. And the indications show that you're trying so hard to do it. We can make this school, make this Calvary school, but don't make it right here. You've got a lot of interest for it. You got a lot of people who want it. You got a lot of people who love it. I can see all your blue t-shirts. I've heard your passion speaking about it. You want this Christian school. We got space for you here. We'll make space. We'll make land for you. But we'll make it so that it's not in the rural tier upsetting people who are used to a certain lifestyle. And I think that's a big issue. And I know that you want to be a good neighbor, but to be a good neighbor, you have to be able to flow with the people who are living there. You have to flow with your neighbors, just as you were respectful today. So I look forward to you coming to build this school, but not necessarily in this particular place. Because I think there's an interest. You've got a beautiful idea for this school, but let's make it so that it's in a place that is suitable for it. It's got the water, it's got the location, it's got the children, and I like to see it, and I like to see it built, and I'll be here, God willing, to help you do it. So I think that we learned today that this is where we're at, and I appreciate everything you've done. I didn't ask for you to come up. I know you're a lawyer, I know, and we get paid by what we say, but if you want to say something, I'd be more than happy to hear you.
Yes, Madam Commissioner, and thank you so very, very much, and thank all of you for all of your time. I think, listening to what we're hearing, there's some unanswered questions that perhaps if we deferred and take some time, try to look at those, trying to work with everybody, including the community, on how we might address some of those concerns and give us the opportunity to come back at another time. So we would,
Don,
yes, ma'am.
I would like to give some comments before we decide if we're
Yes, ma'am.
going to try to defer or proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
Several things between your presentation, Don, and staff's that stuck out. One was that, is it true that Indian Town is under capacity?
This,
Indian Town Road is under capacity, it's pretty much like half the capacity right at this moment.
And then, so the design standards, those were met? What they designed the school to look like for a rural tier?
the architectural,
Architectural.
it meets the requirements of Article 5C.
And the buffer standards?
It meets the requirements of Article 7.
Same with the setbacks?
It's consistent with Standard B, so it meets the requirements of the ULDC.
One of the things I found concerning when we were discussing this is I asked, because I keep hearing this intensity, and I've heard that 900 something per staff seemed too intense, but I found it very alarming when you couldn't give me a number of what wasn't too intense, when there's clearly a school, another school, that does have a lot of students. We in Palm Beach County, the school system has a choice program that allows children now for a very long time to go from any school to any school because they have a program, whether it's music, arts. I love that Seminole Ridge has an automotive program. They have an HVAC program at Royal Palm Beach High. They have different things. This school brings a unique element that I personally love. And it is giving what we, the county, do amazing at, and that is providing options for people. It is providing options for different people of all race, religion, cultural backgrounds, everything. We have different schools that teach different religions. We have public schools. We have all kinds of specialty schools. In a time where I felt our world was going crazy, I decided I wanted my kids to learn about Jesus. And I have to tell you, the voucher system caused those schools to fill up very quickly because it gave them the ability, and it is nowhere near $20,000 a year. That wouldn't even be possible. I had 3 boys going there all at once, and now I have 2 because one wanted to do the automotive program. But I will say this, there is a need in Palm Beach County because there's wait lists on every Christian school in the county that says there is definitely a demand for us to have them. When we talk about locations, and absolutely, we come across this not in my backyard mentality, and I have to say, I would absolutely love to live behind this school because less traffic, I could ride my bike there, my kids could ride their bike there. So when I start weighing, would I approve this, that's a factor too. But ultimately speaking, I have priorities in my life. And I have to tell you, ever since I've taken office, those priorities have been my faith, my family, and my community. But above all else is my Savior. Number one, no exceptions. So there is no world where I think we can say, oh, just some other location, like that's the easiest thing in the world. Palm Beach County land is so rare and so precious. And the idea that somebody goes through all this planning, all this work, and all these things to say, oh, I'm sorry, not this site, when I weigh the pros and cons of this, because listen, traffic is an issue, but on any other plan, we can't turn down developments based on traffic. So we're going to say we don't want a school who serves kids and their ability to learn about their Savior on a certain property that a public school wouldn't even have to go through because we have been preempted from that. I feel like this is wrong if we decide not to do this in this location. And we have to prioritize what's important to us. And giving children the ability to learn about their faith when we have waiting lists all across this county is important. And I apologize if it does create some inconveniences, but I go back to Jesus. It wasn't always convenient for him to get around either. So, you know, it is one of these things we really need to weigh when we're trying to decide how to move forward and providing these opportunities for all families. And I would be making a very similar argument. I mean, we have different faiths on this board. If it was another school, I'd say we need options for people to send their kids of their faith to. So with that being said, Commissioner Marino, I don't know if you would like to please proceed, but you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. If the school district owned this property, would we be having a discussion right now? We have no regulations for a school, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in the neighborhood plan, does the word school come up over 100 times? 107, I believe, but I'll give or take a couple.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but it comes up quite a number of times in the neighborhood plan.
And elementary schools are in neighborhoods, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I used to walk to or bus to my elementary school, which was a mile away from me in Connecticut. And ironically, when I lived at Old Trail, and I drove on Indiantown Road and McDerry Road to get to my house in Old Trail, my mailboxes were farther than my elementary school were when I was growing up. So that was always fun. You couldn't just walk down the driveway to get my mail. But there is a lot of passion in this room, and I do appreciate everybody that's here, no matter what your viewpoint is. But schools belong in neighborhoods. And this happens to be a private school asking to be in a neighborhood. Would I like to see it a little smaller? Don, do we have any room to shrink it down a little?
If it would make some difference, our architects have indicated that they could possibly reduce the building down to 100,000 square feet total.
What would that be student-wise? 10%, 20%?
Probably 10, 15%.
I would be comfortable with that. And the reason I say that is because timing-wise, I think getting kids in and out of the school is one thing that we were talking about stacking and how long it will take the kids to get through. This is going to be phased, so we're not even looking at full capacity for another 5 years. The building itself, the footprint of the building is under the floor area ratio that is required, or I should say the cap. But I think for the community to accept, for the community to accept something, it needs to be a little smaller. And I know you and I have had this discussion already, because the first time you came to me, I said you got to make it less than 1,000 kids. So hearing from the board, and I think the intensity might be a little, and if we could shrink it down, I think that would help.
100,000 square feet, probably 750 kids would be the number.
Caitlin is walking behind you, so let me see what she says. And again, schools belong in neighborhoods, and they're not, if kids in Jupiter Farms have to go all the way to Gardens to go to school, what good are we doing those parents who choose not to put their kid on a bus, or taking over, an hour a day for a kid to be on a school bus? I was on every school I went to, I had to take a school bus, and I did not walk uphill both ways with no shoes. So I'm not even going to do that argument that are 10 miles. That's, we always hear that from our parents. I don't have children. I don't have a dog in this fight in that sense. I was not able to have kids. That's why the Edna Runner Center has always been important to me. I always looked at those kids as my children. So when people would ask me how many kids I would have, I would say I have 120. But again, when I think of a school, I think of it being in a neighborhood, not having to go on Indiantown Road to Military Trail to get to Jupiter High School, or to get to Dwyer, or to get to any of the other middle schools and elementary schools that are not in their region. And half the kids, I don't know the delineation, but I do know that kids in Jupiter Farms don't go to Jupiter Elementary. They get bused to the other side of 95. So at the end of the day, I'm in support of the school. I would like to see it a little less dense. And I think that would be, no matter what your religion is, and the mayor said that also, no matter what your religion is, if you choose to go to a faith-based school, you should have that opportunity. There have been a lot of things said about the school, the history, and all that kind of stuff, of which I haven't seen any proof. So, and it was some of the first conversations I had were actually derogatory, and I didn't see any proof of that. I see a community, I see a church that's been in the community a very long time. I was in Jupiter Farms before there was a Publix. I was one of those people that had to drive into town to get food, so I made sure I shopped before I went into town, before I went home. And there was a huge ruckus about putting that shopping center there. And for all those folks that now live there that weren't there before the that live here now were not there before the shopping center, it was a huge ruckus. But at the end of the day, that shopping center right now is a fabric of the community. It has restaurants, it has gas stations. I've even thrown axes there because there's axe throwing.
I've heard about that.
And there's a hardware store, and I actually am the daughter of a parent who owned a very small hardware store, not a Home Depot, not an Ace or anything like that, but a mom and pop hardware store that was in the middle of a neighborhood. And people could walk to the hardware store. People can walk to the shopping center. And so I guess this is my way of saying I would be in support of this, but I would like it a little smaller.
So in consulting here with our team, we're good with the 15%, not less than 15%, and good with 100,000 square feet.
I would be in favor of that, and I would make that motion.
Thank you.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? No second. I will pass the gavel. I will make the second.
Do I have a second? We have a second by Commissioner Baxter. I'm sorry, Mayor Baxter. There are more lights on. Do you know who was next?
You were.
I was. Okay. It's been brought up a couple of times that would we be having this discussion if it were a public school? Can you explain why we would not be having that discussion? What prohibits us from having a school where they're placed, how they're built? We have no say in that. Why?
Because they permit themselves.
Because?
Well, because the state, Patrick.
I was just going to offer, I think that was until the mid-'90s, but there was no local control on those. The state preempted that. There's a school board has its own building code. It operates solely on its own.
So for decades, we have not had a say in where schools go at all, ever. So having that be part of this conversation to me doesn't really make sense. We've never really had a say in where schools go. If we did, I think my vote would be the same whether this was a public or a private school, simply for the same reasons that have already been stated. I would also like to say, I don't see a reason to even defer this. I think that you should build this school to the full capacity of students that you can get in a different location. So I don't see where deferring to, and shrinking the school, you're going to invest in building this and getting students. I think you should get as many as you can. And this is just not the location for that. Our comp plan, our zoning, all of this, there's no emotion in this. There are rules. There's 5 different conditions that staff has identified that this project doesn't meet. I agree with most of them, as very strongly on some of them, that you do not meet. I don't see a way to get around those. So again, I wouldn't even be in favor of deferring, because I don't see how, unless you shrink this into a school that wouldn't even be beneficial for anyone.
We own the land, so, I mean, we have to work with the site that we have. I mean,
No, I realize that. I just don't believe a school is the right thing to put there. So with that, who was next? Commissioner Weiss or Flores? Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to follow up on the school district, on the public school thing, because it causes issues because of the fact that they don't come in front of us, that they cite schools, they I know they're supposed to meet with staff, and they do, but I know our staff will make suggestions about what they're planning and how they think it's going to work, and then the district doesn't take them, and then we're cleaning up afterwards trying to fix it. We've got the issue right now out at the Garcia High School and the Woodlands Middle School. I mean, the Garcia High School, and that's a brand-new school, opened 2 years ago, and we had said this is going to create issues, identified where they were going to be, and lo and behold, it did. So the fact that we have an opportunity to weigh in and to be able to represent the people who live around there, because they don't get a voice with the school district, not in the same way they do here. And so I think that's a red herring. And I really don't think, and I will never support anything that takes home rule away from local communities. So, the state preempts us all the time. We complain bitterly when they do it. And this is just another example of what they had done and some of the issues. And we have to deal with that. Our residents have to deal with those issues. We have roads that are absolutely impassable because of where they cite a school, and they haven't done the required research to make sure it's going to matter. I support schools. I support schools, faith-based schools, I don't care what the faith is. As somebody coming from a faith that's relatively small, I support everybody's faith. Because if I don't, they won't support mine. But this to me is just too much for this location. If you want to cut it in half, I'll have a conversation with you about doing this, but not at this scale. And I think staff is right, because they say it's too intense. And I know, Mayor, you asked for that number and they couldn't give it to you. I was going to ask them that question, what it was, but. I know in my own mind, where I think a level of service could work there. So the other suggestion I would make, you ever guys consider putting the church there and putting the school where the church is, up by the shopping center?
We haven't thought about it, but we appreciate your comment.
Commissioner Flores?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm a person of faith. Actually, my first 5 years of education were in a private school, Catholic school. So I fully understand having options and going to a private school. I think the learning there is more personalized. It builds values that perhaps you can't open that box at public schools. Public schools have to stay very neutral, but I'm a firm believer of school choice. If you want to send your kids to a particular school because you think it's better, or for whatever reason, you should have that right. I think when you demonstrated, Mr. Hearing, where kids are going to school, I think you displayed that these kids are going to many different schools in the area, which gives parents school choice. I also understand that perhaps in the area there is some schools, there might be a need for additional schools. However, I think the impact that this is going to create for the community is far greater than the benefits of that particular community. Neighborhood school was brought up, and early on, when I was mayor of Green Acres, I learned what a neighborhood park was. The neighborhood park is a park that you walk to, as opposed to a regular park. I don't believe this is a neighborhood school. I believe this is a private school that is going to charge a significant amount. And I don't think every child in that neighborhood will be able to participate in that particular school. That, to me, makes a difference, because if every child had the opportunity to go to the school, then it's considered a neighborhood school. It means most of the kids could walk to school, could bike to school. I have a feeling that maybe 25% of the kids that attend that school are going to be from that neighborhood. I think the majority of your kids are actually going to come from outside. A lot of the support that you got today, because I happen to be the person reading the cards, came from outside of Jupiter. Majority were Palm Beach Gardens, Stewart, Port St. Lucie. You had somebody as far as Boca here. About 25% of the people that spoke in favor are from Jupiter. And I counted, I had a tally here somewhere. Actually, I turned it into the clerk. So with that being said, we have to respect the neighborhood. If this was zoned in somewhere that was different, if we had, county water, we had septic, sewer, we had the proper infrastructure to have this here, I would be in favor. But right now, that road is being paid by the residents. In addition to that, our staff, which are the experts, are saying this does not meet the standards that we have set before. I understand that you have challenged those, and Mr. Herring, I have the utmost respect for you and your work. I think you do amazing work. So this is nothing against you and your team. I think your team is fabulous. We had 2 tremendous meetings. I thought I was there, but as I came to this meeting here today, I wanted to have an open mind. My chief of staff, as we were coming down the elevator right before Vice Mayor walked in, she asked me, "Where are you going on this?" And I said, "I have no idea." But I wanted to make sure I heard our residents, and I wanted to make sure that what we do will impact them. So that's the reason I'm going to vote down on this, and I don't want it to come back again. So I think we take the vote now. I don't want to have it come back, and actually I don't even know that I'm willing to consider 50%. So I know this is a precious piece of property, and maybe you should find a suitable buyer and you find a better site. I think this is a great project. Wrong location. Thank you.
We would love the opportunity to come back. We've heard things, and I would request that consideration.
Mayor Baxter, then Commissioner Powell.
I'm not sure, because there are 2 other lights, Commissioner Powell and Commissioner Sachs, where they're going. I will say, if this is declined, would your plan be to sell the land for something else to go there?
We don't know. I mean, obviously, there's other uses that are permitted by right. You could build a church sanctuary there of whatever size by right. So, we'll evaluate our options, and I, don't know what those options are right now.
What is the traffic of a church sanctuary?
It would only be on Sunday, but it could be a lot bigger. So, I mean, plus once you have a church, then you have other options as well.
We also heard that another property was sold by the school board that was supposed to be a middle school.
Middle school and a high school, they
And a
built
high
the Burt
school.
Reynolds Ranch and then they sold it.
Can I
So-
comment on the place of worship? Yeah, as an administrative approval, but it's still subject to the plan requirements.
Yep.
So we would still have similar comments through an administrative review on size.
Yep.
Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you. Wendy, under a place of worship, in similar size, and we still have an opportunity to review, but how does RLUIPA impact religious uses and institutionalized persons? How would that impact a church and an accessory use to a church? Or is that something we probably want to?
I think I would defer that to the attorneys on RLUIPA. Yeah. But a place of worship is an allowable use permitted through DRO, and it would still be subject to the standards of article, the consistency with the plan, consistency with the code, and adequate public facilities. There is recent legislation on if there is an existing place of worship that they would be able to allow up to, I think, 150 students in a private school if there is an existing place of worship.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And Don, we've had a few meetings, and I want to thank you. I do, for everyone here, I want to thank you all for coming out this morning and spending the day with us. It's been a blast. We've had some good times. We've had some bad times. Feel like we've gotten the chance to know each other. But let me say this, in all seriousness. I serve a God who sits high and looks low. And the decision, whether it's in favor or against, today has nothing to do with my religious beliefs. Nothing in this packet that was evaluated, none of staff comments had anything to do with anybody's religious beliefs. Whether you are dyed-in-the-wool Christian who goes to Bible study every day, plays instruments at the church and is a part of the choir, or don't go to church at all, that is not involved in the decision today. So for the people who came up and spoke, whether you were for or against, I know some people who came up and spoke who were against this. That does not mean they don't believe in God and they're not Christians because they don't believe this shouldn't go in their backyard. So any misnomers that would couch it that way, I want to be clear in stating that is, and that's not to put blame or cast that on anybody else on this board. That's not my intent. I've looked at the plan and evaluated it based on the staff report and the analysis. And Don, I will tell you that even your presentation, as detailed as it was, the challenges that you had to some of the things that our staff said was non-compliant, I'll be able to agree with, but not all 5. And with that being said, that's a challenge for me because I've had to write these applications and justification statements, and I've also had to review them. And that puts us in a limbo. I'm not comfortable today. I'm not going to say that we can't get there because I do believe in negotiation. But I do believe that staff has some really poignant points that should be considered. And if there were a way to work together to get there, I don't know if it has, I can't tell you if it were a little bit smaller what that would do. I can't say that because I don't see that. I can only look at what we presented before us today. With that being said, it's a challenge. You've addressed some things. Staff has laid out their presentation, but I do want to be clear. A yes vote or no vote has nothing to do, at least for me, with my belief in God. or my Christian values. So just understand that this is based on the information presented before us today, and it has nothing to do with our religion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
Commissioner Sacks?
I just want to thank my colleagues. I've heard some really beautiful, beautiful sentiments. I thank you all for your compassion and respect for each other. And of course, Mr. Yaring and your team has done a beautiful job. And I think what it comes down to, I just really heard some beautiful comments from my colleagues, because I think we're dealing with a church. We're dealing with a Christian church, whether it be a Jewish Chabad or whatever. It's our faith. And that's why I think everybody has been so emotional and sentimental and compassionate about this. Good idea, just wrong location. So let's get a better location. And let me just say this in closing. Let's build the church. Let's build this church. Let's build the school. And so I'm going to move at this time. Make the motion.
There's already a motion on it.
Are you making a substitute motion?
I do not want to make that. Let me hear what the motion is, Vice Mayor.
The motion
Just a second,
was
a second.
Commissioner Marino to approve.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Commissioner Marino voted to approve, and Mayor Baxter was the second.
Okay. Well, I'll make a substitute motion to deny at this time.
Okay, we have a motion to deny by Commissioner Sacks, second by Commissioner Flores. Hold on. With or without prejudice?
Without, please.
I don't want to say with prejudice. I mean, come on. This is going to happen. One day we're going to have a school. So I'm not going to close the door on it. So, yeah, let's move on. Let's do the motions. Let's get the roll call and let's go. Otherwise, I'm feeling like I got to go to church after this or something.
So that would be without prejudice.
Making
to
me
be
feel
clear,
guilty now as a Catholic.
without prejudice then?
Without prejudice.
Yes, of course,
Okay.
without prejudice.
So the motion is to deny without prejudice. All in favor? Aye. And any opposed?
Yes.
We-
Opposed.
We have one in opposition. See that Mayor Baxter is in opposition. Thank you. I'm passing the gavel back.
We are going to take a 10-minute recess while everyone, if you would like to leave, so we can use the restroom and take a short break before we go through the rest of the agenda. We are going to move on to number 6. Fitness centers. Okay. Does anyone need a presentation? Do we have disclosures for this one? No disclosures.
No disclosures needed.
Yay. Any comment cards?
Me, I filled out a.
It's support.
I filled out 2 cards.
Okay.
Oh, 6. Oh.
Yeah, but we don't have to disclose it. Just kidding. How many cards do we have?
5.
Are they all here?
I know 3 of them.
I am.
Okay.
I got Dagmar
Uh-huh.
Brahms, I got Debbie Murphy, I got Jim Knight, Neil Ambrosio,
He's not
and
here.
Jessica Odom.
Okay. You're also allowed to waive and support.
Yes.
Okay.
I've already been
thank
here
you.
3 times. Let's do this.
Okay. Next. Are we all waiving in support?
I'm just gonna quickly say, we were in favor of the 20 to 35%, so we are in favor of this.
Thank
And I
you.
am speaking on behalf of Cobra. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
I think Jim Knight left.
I'll keep it quick, I promise. First of all y'all, I really loved watching you guys today. How you just care so much and ask the questions, and you're, obviously not watching the time. So it makes me feel good that you guys, really care about that. And also, I just want to say thank you. And on behalf of the whole Wellington Volleyball Academy family, we all want to thank you and your support for youth sports. Thanks.
You're Jessica Odom, right?
Jessica Odom, yep.
I feel like we don't know what time it
Neil
is until we
Ambrosio?
get hangry.
Ambrosio here?
No, he's not here.
That's it?
All right. So do I have a motion to approve? I have a motion by Vice Mayor Woodward, a second by Commissioner Marino. All in favor? Any opposed? Please see that the motion carries 7-0. Moving on, number 7. We have self-service storage facilities. Does anyone need a presentation? No disclosures are needed. Do we have cards?
7.
On 7. No cards. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
By Vice Mayor Woodward. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Marino. All in favor? Any opposed? Please see that motion carries 7-0. Now, number 8. Interlocal agreement with the Village of Wellington for them to annex it, part of Lake Worth Road, which, to my understanding, was for school traffic purposes. Is that correct, staff? Then I don't need a presentation?
Yes, that's correct.
This is in my district,
I'll
so
make the motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Flores to approve. I have a second by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor? Any opposed?
I'm in favor, but maybe we should show what's happening there, just so people see what road it is.
Do we have to?
We probably should, just for the public. It doesn't have to take long.
Okay, can I just ask a question?
There it is, right there.
There we go. There's
Did
a,
item 7 get
we just approved it.
7?
Yes. Self-storage.
Oh, we did.
Yep, that was the last one.
Oh,
Now
wow.
we're on 8.
Is there a card?
Are there any cards on number 8?
There's nothing on 7.
Okay, so if you would,
So this interlocal agreement between county and the Wellington will we agree to annex this part of the road which is in front of the Pantheon Elementary School, and Wellington is also taking over the maintenance and ownership of this road. West of that part is already in Wellington, owned and maintained by Wellington.
perfect. Thank you so
That's it.
much.
Thank you.
We do have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Please see that the motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. Moving on to number 9. That was 8. Now we're on 9. Oh, we already did 9.
We did 9,
Excuse
yeah.
me, number 10. Florida's Turnpike presentation. I was asked earlier, these are Pat, aren't these workshop items?
That's correct. This was carried over from the workshop day, so you could treat it as a workshop, but
But we don't take cards on workshops.
you don't have to. No, it's the board's discretion.
Do we have cards?
Mayor,
Board discretion.
do we even know if they're still here?
Yeah, let's see how many are still here.
Okay.
Okay.
Mic on.
Mayor?
I would request that we
Mayor?
allow them to speak because we allowed Ag
Mayor?
Reserve workshop.
Mayor?
So how many, I think we have 2. If you would please come forward, each podium.
Can we do the presentation first?
Thanks, you did.
David Moses. Just now? Okay. Debbie Murphy entered one for the record. Patty Dennis, Beverly. Destin, I don't know. Daphne Rubin, Ravika Marcatis, Luisa Rodriguez.
Want me here and then go to the podium afterwards?
Rev Dutchin, I don't
Stay
know.
here.
Sorry. Ruth Ellen Ciolio, Megan Winternell, Daniela Gutierrez, April Weiner, I already called that one, and then David Moses.
Okay,
So all the first I have.
perfect. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Patty Dennis. I'm the president of the Avalon Estates Homeowners Association, and my community is located between Hagen Ranch Road on the east and the Turnpike on the west. And the Turnpike is loud. We hear the noise from the Turnpike washing over our community and echoing down our streets, and so I'm thrilled that you're looking at noise abatement measures, and I encourage you to impose them on the east side of the Turnpike between Boynton Beach Boulevard and Atlantic Avenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, my name is Dee Guerrier, and I'm representing Lotus Palm on Glades and Boca. So the issue that we have a lot of homeowners complain about the noise, about the lights affecting their lifestyle. So I thought that would come out and then just bring that. Also, they cut out all the trees, so the noise is getting louder and louder. And also, they were worried about pollution. So I thought I would bring that to the board and then take it into consideration and see if you guys can do something to help them. And also, if there's a website that the homeowner can access to get the information, also to report any concerns, because that's what they want. They want to have some kind of a voice to, to go to somebody they can reach out to complain about their concern.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Okay, presentation time. One more. Okay, I was just kidding.
Sorry. Thank
Please
you very
state your
much.
name for the record.
Yes, my name is Luisa Rodriguez. I'm here representing Old Palm Community Golf Club in Palm Beach Gardens. We have the Turnpike next to us. We're here mainly to understand the process. We would like to know why Old Palm is currently not being considered for a noise abatement wall, and what criteria are used by FDOT, and what steps our community will need to take in order to be evaluated for a future noise wall project.
Which community do you live in?
I represent Old Palm.
Is that one currently not being considered? It's in the north end?
North end.
Would you like to maybe explain the process? Sure. Good afternoon. Hit your mic button. Yep, perfect.
How's that?
Thank you so much.
All right. Good afternoon, good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Carlos Estrella. I'm a consultant to the Florida Turnpike Enterprise, and I'm actually a program manager for the projects that are in design. We've got a presentation, and the presentation will address a lot of the questions and concerns that you just heard from the folks who live in the area, for sure. I want to address our intent with our designs up front, because I'm hearing some of the questions that we are receiving are specifically around that. So the first thing is to say that our designs and our projects are looking at site by site and very specific, and we are looking at opportunities to buffer all residential communities. And so whether it's being buffered by a wall that is constructed within the Florida Turnpike right-of-way and by the Florida Turnpike Enterprise, or by buffering either walls or landscaped or vegetated areas that the communities already have. We're looking at those one at a time, and that's part of the designs. On the north end of Palm Beach County, which was a question we just received, that section is in design, so we are right now looking at each of those communities, and we'll provide answers as the design progresses.
I appreciate that, and since she's here, can we make sure we evaluate her community specifically?
Old Palm, yes.
Thank
Noted.
you so much. Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank everybody and my colleagues, because this is what I brought up. I live next to the Turnpike, so it's upfront and personal to me. But I bought my property knowing the Turnpike was there. So, like buyer beware. And I didn't have any issues with it I've been there over 40 years, until recently. And so I appreciate the people who have come up. I've sent to all of my colleagues, each one of you has a list, 5 of the 7, of HOAs that border the Turnpike, east or west, because I think that this is a great partnership. And I've worked with you at FDOT, and it's a good team, what you're doing in my district, Atlantic Avenue. I know David Ricks is here too. We're a good team, and especially Nicola Liguori from the Turnpike Authority, I appreciate very much. And I want y'all to know you came out from the Turnpike Authority. You saw the areas. Canyons in my district is also impacted. But I do know, and I'm not an engineer, but I've learned this, the most important thing for a wall is to absorb, watch how I do it, it's good, to absorb impact from a vehicle, and it's take a big rig, because a lot of these rigs cannot go on I-95, so they go in the Turnpike. To absorb the impact of a large, heavy rig and make sure that it absorbs it and that it gets it back on the highway if possible. What we don't want is these big rigs coming into our backyards, which could very well happen and kill my dog. You just never know, you know. So what we need to do is, the Turnpike was there before most of our communities were here. And that's okay, because now we have this conversation. We're going to get these walls built. I know we are. And all those listening who were not able to stay and spend, as Commissioner Powell said, spend some quality time with the commissioners today. I know you're watching, you're listening. We have your emails, and we will let you know the results of today's hearing, which is going to be in process. We're going to get these communities noted, recognized, but most of all respected when it comes to security of protection from cars, vehicles, big rigs, 16-wheelers. Security for that, protection, but also against the noise, against the noxious fumes, and also for security of some of our communities being burglarized from people who come along the Turnpike. I won't go into greater detail on that, but that has been an issue. We welcome your input as a team member. We also welcome the fact that you're going to widen the Turnpike, but along with that comes the responsibility of protecting the residents who call home along the Turnpike. So with that, Madam Mayor, I just want to introduce our team here, and that this is a work in progress. Thank you so much for traveling here, and I know you have a meeting again tomorrow, so we'll be talking with you and continue this conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So some of the board members would like a presentation.
Sounds good.
If we could try to make that as abbreviated as possible, it would be greatly appreciated.
Understood, and I'm a slow talker, but I will definitely try to go fast. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today, and I will try to work with there we go. Joining me today are multiple members of the Enterprises team, as you can see, and they are here to support me in answering any questions you may have at the end of the presentation. This evening, and I've already skipped one slide. This evening, we're going to provide you an overview of the widening program that we have within your county and present the locations where walls are currently proposed. The enterprise continues to make significant investment in your county. In total, 42 of the over 44 miles of the turnpike within the county will be widened across the corridor. 15 major projects, either currently under construction or beginning construction within the next 5 years, are programmed, totaling $2.3 billion in construction within your county. This widenings will, at capacity, reduce congestion and enhance safety for the traveling public. One thing I would like to note here is that this $2.3 billion are all user financed, and they're not from taxes. We appreciate the ongoing collaboration that we have with your staff. Our teams work closely together throughout both design and construction to ensure the best outcomes for the traveling public. We conduct weekly and quarterly design meetings, and we coordinate construction activities to ensure your team receives timely incident and lane closure notifications. We leverage GPS and mapping technologies to provide those timely warnings to motorists through navigation apps and services. Our system is fully integrated with the SunGuide traffic management system, allowing notifications that are shared with our traffic management centers to be seamlessly provided to yours as well. And we maintain full camera coverage of the system. All cameras are actively monitored by our traffic management centers, which maintain direct contact with FHP Troop K, which is our dedicated troop. The traffic management centers rotate those views on a routine basis to scan any stop vehicles on the shoulder and coordinate road ranger response. We also continually ensure that camera placement supports traffic monitoring, safety, and enforcement needs, and look forward to continuing the strong partnership that we have with the county. Let's begin with a overview of the projects that we have within the county. The map that we are showing here is the widening program in your county. Except for the northern 2 miles, the entire turnpike corridor is programmed for construction by 2031. Florida's turnpike will be widened mostly to 8 lanes, starting at the southern end of the county all the way to PGA Boulevard, and 6 lanes north of there. The projects that are shown in orange are currently in construction. You've lived it, you've seen it, you're out there. And the areas in green are in design and will begin construction in a stepped manner. The next project will be the project from Glades Road to the L38 Canal at the southern end of the county. This is the project that we were just discussing a minute ago, that we have another meeting tomorrow. And that's where we'll be presenting wall locations and the design for public comment. In 2028, the widening from State Road 710 to...
Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
Commissioner
ma'am.
Flores has a question.
Oh, certainly.
Just a quick one. You mentioned that you were doing 42 out of 44 miles?
42 of over 40, yes, correct. The main line within the county is a little over 44 miles.
So where's the 2 miles? On the
Oh,
north end?
thank you. Yes, just north of Indiantown Road, the last 2 miles at the northern end of the county.
So there's not a break?
There's not a...
Because it looks like on that little bubble on the top, on the northern...
Great eyesight. No, there is not a break. That is all continuous, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Did I miss one? Okay. In 2028, the next project, the widening from State Road 710 to PGA Boulevard, will begin. The project from the L38 to Atlantic Avenue will begin in 2029. Also, the project from PGA Boulevard to Indiantown will begin that same year. The widenings from Atlantic Avenue to Boynton Beach Boulevard are scheduled for 2031. And here's the answer to your question. The last one, Indiantown Road to the Martin County line, not a break there. Currently in design, not currently funded for construction within the Enterprise's 5-year work program. Okay, we've prepared some maps. All these maps have our north is to the right on all these maps, and show the proposed walls within the county. The purple lines represent walls that are either already constructed or are planned to be constructed by the enterprise within the turnpike's right-of-way. These locations may be refined for projects that are still in design as the engineering progresses. Existing community buffers, such as perimeter walls or large vegetated areas, are shown in orange to reflect features that are within the adjacent neighborhoods. Beginning at the southern end of the county, we have a project in construction that will add a lane in each direction between the county line and Glades Road interchange. Walls will be constructed on both sides of the turnpike for the communities in this segment as shown on this map. North of Glades Road, the corridor is in design. The proposed wall locations between Glades Road and the L38 Canal will be presented at tomorrow's meeting. Tomorrow is it's actually a virtual hearing, and again on Thursday at an in-person public hearing. The information presented at both the virtual and the in-person will be the same, and we welcome the community's input and attendance at these hearings. As part of the hearings...
Excuse me,
yes.
Vice Mayor Woodward has questions.
Certainly.
Thank you. I actually had two communities that will be affected by this that were here earlier. We're not able to stick it out with us to this time, but could you just, for their listening, let them know exactly how they can participate virtually or where to go on, did you say Thursday? Tomorrow is virtual?
Tomorrow?
Could you just because they are listening,
Sure.
let them know?
So we have sent out notifications to any and all communities within 500 feet of the turnpike, within the limits of the project. So they should have received a letter. If they have not, that's fine. They can still access the information. We do have a website. I'll pull up the website URL here in a second at the end of the presentation so folks know where to find it. The location of the in-person is going to be at the Dr. Andre Flabel Civic Center at 16700 Jug Road on Delray Beach, and it will be Thursday at 6 o'clock. Yeah. And all right. So in partnership with the county, our project is also going to widen Yamato Road between Lake Ridge Boulevard and the turnpike from 4 to 6 lanes. Walls are proposed on both sides of the turnpike from Century Village to the L38 Canal. Walls are proposed for communities that qualify based on noise abatement criteria, as well as for adjacent communities that do not currently have an existing buffer, such as Long Lake Estates and Horseshoe Acres. With the addition of the walls in this project, the viewshed of 6 double-face outdoor advertising signs, billboards, will be impacted. Continuing up the corridor, the next widening project stretches from the L38 Canal to Atlantic Avenue. This project completes the 8-lane widening between Glades Road and Atlantic Avenue and adds auxiliary lanes in each direction. The segment is also in design with wall location studies underway. The anticipated wall locations are shown on this slide and also on the next one. From Atlantic Avenue, we move into another widening segment extending from Boynton Beach Boulevard, which will begin final design later this year. I would like to stop here for a second because we heard a statement or a question earlier, which was asking about what's occurring within this stretch. This stretch, again, is in design. We did a study during the planning phase, and we are now revisiting and analyzing the locations of proposed walls within this stretch. Currently identified locations are shown on the screen. Continuing northward, our next active construction segment runs from Boynton Beach Boulevard to Lake Worth Road. Walls have been installed as part of the ongoing construction project from Boynton Beach to Lake Worth, as shown on this slide and the next one.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
And I made reference to it before. You were talking about what would qualify for a wall, and I apologize for coming in at this moment, but you said if noise abatement was necessary or if no existing buffer was in place. What do you consider, and because a lot of these show existing community buffer, and in reference to the young lady from Old Palm, what does an existing buffer in place qualify or disqualify them for a wall? Does that make sense, the question I just asked?
Yeah, excellent question. Thank you. It's actually a question we get often. And so The intent, to answer your first question, what is essentially a buffer? What are we looking at in terms of a buffer? This county, and I'm providing my opinion here, this county has really, it has done a very good job in requiring, asking for berms and walls for your communities as they're being built. So most of your communities have walls and berm combinations. That would be considered an existing buffer. In addition to that, there are large vegetated areas, sometimes 100 feet wide or so. Those would be buffers. Now, beyond just qualifying for noise walls, based on a noise study, we actually review and undertake not only a noise study during design, but look at where communities wouldn't have those buffers and would benefit from a wall, and propose that during design. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
It does, and so the notice to those that were within 500 feet was strictly informational. It doesn't say because you're within 500 feet, you're getting a wall. It was just, here's the information. If you want more, this is why we're sending it to you.
The notice for those that were within 500 feet was an invitation to attend a public hearing so that we could provide them the information for the project.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mayor.
Pardon me? Yes, do you have it? Thank you. And to answer the question about the website, on the website, there is actually a registration button for those folks who would like to attend. The website is www.floridasturnpike.com/Wyden Turnpike Glades to L38. That's Wyden Turnpike, GLADES TO L38. We will make sure to provide it, and the invitation does have, in addition, has a QR code, so folks don't have to type the actual URL. But thank you for providing it. The next widening segment, also in construction, extends from Lake Worth Road to Southern Boulevard. This has been the construction that you guys have been seeing, and as I mentioned, along this corridor, all communities will be buffered either by a proposed wall or by the existing buffer. Continuing north, we arrive at the segment between Southern Boulevard and Okeechobee Boulevard. Walls are proposed as shown on this map. Construction north of Century Village, and in this case I'm talking about Century Village north of Okeechobee Road, will begin later this year. Walls will also be constructed from the Renaissance community to Roebuck Road on the southbound side of the turnpike. The ongoing construction project along Beeline Highway is widening the turnpike bridge over State Road 710, extending approximately 1/2 mile north and south along the turnpike. North of Beeline Highway, all projects are currently in design. The location of proposed walls will be determined as design progresses for each segment. So I wanted to stop here and refer to this as an answer to the previous question where folks were asking what's happening to locations on the north end of the county. North of PGA Boulevard, the turnpike is planned to be widened to 6 lanes, as stated earlier. As we move further north, a wall is planned to be constructed adjacent to Palm Beach Country Estates, providing additional buffering along the turnpike corridor. The segment located north of Indian Town is currently in design. Construction for this area is not yet funded. Now that we've covered the locations and key improvements of the turnpike widening projects in the county, let's take a moment to talk about what these walls will look like. Florida's Turnpike Enterprise uses several types of roadside walls. On the left is an example of a shoulder-mounted wall. On the right is a wall located near the right-of-way line. Due to engineering constraints, most segments within Palm Beach County are expected to receive a shoulder-mounted wall. These walls are within the recovery area of the highway and are designed to meet national crashworthiness standards. They have been tested to safely contain and redirect errant vehicles. The geometry is designed to help guide vehicles along the roadway and reduce the severity of impacts.
How tall is that wall?
The walls vary in height. The maximum height for a shoulder-mounted noise wall is 14 feet.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Question for you. I was just over in Poland and looking at their sound walls. One of the things that they do is they put a little curve at the top to bounce the sound back down towards the ground, as opposed to just letting it, because obviously the sound's going to bounce from one side to the other, and this points it back down to the ground, so it'll bounce straight up in the air. Is there a reason why we don't do that?
Probably cost.
To be honest, I'm simply going to say that I am not familiar with those types of walls, so I'll start there. But I would like to add that all of our walls that we use within the state have gone through crash testing. So anything that we use within our projects and design have to go through that testing, have to go through that and be approved prior to its use in a high speed facility.
Yeah, I don't think it was about the crashing, because their walls look very similar until you get to the very top. And then they have a piece that, instead of just going straight up, it angles slightly down to push the sound back down. Okay.
Certainly. Yeah, it's not something certainly that I'm familiar with, but we will look into it and make sure to respond.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for this presentation.
Sure.
Just on, you happened to stop on, this is one of the communities that was here. Is this open to discussion, or is this pretty much what's happening with this one? I'm just curious, because I know they're watching. Is this the plan for the sound wall next to Boca West, or?
Sure. So the design is pretty far along, but there's always opportunity for discussion. Now, with Boca West is receiving throughout most of the turnpike frontage a 14-foot shoulder-mounted noise wall, and we the department have been in coordination with Boca West and have provided this information as well.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm wanting to know how much I can tell them, look at this, and this is what's coming. This is pretty baked in. It's going to happen.
It is currently what's proposed, and this project in particular is the one that we're presenting. We are preparing to let this project for construction in February of 2027, this fiscal year, which just started a couple of days ago. Our fiscal year starts on July 1st.
And how far south will this go? Because the part of their property goes to the off-ramp.
Yes.
So how far will this particular thing go?
Excellent question, and I can tell that you're very familiar with the limits. So right now, I don't want to provide a percentage, but most of the frontage along Boca West is anticipated to receive a 14-foot mounted noise wall. There is one Lakewood mid-rise condominium, which currently we're unable to provide a wall there. We are reviewing and actively looking for opportunities to provide one.
Okay, is that because of the canal? Is it just having the space for it, or?
There are utility impacts having to do with the construction of foundations of those walls and certain setback distances from existing utilities, and must be maintained.
Okay, but you are still looking for opportunities?
Certainly looking for
provide that.
opportunities.
All right. Thank you for that.
Okay,
No more questions.
thank you.
Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
I don't know if you were finished with your presentation, but not yet.
I've got a
Said
couple
you're
more,
a slow talker,
couple more
so
slides. I
go
am a
right
slow
ahead. I don't
talker.
want to
I did
interrupt.
mention it at the beginning. Yes, but I welcome your questions. Sounds good. So to help us visualize what these walls will look like, we've prepared some conceptual renderings illustrating the anticipated post-construction conditions for several communities. These renderings are preliminary and will continue to be refined, but for those projects that are approaching our construction letting, they're pretty close to being finalized. The turnpike frontage, as I mentioned, along Boca West, will receive a 14-foot shoulder-mounted wall. On the southbound side of the turnpike, 8-foot walls are proposed adjacent to Long Lake Estates and Horseshoe Acres. Neither of these communities currently has a community buffer. This slide right here shows Long Lake Estates. The next one shows Horseshoe Acres. The views of existing billboards adjacent to Horseshoe Acres will be impacted by the construction of these walls. The existing wall adjacent to the waterway subdivision will remain in place and will continue to serve as a community's buffer. Final design for the segment between Atlantic Avenue and Boynton Beach Boulevard begins later this year. At this time, the project anticipates constructing an 8-foot wall adjacent to a gap in Canyon Trails' buffer located at a perpendicular canal crossing. At the north end of the county, a wall is proposed adjacent to Palm Beach Country Estates. And now I arrive at the final slide. As a final reminder, your choices behind the wheel affect everyone around you. Thank you for listening, and again, I continue to welcome your questions.
Thank you so much for providing those updates. I believe everyone asked their questions except for Commissioner Sachs, whom is recognized, and then Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it. And thank you very much for coming here today. And I want to remind everybody that if you didn't receive a list of homeowner associations that are adjacent to the Turnpike in your district, let me know, because this is something that affects so many of us. And like I said, the Turnpike was here way before many of us were here. Was it in the was it 53? The Turnpike, 1953? And it is a federal highway for safety purposes. But the bottom line is this: I want everybody to understand, these are not taxpayer money that goes into this. These improvements and what FDOT does and the Turnpike Authority is the funds that they receive from people using the Turnpike. And this has been a big issue in Tallahassee with me for years. I appreciate it. We use the Turnpike. It's part of our infrastructure. And now that you have come here and presented this to us, we're going to be part of the enlargement of the Turnpike as well as the safety features, because it's so important today, especially with the widening of the Turnpike. Thank you, Ms. LaGuardia, and thank you everybody here from FDOT. I appreciate it, and thank you to my colleagues. Thank you.
I did want to take a moment simply because we are proud of the services that we provide. We are getting ready to commemorate our 70th year, so it's 1957 was the start.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just wanted to thank you. Thank you for hanging in. I know it's been a long day. Hopefully you were somewhat entertained by us. But this is a big deal for a lot of communities that have, they were built after the Turnpike, but Turnpike wasn't quite the beast it is now, and the beast in a good way, because there's a lot of cars moving on it, which is good for us, but you're having to expand. That's a good thing. But these communities, it's very important. Thank you for doing this, for expanding it, and the sound walls, or whatever. We're not calling them sound walls. What do we call them now? They've called something.
Buffers.
Buffers.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, whatever that giant thing is, please build as many of them as you can up and down the whole area. It's the dividing line between myself and Commissioner Sachs. So I'm east of it, she's west of it, so it's important to a lot of our residents. And I just wanted to thank you for this.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, and I will let you know that I represent the folks at Century Village in West Palm Beach. They are thrilled that they're getting a sound wall. This was apparently something that was agreed upon many, many years ago, and finally coming to fruition. They were promised that when they widen the Turnpike, they would get their sound wall. So they're very happy, and so just on behalf of the residents there, thank you very much for following through.
Mayor, if I could, thank you so much for the opportunity to present an update on our program. And these investments are really important to move people in, out, and through Palm Beach County and throughout the state of Florida. And so we really appreciate the partnership with Palm Beach County. We also recognize that while we look at engineering standards and we look at environmental responsibility, fiscal responsibility for building our program, we do recognize that this impacts communities. And so the reason that we're here, the reason that all of us are here, even though we rely on Carlos to go through so superbly the details of the projects, is because it is really important. And so we welcome feedback. If there are concerns that your constituents have, we are always willing to listen to them, whether it's within a public meeting or outside of it. And so we will make sure that you have the information for the upcoming public meeting. But we always welcome the feedback, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you for that. Quick question. As you put the walls up on the side where the residents will be, is there landscaping or is it just a wall? You're responsible for the wall.
Sure. So the right-of-way is constrained. That is to say that it's a tight corridor. Right now, we have the opportunity to construct walls first. There is only a small area. We actually call it an MPA, a multi-purpose area. And I'm really just talking about the locations on the west of the turnpike. Most of our widenings are actually happening towards the west. There's only a multi-purpose area that's about 14 feet wide. And that stretch, we're having to balance and fit the needs for stormwater quality, any of the ancillaries, so the signs, the overhead, the lighting, all of that goes there. So right now, there's not an opportunity for landscaping along that stretch because it would eliminate that multipurpose area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Flores, you're recognized.
I've been laughing because she's been skipping me, but it's okay. But since you said that you welcome feedback, and you want to hear the things that, my main concern is down south, as you are ending the turnpike and you're trying to merge into 95, what's going on there? Yeah, going
you're
to
talking
Miami.
about
I mean,
Homestead?
it's,
Yeah.
I love being in it's a bottleneck. So what's going on there? What are we doing? How are you guys going to open that up a little bit? I mean, like, seriously, what's going on?
Do you want to talk about?
Thank you for that question. And interestingly enough, I was just talking with Carlos. I said, Carlos, what about if we get a question from the Heft down south that's outside of this? How do we handle that? So that's perfectly
I love going down to Miami and just hitting that. I mean, there's
conversation. No, we do have a lot of improvement down in South Florida, and we're currently working right now with the city. We have a project down in the south end that's going to reconfigure some of the operational movement. That's going to allow for better movement toward that interchange. But we're constantly, having conversation. Understand we have a great planning teams that look at where the bottlenecks typically occur along the turnpike main line of system, and then in this case prioritize what operational improvement we can make so we could make those movement more efficient.
So if I'm translating what you just said, you guys don't have a plan to fix that?
Well,
So if I could.
Yes.
We actually had a plan to widen that area of the turnpike a number of years ago, and the local community did not support that project. And so we had to look for some other alternatives for some operational improvements in lieu of widening the turnpike. So when I say we listen to community feedback and to the support of locals for the projects that we have, that was a direct result of listening to the feedback that we got. They did not want that widening project, and so we looked for alternatives for operational improvements.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, yeah. Sometimes you have to. I'm a little bit sad about this, because that is, you just sit there and you're like, what is going on? It's like two lanes merging into one, and then you have another road that merges into this one, and you're just going nowhere. And it's like maybe a quarter of a mile between there and 95. And then the beauty of it is, then you try to get into the express lane, and you got to cut 5 lanes in a quarter of a mile again. Don't go to Miami. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
That's all the lights. So I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for presenting, and thank you for giving some real solutions to our residents who are having problems with the sound from the highway. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners a question, and the attorney. Are we able to potentially move the MSTU discussion to tomorrow's zoning or before we take on Tango?
I believe you can. It's the board's discretion as to how
I'm
you
just
want to
asking
handle.
because of notices and so on.
Well, for this, yeah, because it's not noticed on the agenda for tomorrow. That is a tight turnaround to add this item on the notice provision piece. It's less than 24 hours. So I would,
It is.
you will be, yeah, right.
I guess the only question I'd ask then, could the board say they're continuing it to tomorrow if that's the board's pleasure? I think from an advertising perspective, it's permission to advertise in first reading tomorrow, so there's no notice per se, but having it on the agenda. But if the board were to continue to tomorrow's agenda,
You could recess the meeting till tomorrow and pick it up in the morning, is I think what Patrick is getting at. And the notice I was talking about was more about notice of the meeting, not of the ordinance, which clearly we don't have to notice the ordinance. So if you wanted to recess.
I'm going to ask each one of my commissioners, because it is 6:30, plus we still have several other things going on. Commissioner Marino, would you rather take it on tonight or tomorrow?
What's left after
We have, so we have comments, and I believe there was an addition.
you have one more item following that, yes,
Just a notice of publication
on the data center.
and the moratorium, right?
Correct.
That was in the addition.
Your new item 13 on your add delete, yes.
Is that the consensus of the board?
I'm good. Let's go.
Okay.
For that? I'm up for, no. But may I just say, as a comment, I think we were overpacked today with important issues. And I wish that maybe, possibly, in the future, we don't have so many important issues on one day.
We did it to ourselves.
We did what? I'm sorry?
We took out Project Tango.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, I can't, this has been a long day for all of us, as well as for our constituents, so something to think about. All right, bang it out today.
Good evening. Who's presenting? Is it Sherry or Administrator Abruzzo?
I'll kick it off. I'll do it in 1 minute, 30 seconds. We'll see. I have a lot. Okay, so tonight is our first, is our motion to approve on preliminary reading permission to advertise an ordinance for August 18th, 2026. So this is our law enforcement MSTU municipal service taxing unit for anyone at home listening, so our MSTU. This would provide our sheriff with a dedicated funding source. It would only be for the unincorporated areas for law enforcement and school crossing guard activities. There's parts of his budget that are countywide that would remain in the general fund, things like the jail, courts, crime lab. The countywide millage, if we would set the millage rate for the unincorporated area, which would allow us to probably lower our millage rate in the general fund. And this is only to set up an MSTU to allow us in the future to levy a millage rate. So we would not be able to levy a millage rate till fiscal year 2028, a year from now. So that's kind of my basics for you now.
Commissioner Flores, you're recognized.
Thank you, Sherry. I know we discussed this a little bit about yesterday. I have received a few phone calls from cities who would like to know if they could opt in to this MSTU. I understand what you said yesterday. The simple question is, could they opt in into the MSU if they wanted to do that on their own?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, just
Could
as
they
some
do-
do for, Madam Mayor,
One by one, or do they have to do it all at once?
one by one.
Their body would have to vote on that, correct?
Madam Mayor, thank you. For fire, some do it already, for instance, Wellington. they opt into fire. So in this situation, if they chose to opt into the sheriff MSTU, they can. Then they wouldn't have to work a contract with the sheriff.
Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
I'm so glad you brought that up because my constituents are all unincorporated and they want to opt out. So I think that this is an issue that needs to be certainly reviewed carefully. I know that not all commissioners represent just cities, municipalities. Some of us represent unincorporated areas. And I think this is a discussion with regard to fairness of taxation. But sure, if cities can opt in, can counties, areas opt out? And I'm sure probably legally they can't, but this is really unfair taxation on people where they live, depending on where they live. So that's my immediate opinion on this right now, and I'm sure it could be developed a little bit later. Thank you.
Attorney?
I just wanted to provide a little context behind municipalities being included. It would have to be an adoption of an ordinance where they want to join the MSTU, and then we would have to amend our ordinance to specifically reference that municipality.
Is
So
that
it's
how
not-
fire rescue does it?
I'm not sure how fire rescue does it off the top of my head, but that's how it should be working when it comes to this MSTU. We've run it by outside counsel because it's a taxing unit. It needs to be as narrowly tailored as possible. So there's a couple steps, but they can opt in. It just would require a ordinance on their end and then an amendment to our ordinance referencing that city as now part of the MSTU. So it's a process thing. It's not a substance thing, but I wanted to put that on the record. It's not as simple as a interlocal or something like that.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions, and Commissioner Flores actually took my first one about the cities, because I did get that question already. And I think it would kind of come down to, it's going to be a case-by-case basis for them, if depending on what the contract is, the level of service they want, how, like, that's something for each city to kind of work out. But as I understand it, other areas that have done this have really, you have to work to make sure we pull out any countywide services, and that would still come out of our millage. And then we would only be identifying parts of this for law enforcement where there's a patrol. The cities would have, that use the sheriff, will work that out with whether or not they do MSTU or they do contract. But I did have someone ask a question about it as far as having like a mutual aid part of the county. So, because the sheriff does do mutual aid for every police department. Is there any part of that would be in this, or is that what we have a future, how this works out?
Madam Mayor and Madam Vice Mayor, if I may, I want to add one important context. So if the discussion flows this way, cities are still obligated to stay at the 10 mil cap. So if they opted into the sheriff MSTU, they cannot exceed that 10 mil cap even with their own general fund. So for instance, Wellington, if they couldn't do all three, they couldn't have their general fund. Although opting into the sheriff's MTU, just using them as an example, they would be able to drop their general fund millage rate because their contracts within that. So it's all up to every city to balance their budget how they see fit. But even including the MSTU for the sheriff, they could never exceed the 10 mil cap. So that will handicap some from joining even if they want to. I just want to be extremely clear.
Okay. And this is something like we'll have, this is permission to advertise, because there's a lot that has to shake out in all of this. And I think, it is prudent that we're having this move forward as an option, because it wouldn't, at the earliest, it wouldn't go into effect until fiscal year 28. And that's also, if this property tax bill passes, that's the same time that would go into effect. Am I correct?
But the MSTU would be created now. So
Right.
if you pass tonight, you pass in August, it is now, we do have a law enforcement MSTU. We may not fund it. The very first chance is 2028. And we may not even fund it in 2028, but it gives us the options to fund and have a dedicated funding source for the sheriff.
Because that was some of the discussions that I've been having. If we don't do it now to put it into place,
Right.
To activate it, because there's time constraints on that. If we put
Correct.
it into place, then activate it after, if the voters are going to pass this, we're going to need something like this to keep everything funded.
Right.
And then it would go into place. If it goes into place at all, if the property taxes don't pass, I mean, there's just a lot of unknowns. But if we don't put it into place before October, then we can't activate it the following October. Is that correct?
We have to do it before January 1
Okay.
for the property appraiser and for the trim process and things.
To act,
So-
well, we can put it into place, but January
Right.
1 is when we would have to activate it, right? When do we have to?
It's activated now. You know, we have an MSTU. It just doesn't have a millage funding source until 2028's budget, which is September of 2027 is when you will have 2 public hearings adopting millage rates and things like that. Mhm.
Okay. Well, say that.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I believe in that situation, if the 2028 board did not want to do it any further, they would have to take steps to start opting out of it. If this gets set up now, the MSTU will stand and the sheriff's office will go into that MSTU.
It just wouldn't have a funding source without a millage rate, so
So there's
it's
two
kinda
parts to
mute.
it. There's
Yeah.
creating the MSTU, and then there's activating it with the millage.
Right.
Yes.
Which would come next year.
In 2028, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. Who would set the millage? So the Board of County Commissioners would set the millage for the MSTU?
Correct.
So the sheriff would present a budget for, and they'll separate out the MSTU portion of the budget versus the non-MSTU where it's countywide, where like the jail and the court services and some of these other specialty units that serve everybody, right?
Correct, Commissioner. And for the MSTU, it would be provided a line item budget to you of all expenses that would be in the MSTU budget.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to say, you know, that we get 10 mills with our 2 MSTUs, one for fire rescue, one for law enforcement. The combination can't be greater than 10. The fire rescue right now is 3.4, round to 3.5. So the maximum on the other side would be 6.5. Alachua County did a law enforcement MSTU a couple of years ago. The county and the sheriff jointly hired a consultant to look through his budget and review to make sure of what would be eligible under the MSTU and what would be countywide.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up because I had read about what had happened in Alachua and seems to be, you know, sort of the gold standard of how you would do something like this. So certainly if we move forward, that would be something I would want to see that we do. So going back, so you can set the millage up to the maximum 10 mills between fire rescue and your law enforcement portion. So let's say the budget comes in and you know, showing what the patrol portion of it would be for the unincorporated area, right? And what if the millage or the revenue generated does not generate enough revenue, you know, to fund that?
Yeah, Commissioner, the board at that time can choose to supplement it out of the general fund if they felt that it was a worthwhile appropriation.
So the board would still potentially be responsible for fully funding those operations out there, and that would come out of ad valorem that everybody would be paying in.
Right.
Including the people getting the service, but it'll also be supplemented by people outside of that area. Okay. And to my colleague's question, or you know, that the unincorporated people don't want to be in the MSTU. Would there be an expectation that their taxes would increase?
Yes.
Yes.
And that would be because they're currently being subsidized by the rest of the residents in Palm Beach County?
Yes.
Those that are living in cities or...
Commissioner, if I may, cities, municipalities will get a decrease in their millage rate. And because of the general fund, we estimate it will drop from 4.5 to around somewhere between 2 and 2.2 at the high end. So cities will get a 2 mil reduction or more. But unincorporated residents would bear the brunt of the entire,
They'd be getting an increase of 4
yes.
They would get an increase of about 4.
mills.
The net.
The net increase
If we
would be
set it
4
at the
mil.
max of the 6.5, but we lowered the general fund from 4.5 to 2.2 or 2, something, so the net.
So they go to 6.5 instead of the 4.5.
No, they're still going to pay, everybody pays the 4.5 today, whether you, but
The 4.5 will be 2.
but
That's what
that
I'm
will
saying.
drop to 2.
But those residents in between the law enforcement MSTU and fire and well, I guess we're just really comparing our
Right,
gen,
right on,
our,
it's 4.
so between the 4.5 we're collecting today.
Right.
They'll pay the 2.2 plus the other.
6.5, right. So the difference about 4.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, from my understanding, everyone else who's in a municipality, their countywide rate would drop because currently everyone who's currently located in one of the 39 municipalities is encompassed inside of the 4.5 that we pay for the sheriff now. The sheriff's budget is a part of our budget. So separating this out would mean that those who are in municipalities are no longer paying that, but those who are in unincorporated Palm Beach County would pay a separate millage of 4% or a rate of 4, but that would not include, like fire, that would be separate. It wouldn't include the 2.3. That would be separated, right?
If I may, Commissioner, so backing it up, we can only levy 2 millage rates that hit a 10 mil cap. Our general fund, which is at 4.5, and then the MSTU. The MSTU right now is over, a little over 3.5 for fire rescue. So I'm just rounding it. So then the sheriff's office could come in at a 6.5 to 10 mil, cap that out. The general fund MSTU,
I'm sorry, but he would have to justify.
Yes, he would
a
have to justify.
6.5,
He would have to
which
justify.
He couldn't do, so
No,
just
if the
just
board
throwing
shows,
it out there.
I'm just putting full, reaching the full cap in the MSTU. The general fund, which is currently at 4.5, would drop to somewhere around 2. So an unincorporated resident would receive a reduction in the general fund, but then an increase on, if it's a full 10 mil cap out, they'll be getting a 6.5% increase in the MSTU for a net gain of, like the mayor said, of 4. So an unincorporated resident would be paying 4 mils more now than they currently do. And in the cities, they'll get a full 2 mil reduction. So 10 for 20. If 10 gets capped out, if that just hypothetically, but we do know that the general fund mill will drop from 4.5 to somewhere between 2 and 2.2.
Okay, and for clarity purposes, right now, those who are in municipalities are not paying the fire MSTU.
Some pay and some
Because they
don't.
opted in.
Because they
Yeah, but they've
opted in.
in.
Yeah, we have 17 cities that have opted in and participate in the fire rescue MSTU.
So that's what my colleagues were indicating earlier when a municipality would opt in, because some municipalities also have contracts with the sheriff's office. So they could eliminate those contracts and opt in, or would they keep the contract?
So someone like, I'm going to look at Belglade because their operating general fund is around 6.5 mils. They're in the fire rescue MSTU at the 3.5. So they're at 10 mils. So there's no way that like a Belglade could opt into a law enforcement MSTU because they're at 10 mils. And so they would keep their contract because they currently have a contract with the sheriff. So they'll just keep paying their contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But if I may, Mayor?
The question back here is which cities have the ability to opt in to the MSTU?
It looks like Royal Palm Beach would. Their current operating mill is 1.9. They did opt into the fire at 3.45. So they have room. We'd have to go through the list, Mayor. Juno Beach looks like they would have room. They're at 1.8.
It could be that, do they need a millage rate if they opted into the MSTU? Does their general, and it's hard, it would have to look at the values of everybody and what their budgets are, I'm not sure, but there's at least 6 cities right now that are probably 8.5 to 10 mills that are part of the fire rescue, so those 6 probably wouldn't be able to opt in without lowering their general fund.
Hold on one second, but to be very clear to the administrator's point, and I am not in favor of this, he's saying you could reduce they could reduce operating budget to make room for the mills because they're not having to contract with the sheriff.
So, and please, Madam Mayor, this is, don't think I'm picking, it's the one that just jumped out at me. So, for instance, Royal Palm, that 1.9 would be reduced because they're paying a sheriff's contract right now. So whatever their numbers are to back it out, they will drop that 1.9 and give them even more room to enter this potential MSTU with the county.
Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
Are we being asked to vote today on whether we want this framework of the MSTU without knowing which municipalities, what is going to be the tax consequence for certain municipalities, and how much it would be for those to opt in with county, with the sheriff's contracts? Or is this just because I think that you're going to ask us to vote yes or no on this framework, is that correct?
Yes.
So I think that if I represented a municipality, I think I would want to know if my municipality has a contract with the sheriff's office, number one. Number two, whether the taxes, the framework for the taxes for the municipality is going to go up or down. And I would also want to know what services the sheriff provides for municipalities. There are many municipalities that use the sheriff's office rather than a city police department. Also, the issue could come with the November referendum. If it passes, that will affect the funding source for city police departments. So if we vote today for this framework, we will not know what the tax consequence will be for a particular city, or because we don't know right now what cities have opted in or want to opt. I mean, many of our cities have contracts with the sheriff's office. I don't know of a city that doesn't use the sheriff's office at some point for backup or for, even whatever issues that they may have. I don't know of large cities that don't use the sheriff's office on a contract. I also know that there are a number of smaller cities that prefer the sheriff's office to maintaining their own police department. This third item that is upsetting, is disconcerting, is what happened to city police departments if the referendum passes and that municipal police department is affected negatively from the lack of funding from property taxes. So I just hesitate to vote on this issue without having these very important tax consequences. Because when I go back to my constituents and I say, you know what? Or no, they're going to say to me, Commissioner Sachs, you voted for a tax increase on us. So I just think that it's maybe good to get this information, but it may be a little premature, at least for many of us, to vote on a framework that we don't know the specific tax consequences of our vote today.
So it is the framework, like you said, and we won't set a millage rate for a year from now, so it'll be fiscal year 2028 before we're ever talk about it. But cities, if you're in an incorporated city, in a city, you will see a drop in your county millage rate. So our 4.5 would be able to drop because we're taking expenses out of the general fund and putting it into an MSTU.
But they will not be able to use the sheriff's departments as they were used to before. And how much are we talking about on let's say a $500,000 house in the city of Boca Raton, for example? So how much of a savings is that going to be for their millage rate? Because I know the large cities, I've represented these areas before, there's an issue out there. The city of Boca Raton Police Department relies on the sheriff's office to come up as backup. And some of the smaller cities, is it better for them, more expensive for them to maintain a city police department with the cars and all the backup that they need? Or is it better for them to have a contract with the sheriff's office to provide law enforcement? These are questions and look, for me, I don't have any cities, but I have represented these cities before, and I think that it's a big deal. This is something that has to be discussed also with local police department. What does the police chief want? What do they prefer in the city of Delray Beach or Boynton Beach or, even the smaller cities that really need that type of contract with the sheriff's office? I think that these statistics really need to be known to us before we vote for a framework for an MSTU that will affect the taxes of our constituents. And until that's known, I hesitate to ask us to vote on a framework that affects taxes for our constituents. That's all I got to say.
What happens if residents, because this is really bad for unincorporated residents and really good for incorporated residents. So if you live in a city, you're like, this is amazing. And if you don't live in a city, you're like, this is terrible. I don't live in a city because I don't want to pay 2 millage rates, one to the county and then one to the city. But now we're saying you're going to pay a MSTU to the sheriff of potentially 6.5 mils. I mean, this seems completely not appropriate, for one. But bigger question here, what if all those residents who are sick of paying a 6.5 millage rate decide they go to the closest city and say, please annex us? And then we're left motivating them to annex into a city.
Go ahead.
And then nobody's left to pay for the sheriff.
Okay. So we're both like, which one? If they go to a city, then that means they don't need PBSO law enforcement anymore, because law enforcement is for unincorporated plus the cities that contract. So if unincorporated becomes incorporated, they either have to create their own police department or contract with him. So they're still going to have a millage rate to pay a contract.
So would that mean the sheriff would require less of a budget to only cover unincorporated residents?
Yeah. If people move into a city, because you look at like West Palm Beach has their own police department, so they fund their own police and they use their own for it.
But aren't there things from the sheriff's office that they have,
There's still county-wide items, 100% that would stay in the county's general fund, and that would be what we would have to look at in his budget a little bit more detail to see what are those county-wide type pieces and things.
You may.
To add some context with staff, when we started to discuss this, you used the word inappropriate, Mayor, and we were using the word inappropriate because the discussion started because of the CFO inappropriately claiming that the board had $443 million of waste, fraud, and abuse, and not understanding that a big part of that is our law enforcement. It is the general fund, and attacking our general fund of fraud, waste, and abuse. So the initial discussions on this was to separate it out to actually show, I mean, there's a multitude of reasons, but to show the state that what we do here at the BCC is much different than what the CFO, in my strong opinion, has inappropriately labeled our county. So that's where
What was his number? The CFO's was 400 and
43 million
he's saying
out of
we
the
wasted.
general fund that needs to be
Over
cut.
how long a period of time?
Just last year's budget alone was the 443 number. He's claiming that I think close to 1.4 billion was waste, fraud, and abuse over a 5-year period between 2020 and 2025. But the 443 was last year's budget, which went up from 100 million between press conferences within a matter of months without any justification.
Commissioner Flores, you're recognized.
I don't even know where to begin. This is my second year going through a budget here at the county. I've gone through 8 of them at the city of Green Acres, so I know a little bit about budgets. But the one thing that it's hard to manage is when we constantly get asked for over $100 million per year in increases from PBSO. And that has been, I've been here 2 years, and both years the request has been over 200 million in those 2 years. And then when you look at whether it's increase in property values, you're looking at new roll on the new properties that get built. It's not nearly enough to even make a dent on that request. So it's becoming increasingly harder for us to manage our own budget. What I'm seeing is that we have taken it on the face this year. We went and we made some suggestive cuts to our BCC departments. We cut youth services, we cut community services, we're looking at adding parking fees, but we are the only ones, and I've been on the record constantly saying that we are the only ones that are making these cuts, and we're the only ones doing the task at hand. And everybody's feeling it. Yes, absolutely. I feel it. My community feels it. The rising cost is incredible. But the only ones I see working is they're having this discussion right now. We are the only ones. Us 7, the administration. The other people that come under us have not really helped. They have not looked for ways, at least I haven't had any discussions with them that are giving me any meaningful hope into what's happening. Now, I understand the MSTU and how it works. It only applies to unincorporated. But think about that. That means that the 39 municipalities that are either, and not all of them, but the ones that are using their own police or they hire PBSO are being double taxed because they're paying currently county taxes and they're not receiving a service that the other county residents receive, which is PBSO. And that's what's happening. That happens in Green Acres, that happens in West Palm, that happens in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca, Delray, Boynton, whatever police department they have to pay for that, and they also pay for the other stuff. And I do understand that PBSO offers things that are countywide, as our courthouse, as the jail, helicopter. These are things that should continue to fall under county responsibility, because those are our services that everybody in this county pays. But currently, those people in the municipalities are subsidizing the rest of the county, and that has been the argument of municipalities for a long time. So I don't know what the best answer is. I just know that somehow, somewhere, we have to manage the growth. We have to manage and balance our budget, and if we have to explore an MSTU, we should explore that option. I don't think any final decision is being made today. The other thing I wanted to bring up was we are talking about municipalities and whether they can they afford to go into the MSTU. I don't know what those numbers are. I know that you brought up some concerns about some municipalities that would not. But we also got to think that if our millage is 4.5 and we drop it, that's going to save them two mills or whatever it is that they're going to be saved there so that they can implement their own MSTU. I don't know if anybody remembers here, but I think Loxahatchee opted out contracting. Is that true? Loxahatchee Grove opted out of PBSO contract. And could we see what happened there? Because I think they now get basic PBSO service. Is that not? We have to, my point is we should look at that. I think that this is a healthy dialogue. I think we should discuss this. But I'm looking at an inter-office memo, which I'm not going to jump right now from my fellow commissioner about parking fees, but this is a concern. I mean, we're the only ones. I feel like we're the only ones actually going and doing the homework. We took the assignment seriously. We are looking to see how we can improve, how we can be more efficient, how we can provide better services with less. But I feel like we're the only ones, and I feel like maybe some of our counterparts are not listening. So that is my biggest concern, because this is unsustainable. I think Commissioner White said that last time. We're gonna hit this every single year, and if this property homestead exemption goes through, it's gonna get even worse. So we should look and explore every single opportunities out there. And by the way, the municipalities, I think I've heard from all of them, and I have one like texting me right now. They would love to get into the MSTU because it is affecting their budget too. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Because you mentioned, you kind of keep telling us which cities can't do it. I think it would be important for us to know which ones can, because the more cities that can and would choose to, they do have the option to lower theirs, but also the more properties that were to join the MSTU, then the potential lower the MSTU would need to be, because it's about getting to a budget amount. So if more were to join, then that gets spread out a little further to the actual users of the system. So it doesn't have to be that 6 number you're talking about. It could be less if multiple join in, and then that would keep them under the 10 mark. So we kind of don't know where this lands. I mean, we're just going off what that number would be if it were just unincorporated. So, and some of the cities you mentioned have very high property values that would alter what this MSTU would be dramatically, right? Would it not? I mean, having Belle Glade not being able to do this, no offense to Belle Glade, but the property values there compared to some of the other ones you mentioned are worlds apart. So if it's a mill, the mill is on the value of the property, right? Yes. So if municipalities who have high value properties were to join, that would adjust the whole thing.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
And even somebody like a Belle Glade, their general fund is 6.5. And if that is the cost, if that generates what they pay the sheriff today, then it's neutral to them. They could say, I'm not going to have a general fund millage rate anymore. I'll join the MSTU, and we can operate on other revenue sources for our general services. It's just that I don't know that for all 39 cities, who, can do that.
And we can't figure that out tonight, but we don't have to, because what you're asking is for us to do this on August 18th. Right?
And this is the framework so that it allows us in the future that if we want to do a millage rate, it gives us what we need to do that in the future.
And I'm glad you used that word again, because I wrote it down, framework, frame. We're talking about we're going to buy the frame, but we do not know what the picture we're putting inside of it looks like yet.
Right.
Or if we're even going to do it. But we're getting the frame, and then we have the next part that we would have to do afterwards. So I kind of wanted that, if for anyone who may be watching, like, this is not final by any stretch. This is us being able to even go to the store to buy the frame, and that would be August 18th, right?
And August 18th would be the second reading. So if you approve tonight, you approve August 18th. There's nothing I can do for it
First reading.
until fiscal year 2028.
We're advertising,
Is
permission
second
to
reading.
advertise.
Tonight is first reading.
Okay, so, but this comes back August 18th.
Correct.
And then
For second.
so we have a month for you to be able to answer a lot of this. And because there's genuine concerns from some of our colleagues that and I'm sure people who are watching are going to be emailing us.
Madam Mayor, I want to respond.
You may.
Madam Vice Mayor, and depending on the outcome of the second reading, if it's in the affirmative, we have a whole year to work with cities and municipalities to get it in line of if they're going to come with us in the beginning or not.
Okay, and then I know the having the sheriff help city police departments. I brought up mutual aid earlier because anytime police departments help each other, whether it's two cities that help each other or if it's county, anytime there's backup, they pay each other for that. And especially, if you've got one city that's always backing up another city, that city pays the other one, so that this balances out. And the sheriff would also be part of any mutual aid. If he is having to help certain areas more, he's going to get reimbursed for that, correct? That's
Yes,
how the cities operate with each other now, so.
Madam Mayor?
You may.
Madam Vice Mayor, and I learned a lot about mutual aid with Commissioner Marino lately. That would really be in the negotiations between the sheriff and the local municipalities of how they work their aid
But I mean,
agreements out.
they do that now
Yes, they do.
to make sure that,
They sure do.
everyone's kept whole.
Yes.
And if one's having to help the other one, you got to pay for what you use. So, okay, thank you.
Like fire rescue has a 3.4 and change millage rate.
Correct.
3.5.
And that was the very contentious thing up in Jupiter because of assessed values of homes, which is why they didn't want to pay more than 1.9 of a millage rate up in Jupiter. My question is, if we set a millage rate, do the cities then have the flexibility to have a different numerical millage rate?
So the cities are always going to be limited to 10 mills. Their flexibility is whether they join the countywide MSTUs or not.
My
And so-
question is,
but
if we
that-
set a 6.5 millage rate,
Right.
which I'm not in favor of, but I want to know how this works, would then each individual city be able to set, like, say one city wanted a 3 millage rate with the sheriff, or do they have to adopt the same millage rate we have?
I would say we would want them to join at the same rate, so we don't have the Jupiter issues.
And Madam Mayor, if I may say, there was a lot of issues with Jupiter well beyond the millage rate in my discussions with them. So that I don't want to speak for them, but there was a lot more to it than just the millage rate.
But you're saying that then they would have to have the same millage rate in the cities that we adopt?
Correct.
Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And for clarity purposes, and I want to get some understanding. All right, so the conversation has centered on millage rates. And there was even talk at some point, not today, but previously with our board, potentially reducing millage rates. Mayor Baxter, you've indicated today that if the millage rate or this MSTU were to pass and it would be placed on the unincorporated areas of Palm Beach County, it would cause a burden. However, and that's why I want to make sure I'm being clear, and Commissioner Flores indicated that if this millage rate, this MSTU were to pass, there would be a reduction for municipalities, which of course already Administrator Abruzzo, I believe that at 4.5 mils, we are in the state of Florida one of the lowest. We have one of the lowest millage rates in the state, but we've talked about reducing that even further, and reducing it to 2.3 by creating this MSTU. Mayor Baxter, that would mean that the municipalities, let's make sure I'm clear, the municipalities that are currently paying the 4.5 would see this reduction, which you've previously asked for. However, and they're, make sure Commissioner Flores said they're currently being double taxed. Now they would see a reduction, but those municipalities, those areas of unincorporated Palm Beach County that are reaping the benefits, if I'm correct, would see an increase because they'd be paying the MSTU. I just need to be clear that what I'm understanding is where the fairness lies. I've heard both of my colleagues indicate in one instance it would be unfair for those to receive the services to continue to pay more while municipalities are taking it spread out. But in another instance, my other colleague, and I'm saying both names because I want both of y'all to help me clear this up. I don't like to talk about people behind their back, but we're here in public and everybody's here, so I'm talking about what y'all said. So just I need to clear that up so I have a really, really good understanding of what is fair and what is unfair, because I am confused as to what is fair and what is unfair. Because if we go into an MSTU, the unincorporated areas of the county would now see an increase because they have to pay more in the MSTU, up to potentially 6.5 mils. But the areas that are currently in municipalities would see a reduction, even though right now they're paying 4.5 because they're absorbing a portion of the sheriff's cost. Is it okay for both Mayor Baxter and Commissioner Flores to help me understand, to clear this up for me in the open? Because you all, not you all, each of you has said something completely different, which has left me pondering whether or not I am confused. And I don't think I'm confused, but I might be. But I understood, but I need clarity.
We don't like when you're perplexed.
That's it. I'm perplexed.
So there was a Supreme Court ruling when the town of Palm Beach over here sued the county saying it was a double taxation. And that ruling said that the cities contributing to our general fund are not a double taxation because we have to provide countywide services. The sheriff is able, under that, he provides a countywide service, is from what I am understanding. And so I am not in favor of the MSTU because I would like it then to apply, if we're going to reduce our millage rate, I felt like it would be a separate line item to say we're just putting his budget here, but should apply countywide. But they're saying this should only apply to unincorporated, which then leaves the question if the sheriff is the sheriff only responsible for unincorporated residents? Cherry? Statutorily.
For law enforcement, he's responsible for unincorporated, but he has other functions, the jail and courts and other things that are countywide.
Right, but if a city falls short, whether they need K-9 units or tactical units or those specialty units, doesn't the sheriff fill in?
I don't know if he's statutorily required, but he can. He has jurisdiction over the whole county, but I don't know that he's required to.
Do we know his requirements? What he's required to, what services he's required to cover?
Sure. I would focus on law enforcement here more than the jail and the courts. So as far as law enforcement goes, and this is by statute, the unincorporated, he is the sole law enforcement agency, and he has all the obligations of full law enforcement provision. When it comes to municipalities, courts and the statutes have called it concurrent and supplemental jurisdiction to the municipalities. So he is not obligated by statute to provide the same level of service as he is in the unincorporated. But there is jurisdiction for him to supplement and have concurrent jurisdiction, which is the backup model. So that is how it's split up through statute. So there's a lot of discretion as to how he deploys his resources when it comes to municipalities, not so much unincorporated.
Commissioner Flores, only because Commissioner Powell asked.
Yeah, thank you. So I came from a municipality where we. There's some confusion up here. So my comments are some of the comments that I'm hearing from my municipality, Commissioner Powell. I come from a municipality. We pay the county's millage, but we don't receive the same services as county residents. See what I'm saying? On top of that, then I had to go, we used to have our own police, which was before me. We funded that, or we opted to go with PBSO, and then we signed a contract for additional $20 million, which is, I think that's average of what we pay right now annually in the city of Green Acres. I'm using that because that's the city that I'm most familiar with. I don't know how much Palm Springs they have their own police, so. But my point, the point where I was saying double taxation, or we're essentially, those residents in Green Acres are paying the millage at the county, and then they have to pay a contract for PBSO. That's my only point. So if we're saying that this MSU is not fair, the current system is not fair. You see what I'm saying? Okay, that is my point with the current system, and I understand where the MSTU could seem that it's unfair, but it's really being subsidized by the individuals that are incorporated.
Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
Well, as a commissioner who represents unincorporated, I don't know. I can't, if you're telling me now that our sheriff's office is giving you inferior service to some of the municipalities, I want to know about it. As a former prosecutor, the sheriff of the county takes care of the jail, he takes care of the helicopter, but if you think that, and not if you think, if you know that you're getting inferior service to your municipal police department, then we need to discuss that openly and transparently. I've represented cities in the Florida State Senate, and I never heard of a complaint by a city, but maybe there are some today, that they're getting, that maybe when they call the sheriff's office for backup, they're not there, or that the court system is not being fair to certain city citizens because they're city, or I just, there's so many things that the sheriff's office provides. Yes, Mr. Commissioner Greg Weiss, let's talk about the city of West Palm Beach Police Department. If the city wants to opt out completely and get your own city jails, then, but I've never heard of that before. So let's, maybe the city of West Palm Beach Police Department would prefer to have their own city jail and then opt out of the sheriff's office and the helicopters and things like that, the backup. But I think this is something worth discussing because I think it's serious to hear. And I think it's something important that we discuss. So Commissioner Weiss, you were making a face about City of West Palm Beach. I'd like to hear if the City of West Palm Beach would prefer to have their own city jail and their own services that are presently being provided by the sheriff's office.
I just want to clarify something. I have never said anything about inferior services. I'm simply saying the way that people are contributing to the millage. I just want to clarify. I think PBSO does an excellent job.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, because if in fact the sheriff is not giving fair service to all the municipalities, it's something we need to discuss. That's our job. We fund him. And, but if the city of, like, thank you, I appreciate that, Commissioner.
Commissioner.
To me, law enforcement is very important. And if, in fact, Commissioner Weiss has an issue with the sheriff for the city of West Palm Beach, now's the time. Let's hear about it. Commissioner Weiss, go right ahead.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's talk about what the elephant in the room is. Today, if you live in a municipality like I do, I pay a municipal millage. That covers the operation of our police department in West Palm Beach, a fine police department. We also pay 4.5 mils to the county. That includes funding the sheriff's operation for the unincorporated area, plus paying for the operation of the jail, plus paying for the operation of the courthouse, plus paying for all the things that are funded that are county-wide. So the people who live in the cities have subsidized the people who don't. It has nothing to do with the level of service. It has to do with what's fair on how things are funded. And that's ultimately what we're talking about. And I wanted to get to the point as well, and I think Commissioner Flores started to get there, which is cities like Lake Worth Beach, that I have the honor of representing, and cities like Green Acres, they have contracts with PBSO to provide law enforcement. But that contract gets paid out of their city millage. So they too are paying their city millage, they're paying their county millage, which then provides the support for the unincorporated areas. And the reason why we know that's true is because if you implemented this, the overall tax burden would fall for the people who live in municipalities and would go up for people who don't. I mean, it's simple math. And so you see the subsidy, and we can actually measure what it would be. And so, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why or why not to do it, but let's understand what this really does. It makes people, or it requires people who use a service to fund that service and not rely on their neighbors to do that for them. Nobody's saying not to fund the county-wide portion of what the sheriff does. Nobody has ever said that. We have a responsibility to fund it. But if there is a way to break this out and to unburden the residents in some areas that have been subsidizing other areas for many years, it deserves a full-throated discussion. So I'm glad this was brought up, but that's the reality. And then lastly, I have two things. One is, that came up, there was a discussion about the Jupiter Fire MSTU. That was not our fire MSTU. There was a special Jupiter Fire MSTU, set a special rate just for them. They paid a fraction of what the rest, the people who lived in the other MSTU, they paid a fraction of it. Apparently it was too much for Jupiter, or there was other reasons. I'm not privy to those discussions. My last thing, though, is what if we delay this? Is there an issue if we don't move on this today?
Yeah, we have to do it before the end of this calendar year to have the option for fiscal year 2028. So
that would mean by the end of September.
December, right.
Oh, the calendar year.
Calendar year.
Oh, not the
right.
fiscal year. So there is really, if we want to delay this, because some of my colleagues, I know Commissioner Sachs had asked for, she wanted more data about the cities. If we wanted to delay this till next month to bring it up,
It's not an issue.
I can give you some basics of what their current millage rates are, what their values are, but.
She wanted the time. I'm asking the question.
I'm not going to be able to tell you what a city's going to, yeah.
But there is nothing that delays it.
But I can bring that back in August.
Okay, thank you.
And second reading.
I believe the elephant in the room, and that it's good to note that only 2 commissioners up here live in unincorporated Palm Beach County. So this would be a benefit to 5 of us and a non-benefit. You live in unincorporated. So 3 of us live in unincorporated and 4 live in incorporated areas. So I am saying that I can't imagine anyone would vote themselves into a $4 million higher potential of paying taxes every single year, year after year, because, and again, it was already ruled it is not a double taxation for the cities to contribute to the sheriff's budget. I will leave that there, and Commissioner Marino, you are recognized.
Finally. Sherry. Right now, the sheriff's budget is over $1 billion. And we collect, and please divide it out, please. 1.5 billion is everyone in the county, roughly. 470 million is fire, MSTU, and what am I missing? There's a couple more.
Library.
Capital.
Okay, library. And so basically the sheriff takes up because we always say 50% of our ad valorem tax dollars go to the sheriff. What we need to find out is what percentage of the money that he collects currently is paid for county-wide services, as you said, the jail and the airport and whatever.
His contracts, his revenues for his contracts is about $98 million a year.
For municipalities.
For the municipalities, his contracts.
Okay, so that's $900 million. So what is our responsibility as a county to offer countywide? Jail,
We have those numbers, Commissioner. Right here.
If he's collecting 90 million roughly, then that's.
Well, he gets that on top of his 1.1 from us.
No, that's part of the.
No, I just asked this question. They told me it's a total of 1.2, right? So he gets 1.1 from us and then gets another almost.
So his total ask for law enforcement corrections court services is almost $1.2 billion. He has generated revenues of his own of $112 million for various things. So our net budget to him is almost $1.1 billion. And our general fund taxes is $1.6 billion.
Okay.
Where's the courthouse?
So.
Yeah, that's all of it.
Yeah, read that.
So basically what's happening is you're asking us to make a decision without all of the information that we need. And I think what you're hearing from each of the different commissioners is we need more information. We need to know what time frame we can back up that we can discuss this again and pass it before we get to December. Because if you can give us better information, because you're asking us to decide on this next month. Now, I'm in favor of a sheriff MSTU because I'm in favor of his budget being a whole lot more transparent. And that's what an MSTU would do, whereas it's not all that transparent right now. So that's just one of my comments. Joe, you look quizzical.
Madam Mayor?
You may.
Just need some direction on what information. We have a lot in hand right now.
So, I mean, we get a very high-level budget. I can read off the lines. The sheriff mandated functions are $771 million. His contracts with the municipality and private contracts off-duty is 98.2. His county functions, which is the jail, the crime lab, the courthouse type things, is 313.3 to come up to that almost $1.2 billion budget. But I don't have any details other than that. I would have to assume those sheriff functions is probably the law enforcement piece. Like 752 is law enforcement sheriff functions. That would be unincorporated. However, I think there's probably some county-wide functions within that, but I don't know what that is. And I think that's why Alachua County hired somebody to look through those details and look at that type of thing.
So if we do permission to advertise and vote on this second reading next month, when do you hire a consultant?
It would be when we start doing the fiscal year 2028 budget.
So basically, what I'm trying to get at is that the sheriff has to justify whatever millage rate he's going to charge for the MSTU. Okay? Now, if he's collecting roughly 1.2 billion of the 2.2 that we collect, back out the 313 and the 98, so basically back out 400 million, the 770 million is going to get spread between the municipalities and between the unincorporated areas and the municipalities that opt into the MSTU or contract with him.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not going to be 4.5. It might be 2. It might be 3 at the most, because there's just no dollars to justify going any higher than that. I mean, he has to justify his budget in order to collect. So he can't just randomly say, I'm going to do 6 mills. He can't, because he has to justify being able to collect those dollars and spend it.
And if we looked at our values right now today at the 6.5, it would generate just in the unincorporated areas about $680 million. So that would be the max if you go to the 6.5. I just don't know what his law enforcement for unincorporated budget is. If it's 600 million or 700 million, it could be, I don't know. I can only make guesses.
Okay, so if we do this ordinance and we vote on it next month, we're not putting a millage rate because we have no idea what it would be. And we don't have to ever enforce it if we don't see fit.
Right.
So between now and when that time comes, we would have a consultant that would basically give us the most accurate breakdown of how the dollars are getting collected, where they're getting collected, and where they're getting spent.
Right.
Yes.
And so unincorporated areas obviously are going to take the brunt of this. But we also need to remember there are a lot of things that the sheriff does that are county-wide.
Right.
And we've been talking about the jail too, and that's a whole other issue that we're not going to bring up tonight. But I would be in favor of this, most importantly because then with the sheriff and a consultant and you all working together, we would know what it would really work out to. We are grasping at numbers right now, and that's not comfortable for any of us. So when I say we need more information, you can understand where I'm going with that. We're grasping. We don't know what the final budget is going to be, and we don't know what the sheriff's, at the end of the day, with the transparency of his budget is going to be, or will there be less demand because he doesn't have to service those areas like Palm Beach Gardens and Boca and the other and West Palm that have their own sheriff's department. So there are a lot of questions, and I think that's what you're hearing from the board right now is we have a lot of questions. Is this something we want to do? Yes, if we can, most of us, yes, if we can get a consultant help us with this whole process, and come November, this may be a moot point in November, who knows? So we've had a long-winded discussion about this. I'll go ahead and make the motion to advertise and come back in August.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Wait, is this to agree to the framework?
Framework,
right?
advertise it.
However, your discussion, if I may, Madam Mayor,
You may.
your discussion, Commissioner Marino, has been about we don't have enough information. I don't have enough information right now to say I'm going to vote for this framework because I know that the consequences of that is going to be taxes to my constituents, and I don't know if that's good or bad. It may be good. It may be good because I don't know what cities have contracts with the sheriff. I don't know if the millage for unincorporated, and there's a couple of us here who have unincorporated areas, so I don't know if, I don't have enough information, period. And so we're operating in a fog. And Sherry, can you get us, I think it was Commissioner Weiss, is there any reason why we cannot delay our first vote on this until we get more information as to what we're voting on? And your answer was there would be no prejudice if we put it off before we got information. So professionally, I will not vote on a framework that will lead to higher taxes for those who live in unincorporated Palm Beach County. I will vote to review this in light of how much cities are paying to the to the sheriff, what's the millage rate for our cities, as well as for the county. We are operating. That's why we get so upset up here in a way, because I don't know what the numbers are. And until I know what the numbers are, I cannot vote on it. So if there is no prejudice, and excuse me, Commissioner Marino, but if there's no prejudice to this issue, then why don't we get the information first and then ask us to take a vote on it, to start the framework so that we can get more information on it. If there's no prejudice, let's get the information first so we know what we're voting on. And Sherry, did I state that correctly?
I think, if I may, since...
Well, I just want to know if there's any, because if there's prejudice, then we have to vote yes or no today. But if there's no, Sherry, if there's no prejudice, then, if there's no prejudice, then there would be no hurt, no pain, nothing to lose if we got the information and then came back to us for a vote on the framework for MSTU.
We are voting on what today? Permission to advertise?
Right.
Yes, but the vote says advances the ordinance to public hearings and preserves the board's ability to consider a dedicated funding source. Look, if the vote yes today is not a vote to have a framework for an MSTU, which will increase taxes to constituents in unincorporated areas, I'm for it. But I want to make sure that vote today would do it. Otherwise, I don't have enough information to vote on that.
Hold on. Also with that permission to advertise, and I brought this up, and this board has said this before, but I realized August 18th is a voting day, and we've asked not to have BCC meetings on election days.
Yeah.
So when and if we advertise this, it would not be for the 18th.
Madam Mayor?
You may.
Thank you. We're working on it, and we will be proposing to the board an alternative date, not on election day. So that meeting, if it's the board's will, we would.
May I redo my motion to say September? The September meeting?
Yes.
We are, but as the mayor said.
We could do it the 20th, even if you wanted, which is a Thursday. We don't have to wait till September.
But September gives you more time, gives Commissioner Sachs more time for questions. And at the end of the day, we're not setting a millage rate. We're just giving ourselves the opportunity to do this. There's a big difference. We're not setting a millage rate. We're not setting a fee. We're just giving ourselves the ability to do this if in the future it's something that we need.
And I think it's good for the public to know that should this MSTU move forward, that it requires a unanimous vote to set the first millage rate, correct?
Correct. So
any one of us at a future date will say no to whatever millage rate
Right.
you want to set.
Right.
Okay, the attorney, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear, what we're voting on today is the first reading of creating the MSTU via ordinance. Think of it as almost like opening a bank account that you will fund later, and that's the millage meetings. This is not setting a millage. This is first reading to set up an MSTU ordinance. I just want to make sure everybody's aware of what's on the table.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I just did a little back of the napkin calculation on my own property taxes if my property taxes went down 2 mills, because there was, unfortunately, somebody, Mayor, indicated that you thought I might do this because of my own personal savings, which of course in this case would be about $900 a year. And
That might not be a lot to you. That's a lot to a lot of people.
I'm not saying it's not a lot of money. I'm just saying I would never make a decision based on what my own personal benefit or cost might be, because that's not what I was here to do. 100%, I'm here to represent everybody, and that means I have people in my district that live in unincorporated Palm Beach County. Those are all my constituents in Century Village. So, trust me, I would think very hard about imposing any additional costs on everybody or potentially lowering costs on everybody. But the reality is people, in this case, people who live in municipal boundaries are subsidizing those who don't for their law enforcement services. It's just it's a math problem, and they presented it. I don't want...
Commissioner Weiss, you won't be here.
Like I don't care?
No, I am just saying this is going to be a future vote of a millage rate. I'm not saying you don't care, but there are taxes
I
that are
think, sometimes when you don't say something, it's probably better. So I'm just going to take that tack right now.
Commissioner Sachs?
Yeah, I think, look, if it's, we're getting upset because we don't have enough information, Sherry. May I please ask my colleagues if we could get more information? I don't know the issues with the municipalities. I don't know how much Boca Raton is paying for their city, which excellent city police department, the city of Boca Raton. But do they pay the sheriff? Of course they do, for crime lab, for the courthouse. And who pays for the Delray courthouse? Who pays for PGA's courthouse? Okay, what happens to those? So can we not just put this decision off till we have information on the municipalities? I know my decision on this is easy, but I have colleagues who represent unincorporated and cities, and as our attorney said, this decision today is going to establish a framework for taxes, for increase of tax, or maybe a savings on taxes. We don't know. Please give us the information, the statistics, so that we can make a knowledgeable and factual decision on this vote. Sherry, can you give us that at some later date?
Yeah, we'll get it to you.
Okay. I would move respectfully that we look at this decision once we have more information, because there's no prejudice to any of us by getting the information for our municipalities in the unincorporated area before we take this vote.
Substitute motion.
So, thank you, Greg. So, I'm going to do a substitute motion that we get the information first and then make the decision.
I think, I do have, we know that if we create the MSTU, and then in the future, we actually set a millage, then yes, every city will pay less because we will lower our general fund millage rate.
But you don't know if that city does not have enough money to have a city police department. Do you know that we have cities here that have the sheriff's office because they do not have the money, the funds, and they've decided not to put that into a city police department. And if this thing in November passes, there's going to be a lot of cities that are going to be in very bad shape. So is there any reason why I don't want to argue again. I just want more information before we're asked to take this vote. That's what is my substitute motion.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
We have a motion on the floor. Could we vote on this?
Are you calling the vote?
I am calling to question, yes. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Call to question. To vote.
So the motion on the table.
No second for substitute.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. So that,
Right,
so we're back to the
what we're
first.
calling to question is the motion to approve.
Okay.
Do we want to? Commissioner Moreno, I think you called the vote, and we were asking for August 18th for the second reading, and we're asking, will you make that September 15th, since August 18th is a voting day?
No, you get,
September 15th?
September 15th is a regular board meeting.
I'll amend my motion to move it to September 15th.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Moreno, a second by Commissioner Flores, and we will do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Moreno.
Yes.
Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
Commissioner Sachs.
No.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes, but I do want to put in the record that I respect Commissioner Sachs' request to have a more in-depth conversation than what was had today with actual data and actual numbers. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Woodward.
Yes.
Mayor Baxter.
No.
The motion carries 5-2.
Data center. I got it.
Not yet.
One more thing.
Last but not least.
Not really.
Come here. We'll act like we know each other.
So on our add delete page, we had a number 13. Does anyone need a presentation? I will entertain a motion to approve. I have a motion. I have a second. I have a second from Commissioner Flores. All in favor, say aye.
Just a point of clarity, I know what it is, but maybe there's people at home who are not aware what number 13 is. We don't need a presentation, just tell me what it is.
It is the first reading to the memorandum on future data centers.
Thank you for that.
Permission to advertise.
Yeah, it's
excuse
just
me.
simply the permission to advertise at this point.
Thank you for that.
On the moratorium.
On the
Sorry.
moratorium
Word.
for the data, large-scale
Yes.
data centers, yes.
Which we discussed last week.
Yes.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Please see that the motion carries 7-0. Okay, on to Commissioner comments. Oh, Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. On this, I did notice in here, you're calling this a large-scale data center. And, as you're moving forward and working on this, I know the state defines these as large load users, and I would suggest if you can put it in alignment with the state, I think we would all be better served.
Well, yeah, I pulled the definition is a combination of the large load user along with the
I don't know that you're going to be able to define everything potentially that you want to define. If you narrow this down, I think the best way to describe it is not as a large-scale data center, but as a large load user, because it may, in the next couple of years, it may look very, very differently.
We will do that.
Thank you.
We will move on. Thank you, everyone. Do we have any comments from the Deputy Chief County Administrator, Pat, or the Administrator for today?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Received Commissioner Marino's memo about beach parking. Oh, no, never mind.
It's board direction from me, so I'll go ahead and take care of it.
Please.
Do you mind?
Yes.
Okay, board direction. In preparation of property taxes and what might happen in November, the administrator and staff was searching for ways to augment our budget non-ad valorem wise. And beach parking came up as one of those possible sources of revenue. As most of the beaches that are free are in my district, I've gotten a lot of emails from residents, and I sent out an interoffice memo today, and I don't do board direction very often, but I'd like to read it into the record that I request that staff discontinue any further evaluation or consideration of proposals that would impose parking fees on Palm Beach County residents at county-owned beach parks and beach access locations where parking is currently provided free of charge. It is my intent that any future recommendations preserve parking without charge for Palm Beach County residents at these locations. I further request that staff evaluate options for implementing a non-resident beach parking program that provides an equitable and efficient means of distinguishing residents from non-residents while assessing potential revenue, operational requirements, implementation strategies, and best practices from comparable Florida coastal communities. Please return to the board your findings and recommendations, ensuring that any recommendations brought forward maintains parking without charge for Palm Beach County residents at locations where parking is currently free, while identifying a fiscally responsible approach to charging non-residents. And in addition to that, there are lots of, please determine where those areas would be, because I know that there is parking along alternate A1A and A1A, both in Jupiter and on Jupiter Island. But then we also turn off the main roads to go into our parks. So please determine where that parking fee would be assessed for non-resident of Palm Beach County. There you have my board direction, and I would appreciate support from the rest of the board.
I don't see any objection.
Madam Mayor? Thank you. Upon receipt of your memo, Commissioner, we actually convened a meeting with staff. We are prepared to move forward with that direction from the board. It would be, just to be clear, we would still move forward with all the visitors, and we would be requiring a free annual pass so we could actually track the data. So the residents would have to we'll make it extremely easy and accessible, and we will promote it that it would be a free pass. They would have to get the pass, but all the residents would not be charged for parking.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, if I may?
You may.
Thank you. With that board, that does put the budget, the preliminary budget proposal out of whack to the tune of around somewhere between 2 and 4 million at our rough estimates. We were moving 4 million into reserves, so that would cover it if we take it from that standpoint, as well as hopefully, fingers crossed, but we can't obviously balance our budget on this as when we propose it. but we're hoping some great investment returns from the clerk's office, and there could be some additional revenues. But that said, for the temporary time, unless there's objection, we would be not putting as much into reserves to cover this cost to balance out our budget.
I would say from the more than almost 2,000 emails I've gotten on this, our residents have spoken, and I know there's areas in the county that charge for parking. We still want our residents to come to our beaches, but this is something that they're used to having. So I would appreciate it if we could keep it that way for them.
Commissioner Flores?
Commissioner Moreno, thank you. I've been advocating, I think Commissioner Powell and I have been advocating for this for a while. I'm glad you came around. I'm glad it took 2,000 emails, but we're there and I'm excited. Send her another 2,000, please. No, but on a serious note, Administrator, has any of the constitutional officers come to you and said, hey, listen, I might be able to do this or that?
Thank you, Commissioner. Clerk of Courts came down 200,000 in their ask. Wendy Link, Supervisor Link, came down 200,000. She has a lot on her plate with technology and equipment coming up. So I know she's struggling, needs to get through a bunch of stuff that we're going to have to fund in the future, whether we do it now or kick the can down the road. Outside, so obviously, in the negotiations with the sheriff, he came down 20 million, which is the most ever that he came down. So outside of those three constitutional officers. So now, that said, Commissioner, if I may, tax collector comes later. So hopefully, we have a great working relationship, and we'll be getting into that as well.
So the clerk of courts controller, we've been looking at ways to increase some of our fees and putting CPIs and into. Have they looked at their fee structures, and is it like up to par? Are they looking for ways to increase some fees over there that are in line with other counties? Have they done any of those type of studies?
Commissioner, I can't speak for the clerk of courts. He would have to come here and speak for himself.
And my question would be, because you're the one dealing with the constitutional officers and their budgets, has anybody else considered fees as it relates to ways to increase revenues to offset some of the budget needs?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner. And just to put it into context, when I say the budget was cut by 20 million or 200,000 is giving back, our BCC, your departments, are the only ones that are actually making a true budget reduction. They all have increases put forward, and they're just rolling back some of their initial increases.
Okay, thank you.
PZB Executive Director, any comments? Waiving in support. County Attorney, waiving in support. Zoning Director is gone. Planning Director, gone. It's only 8 o'clock at night. They didn't want to stay for half a day. Okay, so Commissioner comments, I believe, Commissioner Moreno, yours are good. Good to know. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for this wonderful opportunity. It's good to see everybody here tonight. Thank you all who have stayed. Of course, just reminding everybody that a life of service is indeed a life that counts. With that being said, tonight I would like to do a board appointment. Very excited to add Charisma K. Adams to the Small Business Development Advisory Board. And of course, she's a resident of Palm Beach County and is involved in business. I'm so excited for her to join our Palm Beach County team. Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, that'll be it for my appointments, and I don't have any further comments other than I'll see you all tomorrow at the same time, same place, 9:30 in the morning. Can't wait.
Vice Mayor Woodward.
Can't say it any better than that. Have a good night.
Commissioner Flores.
So we had something planned special for our Deputy County Administrator, Tammy Fields. Unfortunately, because of the length of this meeting, we weren't able to do it today. However, I know the administration and some people in the community, and obviously myself, we do want to recognize Tammy's work. She's done 25 years as a Chief Assistant County Attorney, 9 as a Youth Service Department Director, and then obviously her county Assistant Administrator appointment. She's done a lot for this community. She's truly a public servant. She will be retiring on August 7th. And staff, the team and I have come together to request this board to name the Youth Services Department's main office. They are at the 4 Points location. They are conference room, the Tammy K. Fields Social Learning Training Room. That would be board direction without objections.
None seen.
And I think up here you could see the plaque that we're looking at putting in that training center. So, Tammy, if you're out there, you can hear us. We're so proud of you. Thank you for everything. I hope you're not watching this. Thanks.
Tuesday. I just want to let the commissioner know, Madam Mayor, she's wrapping up her party that unfortunately we couldn't be at, but I know she's going to watch this and be very grateful. So thank you, sir.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized. Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you. We lost 2 great Floridians the last couple of days. One is David Eriks, who the lobbyist and a wonderful, wonderful asset to anyone who was in Tallahassee at any time. Yeah, David Eriks. Candace is his daughter, and we want to send a tremendous sympathy to her and the family. And also Mark Allen Siegel, who passed away, who was the head of the Democratic Party for many years, and has always been a great advocate for people in need. So 2 great Floridians, and just wish to note their names for the record. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Lastly, I would like to publicly apologize to Commissioner Weiss. It's a very emotional topic for me, protecting my residents today, and I think I do look forward to working with you through November. So again, I apologize, and thank you, staff. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and have a great night.